Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Met the Strongest Exorcist. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sacred Gear, a weapon created by the God of the Bible for humans to use as a defense against the forces of supernatural. Everyone in the supernatural world knows what it is. They want it, they crave it. These powerful artifacts could tip the balance of the supernatural world just by existing. That is why the name of their forbidden move is Balance Breaker, those who breaks the balance. Amongst all the numerous sacred gears, there are 13 sacred gears that possesses the title of Longinus, sacred gears so powerful that they can kill gods if used correctly. Telos Karma. Innovate Clear. Absolute Demise. Incinerate Anthem. Sephiroth Grawl. Canis Ligon. Regulus Nemia. Divine Dividing. Boosted Gear. Dimension Lost. Annihilation Maker. Zenith Tempest. And True Longinus. These are the names of the 13 god-slaying weapons known to the supernatural world, each with fearsome power and reputation that makes even gods wary. But where did sacred gears come from? It is well known that the sacred gears are created by God, but no one, not even the angels closest to God, knew anything about its CNCPTN. They just suddenly exist. They are suddenly part of the system. Nobody knows how sacred gears came to be. The only one who knows is God of the Bible, and the being sealed in the first ever sacred gear. The lost sacred gear that became the prototype of all other sacred gears, Longinus number 0. Its existence lost in history as there has been no one who openly wields it in front of the supernatural factions. The strongest sacred gear simply because it is the first one. Nobody knows of its name apart from the wielder. Its name is -666 Seal. Having sealed Trihexa using the majority of his power, God of the Bible is weakened and tired. The strongest god in existence is on his knees after placing the last of Trihexa's seal. With this, I hope it is enough to keep the beast from rampaging and destroying the world. Due to his love of the world and humanity, he dared seal the beast right in the middle of the Great War despite knowing that he would be weakened and the chances of him dying increase. But that doesn't matter. The survival of the world and mankind is more important. Thinking about mankind, God remembers about his other project. Project Sacred Gear. It is a secret project he conceived due to the chances of him dying in the Great War, and humanity will be left defenseless against the forces of supernatural, not only the 3 factions but all other factions that exist in the world. Although he trusts Michael to look after his children, he is still but one archangel. The seraphs by themselves won't be able to protect humanity should he fall. So you have sealed that troublemaker. A voice spoke to God of the Bible. It is a young girl around 14 years old by looks, alone with beautiful blonde hair that seems to glitter even in the dimensional gap. Eterna. God spoke the name of the being that personifies the infinite possibility. I have put my thought on that matter you mentioned. God became tense when she mentioned that matter. He waits for her to give an answer. I accept. God smiles. He knew that his project won't be able to happen in his current conditions, so he asked for the assistance of Eterna. Can I really experience it one day? She asks. God nods and gave her the brightest smile worthy of God of the Bible. I'm sure of it. One day your wish will come true. All you need to do is wait and hope. Then I will believe you, God of the Bible. I shall help you create it, the sacred gear. Thousands of years later, you can't really blame yourself forever. I know. But I can't help it. Don't try to always blame yourself for things that can't be helped. You're really similar to him, Shut up. A 19-year-old young man with chestnut hair walks down the street of Kuo as the sun sets. He wore a simple white shirt under a blue jacket and navy blue jeans. He looks to be carrying nothing, but if one is connected to the supernatural world, anyone could see that a katana is resting on the right side of his waist, safely sheathed inside a crimson scabbard. His name is Shidou Haruka, a former exorcist from the Catholic Church. He wore a cross around his neck hidden under his clothes since he is in devil territory, and it will be troublesome to have to explain to the devils that he is no longer involved with the church. So how does it feel to come back home to Kuo after all this time? Should be fun. I wonder how Issei is doing. Hi to Issei, a childhood friend of his when he was still living in Kuo. The brown-haired boy is part of his younger sister's age group and was also a good friend of his. Irina and Issei used to look up to him who is older. Haruka fondly remember the days they spent causing trouble to their parents by staying out late. You know, I have a premonition that your return will trigger an interesting chain of events. Don't jinx it, Eterna. For all we know, you could be right and I will be involved in another convoluted scheme of a terrorist organization just because I'm in the wrong place in the wrong time. That happened before and it could happen again. At least this time I didn't pick up a school registration paper from a drunk yokai masquerading as a priest. It took Haruka a second to know that he is screwed when he heard the familiar sound of something stabbing through a person. Of course, that caught his full attention as he saw a fallen angel stabbing a boy a few years younger than him who is surprisingly familiar. Haruka groaned. There goes his piece for today. Oh, it's Draig's user. The security eye? And did I just see a devil's summoning circle in his hand? Standard devil modus operandi as usual. What do you want to do? Fulfill your promise to God and what I swore to my predecessors. Haruka voiced out his answer instead of communicating with Eterna through their link. I see that you've been having fun, fallen angel. Oh, another human. How unlucky of you to be in the wrong place in the wrong time. Now I will have to kill you. Haruka chuckled. What's so funny? Try to come back when you have 10 sets of wings. Maybe then you will have a chance of defeating me. Haruka didn't even bother to draw his sacred gear as numerous swords began to appear around him suspended in air. Perish, little fallen. The fallen angel tried to create a spear but was too late. Haruka is an experienced exorcist, one of the best in fact that him quitting dealt a huge blow to the Catholic Church's reputation. He still wonders though why he is part of the Catholic Church when his sister is part of the Protestant Church. Against an opponent like Haruka who is also in possession of a powerful sacred gear which he didn't deign necessary to be used in this encounter, the fallen angel didn't even have enough time to react before she was skewered by almost a dozen blades which she realized are holy swords. Blade. Blacksmith. The last word she uttered was the name of the sacred gear that creates holy swords. Although his sacred gear is not the rare holy sword creator, he did use the sacred gear's capability. It is one of his sacred gear's powers which made it a very formidable gear, although its true power is much more frightening, but using it would paint a large target on him. Haruka approached the dying boy to have a look at his face before proceeding with what he's about to do. His eyes almost bulged out at the familiar face. He would have cursed if he was not such a polite person, but he settled with a simple groan and telling Eterna to hurry with the preparation. So now it is official. Our merry band of heroes are all involved in the supernatural world. How lucky can we be? At least you have the right to make a sarcastic comment this time, Haru. Haruka draws his sacred gear and stabbed the blade to Issei's heart. Issei began to glow with golden light. Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor, felt the power that is entering his host and began to worry. So you have decided to show yourself again, Eterna. The world will surely change this time whether anyone wants it or not. Issei's room. Having healed Issei from his near-death situation, Haruka put the younger boy back to his room, still unconscious. Well, you turned him into a half-dragon now. What next? It is obvious from the magic circle the devils gave him that they expect Issei to summon them. One of their favorite recruitment style. I sensed a few sacred gears in this town already tainted with devil blood. I just wish we could access the system soon. Anyway, now the boosted gear is outside their reach forever, or as long as Issei lives. This is why you shouldn't do things halfway. Now I have to complete the job for you guys. I'm sorry. It is my duty as the supposed administrator of the sacred gear, but as you said, me and God didn't manage to complete the sacred gear project before his demise. I shouldn't have sealed myself in sacred gear form before finishing the system. Now I can't revert back to my true form without killing you. It's no problem. There are some things that cannot be predicted in life. What matters now is finishing the project. We will have to fight against the whole supernatural world. Honestly, God really is something else. doing this project behind the back of the whole supernatural world. He really is a god worthy to be praised. That is the reason why I still pray to him even now. The church and the current heaven on the other hand. For the current church as a whole, it is like the saying, power corrupts. We can't do anything about that for now, but maybe later. I did owe God a favor or two. As for heaven, Michael had become desperate. He used to be much different. Now he is just barely holding together the foundation of a crumbling kingdom. He did not know how to utilize the system. So that is also our job. Reconfirming what they have to do, Haruka began to plan their next move. Since Gremory failed to recruit Issei, what should we do about it? But first I will say this. I will not enroll in Kuo Academy even as a cover, no way in hell. I have already graduated and I will not repeat high school for any reason at all. Spoil sport. But you're right, Gremory will be suspicious if your friend suddenly came to school all fine. Screw that, it's not like it will be our problem. We'll let Drake and your friend handle that. Well yeah, you're right. So what is our current problem? The fallen angels in the abandoned church. Let's try to find out what they're planning. That's one. So kick down the front door and beat everyone up until we get the answer, or take a wait-and-see approach. The latter sounds better. I hate stakeout just as much as her. Oh, thinking about your girlfriend? I'm just wondering if she is fine. You know how she can be. She's reckless and a power idiot. I managed to beat a part of it out of her, but she's reckless by nature. I think she would understand if you explain it to her. After all, we are carrying out God's will. Why you did not just give her a clear explanation at that time still made me wonder. You're right. Even if she believes us, I still won't let it. She's not what you would call subtle. You're also not very subtle. Well, you can be when you need to, but it's not your specialty. Leaving the matter of subtlety aside, our work is too dangerous if we make a wrong move. It is better if it is only my life that's at stake. I will not let you die, never. I will make sure that you have a full life. Even if that is impossible, I will at least make sure that you won't be killed in battle. Eterna's voice suddenly became filled with determination. Haruka knew Eterna well. After her second wielder, she had sworn to never let her partner live in misfortune. Eterna cares for all her partners like a mother caring for their child. Haruka smiled at the care Eterna shown him. I trust that you will help me in whatever way you can. But you cannot help her like you can with me. That's why I don't want to involve her in our matter. I can understand that. But still, I would have liked it if you have experienced happiness first before fulfilling our promise. It's just how it is, Eterna. Haruka said as his thought wandered to a certain girl with blue hair. After enough reminiscing, Haruka noticed Issei stirring in his sleep. He took that as a signal for him to leave. The former exorcist exited the bedroom through the open window, leaving no trace that he was ever there as he slowly closes the window. Shidou Haruka is not a very subtle person. But there is a reason why he is not easily caught or recognized. That reason has a name, and it is Eterna. His partner can hide his presence from the best of sensors provided that he's not using any of his power. But even without help from Eterna, Haruka is sure that he won't be found out even as he watches the abandoned church from a branch on a nearby tree. The reason? Those fallen angels and their stray exorcists are so engrossed in talking about their plan that they didn't notice anything around them. Well, it's not really fair to judge them like that since they don't exactly have a sensor, but still. So did you get anything? I'm not omnipotent. Listening and using only air vibration is hard as hell, you know. Last time I will let you convince me to do it. Okay, let's see, I managed to get a few things. All I get is that they're trying to do something about a sacred gear. That's all I could manage. That's still impressive. I wouldn't even be able to get that much just from feeling the vibration in the air. It took a lot of my concentration. You better appreciate it since I got headache from doing that. You know I will always appreciate you, Eterna. If Haruka was in their shared mindscape, he would have seen Eterna having a smug look on her face. Eterna, despite being an aspect of infinity like Ophis and Great Red, has a wide range of emotion due to how long she spent living inside a sacred gear with a human. She used to have as much emotion as Ophis, but she had changed throughout the years. So back to our main problem of the day. They're most likely planning to extract a sacred gear from someone. We'll need to deal with that problem somehow, but that will be my job. Lovely. So we'll continue watching them and then what? We'll think about it over dinner. Sounds good. Having gotten what they need, Haruka left his position silently. First day back in Kuo and now he's already involved in another incident. He knows his life will definitely be filled with exciting events, but he wished that he could have at least some rest between each major event. Sadly, fate decided to be a beach when it comes to him. -3 years ago, outskirts of Vatican. Why are you betraying us, Haruka? Zenovia Quarta, wielder of the holy sword Durandal, sends a powerful blast of destructive holy energy at Haruka with her blue holy sword. With his sword still in its sheath, Haruka deflected the blast away towards the wall of Vatican City, destroying part of the structure. It is not me who betrayed the Lord, it is the Church for failing to follow what is supposed to be our purpose. That is the truth of the matter. You speak as if you know what you're doing. What about all those exorcists you cut down on your way here? They are your comrades. I did not kill them if that is what you're implying. I just knocked them out. Zenovia had gotten closer on Haruka's position and swung down Durandal with all her might. She missed as Haruka spun and knocked her back with his sheathed sword. Zenovia lost her balance but immediately steadied herself and shot another blast of Durandal's destructive energy at Haruka, who casually swung his weapon and destroyed the energy blast. Zenovia did not know it since to her knowledge Haruka's sacred gear is Blade Blacksmith, but Haruka could casually deflect a blast from a holy sword of Durandal's caliber due to his weapon's rank exceeding even Excalibur. His true sacred gear, although still sheathed, is already powerful. Zenovia is frustrated that although she is fighting with all her might, she still can't even scratch Haruka, who didn't even unsheath his sword. Each one of her attacks are easily deflected. Her slashes all redirected with only minimal contact from his sheathed weapon. Her energy blast either deflected or destroyed with a swipe of his scabbard. Zenovia kept trying to cut Haruka down. She knew that she probably cannot win since Haruka, despite being only a year older, is possibly the best swordsman in their generation. Although Zenovia still possess more brute force, their speed and skill are too far apart. While Zenovia is giving her all, Haruka used only minimal effort to counter all her attacks. Zenovia knows that. But this is a fight she cannot lose. That is why she kept fighting. Zenovia, you have to understand that the Church is corrupt. I won't say that each one of them are corrupt, but we are divided between those who truly wished for the betterment and protection of mankind and those who only wants power for themselves. Sorry Zenovia, but I cannot serve the Church as long as people like them exist. No, it is a mistake for me to be bound to a faction. Then help us. Help us make everything better. It doesn't have to be like this. No, it has to be like this. I'm very sorry, but like I said, I can't stay here. I have a goal and the Church will only stand in my way. That's just being selfish. This goal, Zenovia, is not my own. It is a goal passed down to me by my predecessors. Please, Zenovia, please retreat now or I will be forced to put you down. Even if it is like this, I still don't wish to hurt you. Then tell me what your goal is. Please, make me understand why you're doing this. I can't. Haru, it's time. We have to go now. Eterna told Haruka telepathically. Haruka grimaced. A part of him wants to take Zenovia along, but his more logical part knows that they will be preparing to essentially fight against the whole supernatural world. It will be too dangerous for Zenovia. With a heavy heart, he made his decision. Haruka, who had been jumping backwards, suddenly changed direction and dashed forward. The sudden change in movement caught Zenovia off guard for a while, but she still swung down Durandal with both her hands, but a little slower due to her surprise. Haruka's hand reached the hilt of his sword and in a flash of crimson, his blade was drawn with such speed that Zenovia didn't even see the sword moves. It took the blue-haired exorcist a moment to realize that she is no longer holding Durandal. The girl fell on her knee with Durandal stabbed in a concrete wall not far from her. One attack and you completely defeated me, just like when we first met. Zenovia weakly spoke as she looked at the blade being pointed at her. It is the first time she saw Haruka unsheath the katana that he is always carrying. The blade is like it was made of a crystal that absorbed blood with how translucent the blade is as it shone bright red under the moonlight. He had never used the sword unless in a serious battle where the enemy is stronger than normal. "So you will cut me down?" she asked him. "Perish the thought. I'd sooner kill myself than cut you. But still, I'm sorry. You are very important to me. That's why I will not tell you what my task is. You're safer where you are right now." Zenovia suddenly felt pain and her consciousness fading. She felt Haruka catching her as she fell. Before she fully lost consciousness, she heard Haruka whispering to her ear, "I'm sorry, Zenovia." Present day, London. Zenovia Corda's eyes slowly opened as the ray from the morning sun shines down on her face, telling her that it is already morning. Zenovia stretched her arm as she looked out the window of one of the rooms of the Shidou household. She looked around her and find the sight unfamiliar. She remembers that her room was the guest room and it is definitely not as fully decorated as the room she's currently in. It took her a few seconds to realize that she is sleeping in what used to be Haruka's room. The 18-year-old exorcist connects the dream she had with her current situation. "Do I miss him so much?" she said to herself. The Durandal wielder had not dreamed of that time 3 years ago when she lost to Haruka and his subsequent disappearance. There had been rumors that Haruka was involved in the terrorist attack in Japan a year ago, but it was never confirmed. Nobody in the church knew where he currently is. He certainly did not join Grigori or the devils. He won't be able to hide for long if that was the case. Plus, fallen angels aside, Haruka disliked the devils. Although he doesn't show intense hatred towards them or openly badmouth them like some exorcists tend to do, he is obviously more merciless towards devils, and although he hid them well, Zenovia had seen times where his emotion towards them surface and there is certainly hatred there. Zenovia still cannot understand why Haruka of all people would leave the church. He had always been kind and one of the most polite exorcists she ever met. His temperament is similar to Giulio Gesualdo apart from his well-masked dislike towards the devils. Both of them are the most laid-back exorcists Zenovia knew. Zenovia already knew a few reasons why Haruka quit though. He had certainly voiced it aloud when he and Giulio found out about the Holy Sword project. He had also tried to protect a few holy maidens who are excommunicated for some reason or another. But that is still not enough reason for him to do what he did. Before he quit, he assassinated a few high-ranking officials and left proof of their crimes. Some are those involved in the Holy Sword project who escaped prosecution while others also did some of their own inhuman research. But even so, Zenovia does not believe that what he did was the right thing. Those people should have received proper trial. It also shows the church in a bad light and the front they put up for their enemies to see would crumble. The church must be seen as a unified front against the forces of supernatural that threatens humanity. What Haruka did could shatter the image of the church, alerting the enemies of their real condition. Still, Zenovia cannot fully blame him, but she also cannot forgive him. That is why she will find him and convince him to come back. If he won't come back, am I strong enough to beat him now? Zenovia wondered. Since her defeat, Zenovia had trained even more. She was defeated so easily and so cleanly even with Durandal that she cannot complain about their fight being unfair. Haruka only needed one slash to defeat her and she lost in the same manner as their first spar when she challenged him all those years ago. He was 8 then and she was 7. He delivered that single slash to her sword in exactly the same manner and she was disarmed. Zenovia knew she had been relying too much on Durandal's pure destructive power that she was outclassed when facing an enemy with much greater skill. If it were a true enemy, she would have died there and then. There is no use for a powerful sword if she doesn't have the skill to use it. That's why she had trained hard for the past 3 years. So when she meets him once again, she could win. Zenovia exited the room and head down the stairs to greet the Shidou family. She can think about Haruka later. She has an assignment with Irina to defeat a powerful stray devil today and she must focus. Zenovia looked at the door to Haruka's old bedroom once more as she thought. That was the most peaceful sleep I've had in weeks, the dream not counting. The next day. Hey Eterna, you're one of the 3 infinity, right? I told you about that, right? No, you never told me anything more than that, so I'm curious. How powerful are you? I don't really know. I never did test myself against Ophis and Red. I was very reclusive back then that almost everyone forgot about me apart from the elder gods. Red represents infinite dreams, Ophis represents infinite void, while I represent infinite possibility. My power is the hardest to use out of us three infinity. I see. Why the sudden question? Nothing. I just want to know what chance we have if we ever meet either of the other infinity. Even with our luck, there's no way that can happen. I somehow felt that I've made a huge mistake. I give us a month at most until we meet either Ophis or Red. If there is something Haruka laments about his life, it is his luck. No, he doesn't really have abysmal luck or anything. On the contrary, he has above average luck, though not to supernatural level, but still above average. But separate from his normal luck is that he is in possession of hero's luck. Every sacred gear wielder, especially Longinus, possess hero's luck as a default if they don't already have any other racial luck like devil's luck. But even for a Longinus wielder, Haruka's hero luck is quite impressive once it did its work. At least the most it did is just lead him to trouble, or bring trouble to him. Fortunately, it is not on a daily basis, and he can still be considered luckier than, say, Siyu Chulain. Eterna. Remind me to never turn your sacred gear into a spear, ever. I don't know what brought that about, but I'm inclined to agree even if I don't know why. Haruka was walking down the streets of Kuo as he enjoys his ice cream. Simple, everyday activity like this is enough to make him happy when he had been involved in lots of supernatural events, both big and small, for some years. It lets him get in touch with his mundane side and reminds him that the world is not all about the supernatural and their brutal bloodbath on daily basis. You know, how funny would it be if we somehow run into the sacred gear wielder those Fallens were talking about last night? Haruka groaned. She said it all right. Now the likelihood of that happening and them being dragged into trouble had increased exponentially. And Haruka suddenly stop in his track, widening his eyes, and have his palm meet his face at the sight he had just seen. I knew you shouldn't have said that. Haruka mumbled. Eterna could only smile sheepishly while saying sorry. Because Shidou Haruka had just came across the girl who is definitely the one mentioned by the Fallens, together with his childhood friend. What made things worse is the fact that he recognized the girl. Very long blonde hair, short stature, innocent face, the smile of an angel, the eyes of someone who wouldn't even hurt a fly. There's no doubt that it is his old acquaintance, Asia Argento. He had heard that she was excommunicated a month or two ago, but to meet her here and actually be the subject of the Fallen's plan, Haruka had to admit that his luck had gone up, or down, to another level. This is really not funny. Haruka groaned. He is currently contemplating if he should just get out of there and watch from afar or approach them. Too bad the choice was made for him when the two of them noticed him. That person is... Haruka-san. It took a few seconds, but Asia recognized Shidou Haruka. It is not really hard considering that he was like a big brother figure to those around her age back in the church, and so the younger generation knew him very well. Plus, he had rescued her once from a group of stray magicians. He also has a unique aura that is hard to notice at first but gets easier by time with exposure. Always the positive one, that girl. Haruka couldn't agree more with that description of Asia. Shidou Haruka. Haru and I. Issei, who was behind Asia, finally connect the dot. Then again, it is hard for him to mistake the chestnut-haired older brother figure. He had grown taller and looked like a proper young adult, but his features mostly remains the same. Drag is up. Let's deal with that later. Haruka communicated through their mental link while to Issei he said, "You've grown." Inside the boosted gear, Drag thought about this encounter with Eterna's host. He never likes meeting with Eterna or any of her hosts. As one of the three infinities, Eterna is extremely powerful. But she is also more emotional now than the other two infinities. Let's just say that the last three encounters with her hosts had ended with him and Albion being annihilated even in Juggernaut Drive. Drake thought back to his first meeting with a host of Eterna. The man was pathetically weak, but he has a heart of gold. The man might even be as pure or even purer than the nun his newest host had just met. And that man sacrificed his life to save a whole town where he and Albion fought at that time with only the basic sacred gear as he was not capable to reach Balance Breaker. Needless to say, Eterna was said with them and their subsequent meetings with her hosts had them annihilating both him and Albion. He thought he was going to die when he felt Eterna's power entering his newest host. But this time that didn't happen since her newest host is apparently an old friend that his partner looked up to as a brother figure during childhood. Now all 3 sacred gear wielders are eating in a fast food restaurant. Come on Asia, I taught you how to eat a burger already. But it's still hard not to spill anything, Haruka-san. Issei watches Haruka helps Asia on how to hold her burger so she doesn't spill the contents everywhere. Haruka was apparently a former exorcist and had gone independent, that's how he put it, a few years ago. If he hadn't, he would have helped Asia the moment she needs it. Drake had explained everything he can about the supernatural world to Issei. Plus he had met the Gremory peerage not too long ago and refused to be turned into a devil, mostly at Drake's suggestion since he refuses to serve a devil. He still has his pride. The heavenly dragon did not tell Issei, but Eterna put a spell on him when her host resurrected Issei. It is nothing powerful or dangerous and Drake approved of it so he didn't say anything. The trio then spend their time together playing in an arcade. When it gets dark, Asia asked if Haruka or Issei could show her where the church is. Here Haruka narrowed his eyes. There's no way in hell will he hand Asia to those fallens. Haruka's expression didn't go unnoticed by Issei. When Issei were about to ask, they heard the voice of a boy who fell and hurt his knee. Asia immediately rushed to the boy and placed her hand over the wound where it began to glow. Before Issei could ask anything, Haruka already answers. That, I see, is the reason why she is here. Unlike me who disagree with the higher-ups and quit out of my own will, Asia was found to have healed a devil. I regret not being there at that time. Some of the more stuck-up and corrupt officials branded her a witch and excommunicate her. It was done on the day when Dulio and Vasco, people who are fond of Asia and are on high places, are absent. Vasco was in a meeting with the Anglican Church and Dulio was on a mission. Last I heard, Vasco is currently looking for Asia. She had done nothing wrong but this happened. Well, politics and stuff. Haruka definitely won't tell Issei outright that it is because God is dead and Nietzsche was right and everyone suspect that it had destabilized the system. In truth, it was due to the sacred gears being incomplete and definitely not faulty like most believed. Healing devils with twilight healing is possible. Actually, twilight healing was designed to be able to heal and mend anything, even devils. God is much too kind. It was one of the few completed sacred gears in the system. We work from the support type first. All support type gears are complete works. Eterna supplemented with her knowledge. Issei, I will have to tell you now. I know you are the security. Issei had a surprised look but Drake immediately told him that Haruka is in possession of another Longinus so it is natural that he can feel his presence inside Issei. Which means you have the power to change the world. As you know, I can be blunt when I need to so I'll be blunt. Issei, it is hopeless for you to wish to live a normal life now that you have awakened as the security. Supernatural creatures will flock to you, trouble will follow you, and people will desire you for one reason or another, mostly to further their own end. From fellow humans to fallen angels, from devils to gods, all will flock to a Longinus once found. Issei was mortified. Haruka didn't held back at all. His tone is serious and when Haruka was blunt then it is something very important and he doesn't like sugarcoating important things. Haruka had just stated that he will never have a normal life anymore. This might be me being biased since I was an exorcist but take the fallen for example. You were killed by a fallen last night when I came across you and I had to resurrect you. Wait, that was you? And I found a devil summoning circle near you. It is actually a standard devil recruiting method. You would wish to live and then summon the devil. The devil will resurrect you and you will be recruited to their peerage. As gratitude, you will serve the devil faithfully. It is one of the more effective recruitment method. And one I really don't like. It is like playing with someone's feeling. Eterna added her 1 cent. She hates the devils after all. The deaths of many of her previous hosts are attributed to devils after all. Wait, Grammary-senpai called me in at school. That was... Haruka frowned. So she is still trying to recruit you? Eterna scoffed when she heard the clan's name. Like Dantalion who acts like a stuck-up know-it-all or Phoenix who are arrogant self-proclaimed immortals, Grammary are self-proclaimed nicest devils, though it is a way to hide their greed and possessiveness. One of my most hated clans, in fact, next to the Phoenix and Baal. You hate all devils, PRD. I like the Citri clan. They are blunt and logical. They could be quite stubborn and calculative, but it is fun facing their wits. The original Belial gave a fun fight to my first host before we slay him. That one was a true warrior. I could respect that. Even Lucifer, although a bratty kid, actually just wants to be father's favorite child. It was he who killed God. It's like Arthur and Mordred. They killed each other on a war-torn field littered with corpses. In the end, Lucifer cried and God somewhat forgave him. God is much too kind in my opinion, but that's why everyone likes him, apart from his enemies. In the end, the wayward son joined his father. That's really quite the trivia, but we got sidetracked. Haruka said to Issei, I see, I hope you didn't accept the offer. No, I didn't. Drake said that I shouldn't accept. That's good. You should listen to Drake. If there is anyone you can trust with your life that will never betray you, it is your partner inside your sacred gear. Well, Drake might make mistakes sometimes, but he could make you strong and care about your well-being. I see. Issei, consider everything that Haruka said. Listen to Eterna's host boy. Drake. His words are wise. People will be attracted to the power of a dragon. It can bring both good things and bad things. Females will be attracted to you due to being a dragon. Why do you think many dragon stories have a woman involved? You can make your dream of creating a harem come true. But you will also attract those who would want to challenge the power of a dragon, especially a heavenly dragon. But most of all, many would like to use you. The name of Security Drake is still feared even now after all. I see. Issei is glad that he will attract girls but frowns when Drake mentioned about those who would challenge him, most likely in a deathmatch. What about Haruka? He is a Longinus user too. Partner, you do not have to worry about Shidou Haruka. His partner is Eterna, one of the infinities. His Longinus is unofficially the strongest of all. Unofficially, the official strongest sacred gear is true Longinus. But do you think it can match the power of a sacred gear with one of the indisputable strongest being sealed inside? No, I have faced the hosts of Eterna several times. It is a very frightening sacred gear even in its basic state. In other words, he is saying that he should not worry about Haruka since he wields the strongest of the Longinus even if it is unofficial. Issei's thinking was stopped when he noticed Haruka had halted. Haruka. So you've come? Fallen angels. Haruka spoke in a cold tone Issei had never heard coming from him. He looked up to see 3 fallen angels are present. Hand over the nun and we might spare you, human. Instead of being intimidated like the fallens expected, Haruka looked amused. Of course, if they realize who he is, the fallens will be the one to run away. The former exorcist chuckled darkly. You plan to extract my friend's sacred gear and now you threaten me? A dozen holy swords began to form around Haruka. The former exorcist's eyes glows with golden light as he gazed at the fallens. Park. Fallen angels. Demon, why must we meet them at a time like this? Issei shouted in his head, ready to summon boosted gear. Partner, it is best if you just watch for now. Watch? Drake, it's 3 against 1 if we just watch. I can't let Haruka fight them alone. He's obviously skilled if he can do something like making those swords created using blade blacksmith floats. 3 low-level fallen angels should be easy for him if he can use his sub-sacred gear to that level. I've never seen a blade blacksmith reach that level of power even from a natural wielder. What do you mean natural wielder? That kid's sacred gear. His real sacred gear is the sword you always see him carry around. It has a special power to copy others' sacred gear. I don't know what's the limit of that power, but I do know that to copy a sacred gear, Eterna's host needs to reach a certain level of power. To be able to surpass the swords created by the original, the boy is very powerful. Issei is still skeptic but knows that Drake can't be wrong in that part. Haruka is, after all, emitting a very powerful aura that even he with untrained senses could easily pick, and it screams of power. Hand over the nun and we might let you walk away alive, boy. The elder female fallen says, to which Eterna and Haruka just roll their eyes. Here we go again, the grunt speech and blah blah blah, all that crap about, I will kill you. You're no match for me. Oh no. It's like a requirement for grunts to brag first about their actually non-existent power before fighting. Well, grunts that usually became the warming-up kill for the start of a quest or the enemy in an easy mission. Seriously, none of our truly strong enemies ever brag. Well, some of them do, but theirs is more like a villain speech and stuff. Just get this over with. Haruka, show them the difference in power between us. Haruka suddenly showed a feral grin. His eyes shining with a golden light, making his visage very intimidating, especially with the amount of power he exudes but still kept under control. The Fallens are all prepared to fight, only now realizing that the young man they are facing is not ordinary. Haruka lazily waved his hand, and the holy swords flew at great speed like an arrow released from a legendary bow. Even with their supernatural senses, the three Fallens have problem following the swords, not only due to the speed but also due to the number. Watching out for 12 flying swords is not easy after all. All three Fallens could only stay on the defensive while maneuvering between the flying blades. Haruka is not really impressed with their flight technique. While the female Fallens are having problem evading the swords, the male one seems to be doing better. While the females are deflecting the swords while also maneuvering in the air, the male had only been evading using better aerial maneuvers than the ladies. His experience shows from how good he is. He also has more power, being a six-winged Fallen, albeit at the low tier. Eventually, the male Fallen got past the cage of blades. With speed matching, or even surpassing Haruka's blades, he flies straight towards the former Exorcist while wielding a light sword. Before he can swing his sword though, Haruka moved. A new sword appearing in his right hand, Haruka slashed, his speed unbelievably fast even by the standard of a knight-enhanced devil. A single step and an upward swing later, the male fallen angel was cleanly sliced into two right down the middle. Not wanting to drag things any longer, Haruka snapped his finger. The swords that are previously just hard to evade has increased in speed. Due to the change in pace, the female Fallens failed to follow the swords. The elder one has her whole body pierced and cut. The smaller one only suffers light cuts on her body, but her wings are cleanly sliced off. No matter how bloody he can be, Haruka won't kill a little child if he can help it. You're being soft, Haruka shrugged. If it is necessary, he could be quite brutal. If the Fallen tries to do anything, first he'll slice off her arm. The next offense will be responded with a sword to the face. Sorry for that display. He at least apologized to Issei and Asia, who looks quite shaken, Asia not as much since she had seen him kill when he was an exorcist. Ha, Haruka-san. I know. Everyone tells me that I'm messy. Can they blame me? It's my fighting style. Asia pouted. Haruka chuckled. He thought it cute and pats her head like how he usually do with Irina. In fact, he likes to pat the head of everyone younger than him, which is usually Irina and Asia. Haruka walked to Issei, who is still shocked witnessing a lethal battle for the first time. The host of Eterna pat the Security's head too. Sorry for that. You fine, Issei? Yes, somewhat. Drake told me that I have to one day battle too. Do I have to? It is inevitable. You are the Security. Like the Fallen that killed you and the Gremory, you will be sought after. The supernatural world is brutal, I see. Issei sighs. He is taking things better than expected though. Of course Drake's presence helps along with the fact that he is half-dragon now. It makes the killing more bearable due to the nature of a dragon. Issei didn't know it yet, but if he was still human he would have freaked out more. Now let's deal with you, little girl. Haruka turned to the last fallen alive. The little girl is crying at the loss of her wings. Sure, it will grow back in time since it's only cut, but the wings are a symbol of power to them. Even a single pair means a lot to an angel and by extension a fallen. Having their wings cut off is a great insult to an angel or fallen. It is like saying, I can kill you at any time since you are weak, which is the truth in this situation. Haruka made a holy sword and placed it on the crying girl's neck. He then began asking, Tell me, is this mission of yours an order from Grigori or your own idea? Still smiling, Haruka pressed the blade's edge deeper into her neck to make a small cut in hope to tell the little fallen that he's not joking. Tell me, and by the end of the day, I will let you go back to Azazel. The fallen angel is now shivering in fear. Haruka had let out Eterna's subtle yet overly powerful aura to intimidate the girl. Needless to say, the aura of one of the infinity, even a small amount, is enough to crush any thoughts of retaliating. If she moves suspiciously, she will die. No, her mind will be crushed and Haruka will leave her alone somewhere waiting to die, wanting to die. That's enough, Exorcist. A blast of destructive demonic power was aimed at him. But Haruka doesn't need to look. A holy sword materialized and struck down the condensed power of destruction easily. Ah, I was waiting for you to actually show up, Gremory. Haruka calmly spoke, showing no fear as Rias Gremory's peerage arrived and ready to fight him. Haruka created 6 large holy swords that made a cage around the fallen angel so she won't try to escape. Gremory-senpai. Issei stepped to Haruka's side, facing his senpai from school. Issei truthfully admired Rias' beauty, but for some reason, he felt no admiration or even his boundless lust that he usually has. There is only this side, and that side. Oh, he could still enjoy her beauty all right and his eyes still glued to Rias and Himejima Akino's bursts, but if they were to do anything that makes them a hostile. Ah, Gremory, how I loathe them as much as I loathe Beelzebub and Asmodeus. And of course Phoenix and Baal, can't forget them. Lucifer has been redeemed in my eyes, at least with how his life ended. Seriously, there's a Citri here too, but why must it be Gremory? I like talking to a Citri. A Belial is also good. Eterna continued talking about the devils she likes and hates, which Haruka knew from experience will take quite some time. He tuned her out as he had heard it far too many times. Get away from the fallen and Issei, Exorcist. Rias said threateningly as she created a ball of destructive power at the tip of her finger. Really? What right do you have to ask that of me? This is my territory. Haruka raised an eyebrow in mock confusion as if he doesn't understand what Rias was saying. Really? As I recall, this land belongs to the Japanese government and the landowners who had signed a contract. Furthermore, even if you'd like to think that way, the biblical faction has no real ownership of any of supernatural Japan. This land belongs to Shinto faction and was not loaned or sold to the devils in any way. It's just too troublesome for them to kick you out. Haruka stated as if he had recited those words many times in a businesslike tone. What he said was true though, somewhat. Kuo was loaned to a devil once in the past to someone from the Belial family and only to the Belial family. The contract ended when the Belial died and none from that clan came. Gremory and Citri came after but was not kicked out since it is too troublesome and the Shinto faction can claim the land anytime. In reality, Rias has no actual claim to Kuo. Haruka learned this from a friend of his in the Shinto faction. The only devils that knew this is the Belial clan and they don't bother telling the Gremory and Citri since they are covering some facts about the last owner of supernatural Kuo. Naturally, Rias also doesn't know anything about this. Like what Eterna said, Gremory devils are possessive. Haruka challenging her claim on Kuo offended her. She didn't even think that he is right or there is any chance that he is right. So you're calling me a liar? You have courage challenging me of what is mine, Exorcist. Her peerage took this as her command to attack. That is, if they could. Blades began to rain down upon the peerage, blocking their path and intercepting any magic they can cast. Haruka may only be able to control 36 blades at once in flight, but the amount of blades he can create is endless. He rained down continuous volley of blades, releasing control once the blades hit the ground. Due to the massive amount he created in such a short time, the quality of the blades dropped, but it is still powerful and dangerous, especially to devils. None of the devils are harmed. The swords littered around them all stabbed to the ground and some even pierces the hard concrete deep enough that only the hilt remains in view. But no devils are harmed. Really, have nobody ever taught you to discern an enemy's power level? Even if I am a human, you shouldn't underestimate me. The whole peerage was shocked. They now understood clearly how outclassed they are. Blade blacksmith and a rain of swords, that Japanese sword. Bucho, he is dangerous. He is the stray exorcist Shidou Haruka. For the first time, Rias shows a slight sign of being intimidated. If the rain of swords made her think once, the name made her think twice. Of course she would. The name Shidou Haruka is rather well known. He could solo a SS rank stray, wipe out a peerage filled with high-class and ultimate-class devils, and match a Dragon King if he goes all out. Some of the stories about him are just rumors, but now Rias know that his strength is not a joke. So you are a stray exorcist. What are you doing in Kuo? Try to kill us. Eeh, that would be too troublesome. As easy as that would be, the repercussion would be too bothersome to deal with. Even I would be hard-pressed to kill all the Mao that will be after my hide. None of the devils missed what he just said. Hard-pressed, not suicidal, or impossible. He basically said that even though it will be hard, he can kill all the Mao. Even with his reputation and power, none of them think he could do it. But they somehow believe he could. You know, this town was my hometown. I look forward to relaxing in the place where I grew up, and you know what I found? A fallen angel killed my friend here in what you claimed to be your territory. Well, that's irresponsible. I could feel it, you know, the barrier that detects whatever entered town. I could go undetected since I'm just that good, but there's no way you guys didn't know about the fallen angels. They haven't created any problems. Well, you know, when two hostile factions enter each other's territory, there should have been a notice or a meeting. Hell, border guards will even shoot you and ask questions later if you ever intrude on sovereign territory without any prior notice. I should know, I've tried once. The fact that you leave them alone is obviously because you stand to gain on something. And that something is Issei, right? What does it matter to you, stray exorcist? Well, it's simply because he is my friend and kinda like my little brother. Tell me, if anyone were to hurt your friend or has any evil intentions to said friend, won't you step in and help? There's no need to say it. I know Gremory well. You'll probably say that you'll treat him nicely or something. But that doesn't change the fact that you let him die first and not giving him a chance to carefully think his options. Rias bit her lips in frustration. Haruka was not wrong. In fact, he is right. That's exactly what Rias thought. Gremory are like dragons with all their greed, but none of their power. Haruka snickered internally at Eterna's comment before continuing. You find something you like, you take it and keep it jealously. Your point? Rias really cannot stand Haruka saying what he wants about the Gremory clan, even if he is right. It took all of her self-control to not blow up and just attack him. In fact, she would have done it already if not for the fact that he is one of the most feared exorcists armed with many holy swords. Well, I was just wondering, have you ever got something you want and have taken from under your very nose? What? Suddenly Haruka took out something from his pocket and threw it to the air. All devils immediately took battle stance when suddenly with a dull bang the whole area was lit up so brightly with a blinding light. Haruka had just used a flashbang. When the light finally died out, Shidou Haruka, Hyude Issei and Asia Argento disappeared. Along with the fallen angel, Kiba Yudo, and Tuju Kaneko. Rias Gremory had never been so angry in all her life. Misaki City? Saimai Setsuna, demigod son of Amaterasu and a part-time agent of the Shinto faction, could only facepalm and sigh when he first opened the front door of his personal estate. Are you a moron? No, don't answer it, I know you can be a moron sometimes. His chestnut-haired friend, the former exorcist Shidou Haruka, could only smile sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment at Setsuna's accusation. To be fair, Setsuna never thought that Haruka would kidnap two devils and a fallen angel from Kuo and then appear in front of his doorstep. Ma, don't sweat about the details, Sekken. Don't call me Sekken. Anyway, get in and tell me what you did. Haruka's group entered the Japanese mansion one by one with Setsuna watching. When his eyes settled on the back of a brown-haired boy who for all intents and purposes looks ordinary, the demigod raised an eyebrow. Security. Living room. Haruka explained in detail his day in Kuo to the point of his confrontation with Rias Gremory. When he told him about how he escaped while kidnapping the 2 members of Gremory's peerage, Setsuna face-bombed and groaned. "Damn it, Haruka, you said it yourself, the Gremory are possessive and greedy. You just put a huge target on your back with what you just did." "Ma, I admit that I didn't think too much about the backlash. So, why did you take them anyway?" At this Haruka paused. He thought for a while on how to explain this. "Well, you remember a few years ago when there was the order to exterminate any Nikomata, especially Nekashu, if any devil were to ever encounter one in retaliation to what Kuroka did? DMN devils. Shizuka-sensei was almost killed by a couple of devils due to that. Just because an individual killed one of your precious family heir does not warrant the extermination of a race. I almost stormed off to pick a fight with the devils back then." Haruka nodded in agreement. That incident almost made Eterna demand to be released and wipe out the devil race. Thankfully the order was taken back when the Kyoto Yukai and Tsukuyami made their displeasure known. In the end, the matter was dropped, but many Nikomata had already been killed at that point. Now there are less than 300 of them alive when there used to be thousands. This girl, Haruka pointed at the unconscious little girl with white hair, is a Nekashu, the sister to Kuroka to be precise. Ah yes, Kuroka did mention that she had a sister who is now working with Gremory. Her name is Chiron, right? Well, since I recognize her, I took her with me. Setsuna shook his head in exasperation, but there is still a small smile on his face. And the boy? Setsuna gestured to the blonde male wearing Kuo Academy uniform beside the chibi Nekashu. That's personal. He used to be known as Isaiah. He is a survivor from the Holy Sword Project. The project that ultimately made you decided to say, "Screw you," to the church? Pretty much. I'm just being sentimental. Well, that's all in good, and the fallen is, I can guess, to be interrogated or something? Yes. But now there is one more matter to take care of. Eterna. I've prepared the spell ever since we got in. Do it. Haruka then draws his true sacred gear that is now dimly glowing with golden light. He first stabbed the blonde knight with his blade, which went through his chest but didn't cut him at all. He pulled out his sword, and sticking to the tip is a crimson knight piece. He does the process once again with the Nekashu, and this time pulled out a rook piece. No matter how many times I see it, the power of your sacred gear is just something else. Now there's a slight leverage. Devils have no right to interfere with non-devil problems. Both of them are back to their original race. What about them? What if they want to become a devil? At this, Haruka grinned. I have locked Rias Gremory's signature. Any devil could reincarnate them except any Gremory. You're just being vindictive now. I like it. The two friends laughed together. What if Surzex Lucifer himself tried to do something? Setsuna asked the most important question of the day. Haruka answered by simply eyeing his sacred gear. If the super devil interferes directly, the infinity will display her strength. That is all there is to it. I see. As expected of Godslayer, the strongest human. Then again, with such backup and your own skill, a single super devil won't be a problem, right? Lucifer might be unnaturally powerful, but the infinities trumps him many times over. Even if Eterna cannot use her full power, I can release enough to do something about it. I won't be overconfident and say that I will definitely win, but I have a chance at least. When Hayate Issei arrived at the dining room the very next day, he noticed that there is only him and Setsuna. That was when he noticed that something is strange. Where is Asia? He asked. Setsuna stopped eating to answer his question. The nun is still asleep. As for the fallen angel, I'm keeping her in the dungeon. Wait, you have a dungeon? Under this mansion. Yes, I have one. It's one of the perks of being the son of Amaterasu. I designed the house myself. Now, I'm sure you're also going to ask about Haruka, right? Issei nodded as he eats his breakfast slowly. Well, he is currently on a plane heading to Scotland. Scotland? Why is he going there? Kuyu, an old enemy from the fairy tale incident, was found all the way there. It seems that the remnants of said terrorist organization are becoming active again. How he got all the way to Scotland is beyond me. Since the two Gremory servants won't wake up for some time and Haruka needs somewhere to throw away the evil pieces he extracted, he found this a good opportunity and left. He'll be back in 2 or 3 days. I see. Oh, and Hyudu Issei, was it? Issei stopped eating and looked up to Setsuna. Yes. There are some things we need to discuss, Sekiridano. Suddenly Issei got a bad premonition when he sees the grin on Setsuna's face. Britain. Zenovia read the mail Griselda Corta sent her. Leaning on the front door of the Shidou family's home is Giulio Gesualdo, the Catholic Church's strongest exorcist and the new addition to the team for their next mission. A remnant of the fairy tale terrorist organization was spotted in Scotland. We are to hunt them down and destroy them. That's basically it. I'll be tagging along for this mission. Based on the data we have, the remnants consists of a vampire that can freely shapeshift, a demon fox with 7 tails, and an individual made from part of Alucard. They are very powerful, easily ultimate class in strength, each of them. The fact that they survived the massive battle that destroyed their organization speaks volume of their skill. Zenovia could agree with Giulio's assessment of the target's strength. She had heard about the catastrophic battle on Fairy Tale's floating fortress. Many powerhouses were present there. The Hakari/Dog of Grigori, Absolute Demise, Sephiroth Grawl, 3 Shinso counting Alucard himself, a demigod of Amaterasu who also wields Innovate Clear, 3 Yukai lords, and some other fighters of equal power and even a god if the report was correct. And him. Shidou Haruka was present in that battle wielding power never seen before. To survive all that monstrous fighters, their targets are certainly powerful. Zenovia will admit that she could probably win in single combat, but against all of them? She will lose. They are all top-notch fighters. Zenovia knew she has grown more powerful, but she's not arrogant enough to say that she will definitely win against someone who had survived a monstrous battle like what is now known as the Fairy Tale incident. The backup in the form of the strongest exorcist is definitely appreciated. Do we need to take Irina? She's being called back by the Protestant Church. Both of us will be sufficient for this mission. Alright, so we will depart in a few hours, right? Giulio nodded. He then left Zenovia to give her time to prepare, or that's what Zenovia thought. Now that he had delivered the message, he can spend his remaining time finding some cuisine to sample. Of course, those who rarely work with Giulio wouldn't know this. Zenovia went back to the house to prepare to depart. On a plane to Scotland. On a plane heading for Scotland, Shidou Haruka sat near the window looking dazed as he watches the clouds. He had departed 7 hours ago from Japan and he felt a little bad for not saying goodbye to Issei. He'll be back in a few days anyway, so he didn't really think about it much. What he is thinking though is about the news he got. So Kuyu and his gangs have resurfaced in Scotland. Why are they there anyway? I do have a few educated guess. Really? Shoot away. You remember the rumors about a new terrorist organization currently lying low? The Cows Brigade? This is only my guess, but Kuyu and the other fairy tale remnants might be thinking of joining Cows Brigade. Haruka had a thoughtful look as he considered Eterna's theory, since it does make sense. A storm is coming. What? Haruka was surprised at Eterna's sudden warning, her voice even more serious than when they talked about Cows Brigade and the fairy tale remnants, making Haruka suddenly shifting his position, which startled the man sitting beside him. What do you mean a storm is coming? The possibilities are converging to a single point. We're on a crossroad, Haruka. Haruka widened his eyes as he finally understands what Eterna is implying. As the personification of infinite possibilities, Eterna can feel the many possibilities that can happen. She used to be able to view clearly the events of what's to come, but she prefers not to. Now she had lost the ability to view all the possible future, only knowing the convergence point, which is according to her is a crucial event where every possibility that are not too far with each other will converge, a point where the world will start branching again. It is hard to describe, as is the power of all infinities, but this power of her is definitely the hardest and most abstract to explain. But one thing both of them know is that something big is about to happen. Now the idea of going to Scotland doesn't seem so appealing at all. Misaki City? A young woman with purple hair carrying a suitcase and a sleeping 1-year-old child slides open the front door to the Saimai estate. "I'm home, Setsuna," she called out. But there was no reply. Maybe he went out, she thought. But then she listened carefully and almost dropped both her suitcase and her child. The sounds of explosions came from the rear garden. The woman immediately put her child and suitcase in the living room and rushed to see what is happening in her home. When she got to the rear garden, she saw Setsuna fighting against a brown-haired boy who has a red gauntlet on his left hand. Well, fighting would be a stretch to describe what is happening. Setsuna is chasing after the boy while shooting fireballs. The boy looks like he is crying as he evades Setsuna's attacks. "Come on, Issei-kun. If you don't fight back, how will I train you?" "No way. I'll be killed if I am hit with the flame of Amaterasu." "You're a dragon and I'm not using the flame of Amaterasu. It's just my slightly hyped-up flame capable of melting steel in seconds." "That's still bad. Get away from me, you pyromaniac." Saimai Mizore, formerly Shiryuki Mizore, could only stare at the sight of her husband chasing after a younger boy while cackling like a maniac as he throws fire at him. It does make him look like a pyromaniac. Seeing that it is not a battle, if it can even remotely be considered as one, Mizore went back to the house. "It's almost time for lunch. Ma, for all it's worth, I don't think it's too bad. You managed to get second liberation. You're progressing quite nicely, Issei-kun." Setsuna has a satisfied smile as he eats his wife's homemade dinner. Issei, though, is still rubbing the burned part of his head while sobbing. "You're horrible. Haruka would have done worse. Which one do you prefer, evading fireballs or dodging a rain of swords?" Issei gulps. He had seen Haruka rain swords on devils and it scared him. Taking it into consideration, evading Setsuna's flame is better than being rained with swords. At least he has some resistance to flame. On Issei's right side is Asia, who is currently healing him with her sacred gear while smiling wryly. "Setsuna, who are these people?" Mizore asks. Sorry about that. I forgot to introduce them. The boy is Hayato Issei, the current Sekyurii. The girl is Asia Argento, a former nun who wields twilight healing. They are Haruka's friends." "Haruka?" "Yeah. He came here around yesterday to drop these guys before heading out again at night. We found remnants of the fairy tale and he insists that he wants to go. He'll be back in a few days. Until then, I'm taking care of them." Mizore nodded. "That's just like Haruka. He comes and go in but a moment, usually bringing trouble with him." "So, what trouble did he bring this time?" Mizore asked the million-dollar question. She is no stranger to trouble, but when it comes to Haruka, it gets complicated. She has to ask. Setsuna is finding it hard how to tell his wife. Well, it goes like this. By the end of the conversation, Mizore had cemented Haruka as the #1 trouble magnet in the whole world inside her mind, and of course also a troublemaker. Glasgow. Achoo. Sniff. Caught a cold? No. You do know that I am basically unable to get sick, what with your prana running through my body. Someone must be talking about me. Haruka blew his nose with a tissue and threw it away into a nearby trash can. He had just finished eating and about to head to their target location. "So where are we going?" It's actually quite to the north in the highlands. I recognize the place. You remember the book series Harry Potter? Yes, I've read them all. Hogwarts is based on the castle we'll be going to. The precise location is also the same. The writer probably came across it. It was built by an old acquaintance of Vince. Vince. One of your predecessors, Vincent Edgeworth. The acquaintance in question is a Scottish monster tamer, one Wallace Mcatter. Believe it or not, he started the legend of the Loch Ness. He hatched an unknown sea monster's egg and raised it. He sent the sea monster to Loch Ness before he died. To date, the monster remains untamable. It is a powerful sea monster equal to a dragon king underwater, but still formidable even on dry land, though not as powerful. Eterna, you're rambling. Sorry. Don't worry. I'm used to it. Anyway, back to the main topic. Anyway, I can guide you to Mcatter's castle. Hogwarts is like a renewed and repurposed version of the castle, so you won't get lost if you remember the layout from the movies. We'll enter from the underground pipeline. You mean the Chamber of Secrets? Basically. What do you expect? Wallace was a monster tamer. He would have a basilisk or two, a kraken in the lake and a Garuda. He even has a true phoenix, not the cheap devil knockoff. He also has a few earth dragons and Undine, the ladies' one, not the devil-forsaken Undines of familiar forest. Do you think that Harry Potter was written because of Castle M'Catter and its creatures? Quite possibly. Fawkes is most likely based on Estel, Wallace's phoenix. Even back then, Castle M'Catter and its surrounding forest and lake is a wondrous place. Haruka hailed a taxi as he continued to listen to Eterna's stories. Eterna could get carried away when telling stories of the past. Reminiscing is actually a hobby of hers. When Haruka got into the taxi and rode away, a pair of church agents walks out from the local train station just across the street. The blue-haired exorcist noticed the familiar chestnut hair and silhouette and almost tripped due to surprise. Her colleague who is currently asking for direction didn't notice though. Haruka. Zenovia thought. Then again, it shouldn't come as a surprise for her. Haruka was present in the large battle against Fairy Tail. If that was indeed him, that means he came to finish the task. No, Zenovia knew it is him, so she did what's most logical to her at that time. She called a taxi and told the driver to follow Haruka's ride, forgetting all about Dulio. Her heart began to race as she think about how she will face the elder Shidou sibling. Too bad that Irina couldn't come. She would have liked to say something to her brother. Am I strong enough to face him this time? The thought of her reunion with Haruka, which could only end in a battle, occupies her mind. She never considers any other possibility. She knows it for a fact. The moment they met on the battlefield, they will fight. For her, that is the only possible conclusion. It hurts her. She doesn't want to fight him. Not because she is afraid, but because it pains her to consider him as an enemy. But he had decided to stand on the opposite side of the field, not beside her like they're supposed to be. God, if this is a trial, please grant me the strength to overcome it. I cannot do this alone. Zenovia earnestly prayed in her heart. She both look forward and dreaded the moment when they meet. She will need every ounce of strength to face him and pray that her faith will prevent her heart from faltering when the time came. M'Catter Forest. Haruka walks into M'Catter Forest and felt himself passing through a barrier. Bounded field, both to hide Castle M'Catter and the deeper forest from the mundane and keep the animals from exiting the forest. Can't have all those large beasts rampaging around the mundane world, can we? So rolling is part of the supernatural world? Most likely. Anyway, you noticed it, right? Let's finish off Fairy Tail before meeting her. Haruka silently nodded. It will take Zenovia a while to breach the bounded field. Since Eterna knew many things about Castle M'Catter, Haruka could pass through easily, but it will take some time for anyone else to pass through. That was when it happened. A massive explosion happened in the direction of the castle. The explosion was so large that Haruka could see the castle being blown sky high and the lake's water bursting to the air, making a small rain. Power of destruction. Eterna growled as she identified what caused that explosion. The barrier still holds, so Zenovia hadn't entered what Haruka knew will become a massive battlefield. That's good. If what Eterna implies is right, he will have a truly troublesome battle at hand. Haruka rushed towards the direction of the explosion with his impressive speed, becoming nothing more than a blur. When he finally got to the other side of the forest, he was greeted by a truly horrifying sight. Scorched earth, dried up lake, thousands of pieces of what used to be a magnificent castle lying around. And in the center of it all, a very handsome crimson-haired male wearing armor and cape smirking at him. This grammar. Eterna had never sounded so angry. Indeed, at the center of it all is Surzex Lucifer, previously Surzex Gremory, in all his terrible might. There's no need to ask, Fairy Tail was no more, destroyed by the super devil himself. So the host of Eterna came face to face with Mao Lucifer. Surzex Lucifer, what are you doing here? Haruka demanded while Eterna secretly built up power. I've recently received a news. A certain infamous stray exorcist had infiltrated my sister's territory and kidnapped her servants. And what of it? You see, kidnapping is a serious offense everywhere. You understand then that we cannot just let you go. I expected that, but for the Mao himself to come after me, I am truly honored. I didn't know that Rias Gremory is such a crybaby that she ran back to her brother to solve her problem. The jab from Haruka earned him a small ball of destructive energy being hurled to his face at high speed. Before it can hit him though, 3 swords appear and block Surzek's sudden retaliation to the insult. Please, try not to insult Rewriten in my face if you wish to live longer. So you really are a Siscon? Surzek frowned. You seem to be very calm. Not many can do that when they met me, especially not a human. Instead of replying, Haruka tossed 2 objects which landed right in front of Surzek's foot. Those objects are a rook and knight piece, the evil pieces he extracted. The devils are no more. Haruka said, though perhaps he shouldn't have phrased it that way. I see. Suddenly, a large amount of power is released from Surzek's Lucifer's body. It is so vast and intense that the ground shook and the wind howls as Surzek shows the world why he is known as a Mao and Super Devil. Why the hell did I provoke him anyway? In the first place, there's no other option except to fight. He has been wanting to kill you right from the start. Such is the nature of a Siscon, especially a Gremory. Eterna spoke in a very calm voice. Inside the sacred gear, the embodiment of infinite possibility is standing proud and tall in her inner world, ready to battle. In sync with each other, Eterna and her host grinned. Well, it seems that there's no way for a diplomatic solution. It's time for an aggressive negotiation. Double balance breaker. As one the duo spoke, Haruka released an equally incredible amount of power as Surzek's Lucifer himself, surprising the Super Devil. Sync 70%. Haruka's hair turns golden, the same shade as Eterna, and so does his eyes. A black cape materialized behind him fluttering, carrying a crest of 5 cherry blossom petals making a star. Storm began to gather as Haruka raised his hand up high, activating his second copied gear. Thousands upon thousands of powerful holy swords much stronger than Excalibur fragments began to form all around him. Haruka himself draws his original sacred gear. Even Surzek's Lucifer is awed by the strength possessed by the host of Eterna as the wind carry him to the air. Such power, no human could have achieved it. Then you're underestimating humans, Lucifer. Thunderstorm rages as Haruka's swords faced Surzek's power of destruction. The strongest human fought against the strongest devil. When Zenovia arrived at Haruka's destination, she tried following him into the forest but was stopped by a barrier. Not wanting to be halted, she drew Durandal and tried to hack at the barrier, which ended in a failure. This barrier is powerful. She clicked her tongue and tried to think of a few ways to bypass this powerful barrier. Sadly, infiltration is never something she's good at, and the only way she knows how to break a barrier is by overpowering it, but this barrier is connected to the ley line and it was made with old and powerful magic, something she doubts she could break with her level of power. Shortly after, she felt the ground shook and to her surprise the barrier significantly weakened and became unstable. Using Durandal, she cut open the barrier and immediately head to the source of the explosion. Thundercloud began to gather, which is strange since the sky was clear not long ago. She has no doubt that it is created by magic and it must be extremely powerful. Zenovia gasps when she got to the edge of the forest where all she sees is a massive crater like someone had just dropped an atomic bomb on the area. Whoever did it is extremely powerful. Zenovia look up. No, beat the Crimson Satan. Zenovia prayed to God when she saw the Crimson Satan, Surzek's Lucifer with all his 12 devil wings out in all their devil glory. His power had risen to a height so great that Zenovia is trembling on her feet. She is witnessing the power of the Crimson Satan. Her eyes then turn to the opponent of the infamous Mao Lucifer and she almost faint. Haruka! Floating in the air on the opposite side of the Crimson Satan is who Zenovia always believed to be the strongest exorcist. With a grin that Zenovia always sees when he is excited or about to do something normally suicidal, Shidou Haruka drew his famed katana. The crimson blade shines brightly even now, showing the world its peerless edge. A magnificent weapon that Zenovia knew is equal to or maybe above her own Durandal. Is he really going to fight the Crimson Satan? Zenovia asked nobody in particular. Unlike herself, who is barely standing from the presence of Lucifer, Haruka looked just like how he used to, just like in a normal battle. Truly, Haruka is beyond her even now. Clasping her hands together, Zenovia prayed, "Haruka, don't die." And the two titanic force clashes in a flash of crimson and gold. "Haru, I have only one order for you." Haruka brought his true sacred gear to the front, holding it with one hand with the tip of the blade on the same level as his eye. "Destroy the Lucifer. Acknowledge. Let's hunt, partner." The former Exorcist and Mao charged at each other. It is a brutal and massive battle despite being fought by only two people. Surzek's Ruin the Extinct clashes with Haruka's Sword of Eternal Twilight. The two powers flying around their respective master, not letting the opposing force touch their conjurer. As the swords and orbs dances at high speed in a battle for supremacy, the human and Mao fought. Surzek's Lucifer is truly worthy of the title Mao. No, perhaps it is more correct that the position of Mao exists just for him and that the death of Lucifer is inevitable just to give him the position. Eterna could tell Surzek's Lucifer is at least 10 times stronger than the original Lucifer. Both him and Ajuka Beelzebub could give God of the Bible at full strength a very hard fight. Of course, God of the Bible is still much stronger as his power is above even Shiva, the current strongest god in existence. But for a devil to reach such level of power is already impressive. While Ruin the Extinct clashes with Sword of Eternal Twilight, Haruka tries to dominate Surzek's in a contest of magic. Every time Surzek's created a larger orb of destruction, Haruka would counter using dozens of blade carried by a wind vortex laced with a large amount of holy power. "It seems I underestimate you. Your swords and mastery of magic is far above any normal magician or sacred gear wielder. Let's take this up a notch, shall we?" Ruin the Extinct became even more condensed. Now instead of canceling each other, Surzek's power of destruction began destroying Haruka's sword one by one at incredible speed. Only multiple swords can cancel his more condensed orbs. Before Haruka knew it, dozens of orbs are heading towards him. As expected of the strongest devil. Surzek's smirked as his orbs were about to hit the former Exorcist. One hit is enough to destroy a human, no matter how powerful they are. But his victory was short-lived when all his orbs were cleanly cut by a flash of crimson and gold. Haruka had used his true sacred gear to slice all of Surzek's orbs. Those orbs are the result of his continuous training and dedication into mastering the power of destruction combined with the talent of the Gremory family. Seeing his prized power sliced by an unknown weapon of course surprised Surzek's. "How?" "As expected of the Crimson Satan. I really need to go all out." Projectile Blades version switched to version 2. Haruka began creating more blades. This time, they are smaller and shaped like a kunai without a handle, something very far from a sword. But as they are still classified as blades, even in a very remote sense, his sacred gear to still create them. These small projectiles are made even more durable, and Haruka infused a larger amount of holy power combined with lightning element from his Zenith Tempest copy to further empower them. The battlefield was reset once again with Ruin the Extinct trying to gain superiority over Swords of Eternal Twilight version 2. Surzek's shot bullets of destructive power from a magic circle he created as Haruka began shooting lightning and fire infused with holy power, as well as controlling the atmosphere by creating a large storm to hinder Surzek's flight. Surzek's fended the storm's interference by creating a personal field around him laced with destructive power. It is ingenious in Haruka's mind and serves to proof Surzek's power once again. It takes everything from Haruka to make blades to match Ruin the Extinct while also controlling Storm and personally battling Surzek's in a magical dogfight. He almost died when Surzek's suddenly make 50 magic circles that shot bullets of destructive power like a machine gun. Although the power of destruction fired by Surzek's is several levels weaker than his signature attack, it is still a Mao's magic. Only Haruka's timely activation of his wings provided him with enough mobility to avoid the attacks and cut down some. Now Haruka had activated Eterna's Wings of Light. A pair of large wings made of light appears on his back. It is nothing like an angel's wings as they are still physical feather wings, but this is truly wings made of pure light with no solid form. Haruka did not use it at the beginning since it costs him some stamina, but it seems that he cannot hold back anything. In response to Surzek's barrage, Haruka began shooting thunders from himself and the storm cloud to shoot Surzek's projectile down before they can strike him. Golden lightning cracks and strike the crimson orbs and both cancel each other out. But Haruka knows that if this goes on, he will lose simply because Surzek has more magical energy in him than he does. Well, technically, Haruka's magical energy is limitless as he draws his power from Eterna, who possess infinite power, but the more number of attacks and power he uses, the faster he is drained, both in body and mind. It is a testament of his mental fortitude that he's not having a headache as he controls thousands of flying blades while also shooting elemental magic in a dogfight with the strongest devil. But now it is time to make it decisive. Despite his great prowess in using his copied gear, Haruka's #1 weapon will always be his sword and his forte will always be close combat. Beware, sir. He became Lucifer for a reason. Do not underestimate him even if he is not specialized in close combat. Eterna warned. As much bad blood as she has with devils, especially a Gremory, it will be a mistake to underestimate an enemy of Surzek's caliber even if they will be fighting in Haruka's specialization. Keeping Eterna's warning in mind, Haruka rushed through the storm with his sword ready to strike down Lucifer. Giulio Gesualdo arrived soon after the fight had started. He wanted to scold Zenovia for leaving him behind without saying anything, but his priority soon changes to protecting the younger Exorcist when he witnessed the epic battle that is taking place. Using his sacred gear's power over air, Giulio evacuates himself and Zenovia as far away as possible from the battlefield. It was horrible. The destruction caused had reached the size of a large town. Earth are scorched, pieces of trees are carried by the storm and chunks of rocks are hurled everywhere, and the damage only grown bigger as the battle escalates. Deep craters are made, explosions happen everywhere, a mountain was even obliterated as blades, orbs, and elements rampage on the Scottish Highland. If this were to happen in New York like in many movies, the city would have already been leveled and still the damage will continue to rise. Even now, the entire Mkatterland had been reduced to piles of rubles and ashes. It is truly a battle between monsters. What is more perplexing is that one of them is Shidou Haruka and he is the one who is controlling the weather. Giulio can feel it. The storm reaches far to almost half the Scotland, but the center will always be here in this region. Haruka is commanding the atmosphere itself to fight Surzek's Lucifer. His command over the element is so great that he is fighting equally with the Crimson Satan. Even Giulio doubts he could do that with Zenith Tempest. The storm he creates is massive and the lightning he shots are equal to Zeus. There are also jets of water whipping the power of destruction and flames burning the devil's magic. But Giulio noticed the similarity between all things that Haruka uses. They all contain some divine property and a very large amount of holy energy comparable to the seraphs. That should be impossible. Then again, Haruka fighting Surzek's Lucifer on equal ground and controlling the weather should have been impossible. His power is only Blade Blacksmith. The power he shows are god level, something to be expected from a Longinus used by powerful beings, not a normal sacred gear used by a human. Haruka. Giulio looked at Zenovia, who is staring into the distance at the epicenter of the titanic clash, her expression filled with worry for Shidou Haruka. Giulio knew they are very close with capital V. There must be a whole lot of emotions that she is currently feeling. Please, don't die. Zenovia Corda prayed. Surzek cannot believe that the human is matching him blow for blow. His Ruin the Extinct are engaging the boy's signature flying blades that has apparently reached balance breaker to a level never before seen. Then again, he wouldn't have done so well if it were not for the staggering amount of holy power he is commanding. If it were sword birth, Surzek knew his Ruin the Extinct would reign supreme. But as powerful as his attack is, it is still weak to holy power. That is what the boy is exploiting. All his attacks are laced with holy power that is equal to an attack made by a seraph. This made his magic able to stand up to Surzek. Not only that, Surzek also noticed some traces of divinity, making them even more potent. Surzek's Lucifer now fights Shidou Haruka not for his sister but because he is extremely dangerous. Of course he had heard of the former Exorcist's name. The infamous Exorcist who could kill ultimate-class devils easily. It was rumored that he had killed a god during the fairy tale incident. Nobody believes that. He is just a human wielding a sacred gear that's not even a Longinus. As skilled as he was, killing a god is not possible. Now Surzeks think that the rumor is actually real. Even now, he is fighting him with power beyond even the best Longinus wielder he had ever seen, and he is pure human. But Surzeks has his suspicion, and it is confirmed in this battle. Shidou Haruka has multiple sacred gears and his mastery of them goes beyond even abnormal. Shidou Haruka is possibly the single most dangerous human alive. He will fight him and kill him not for his sister but for the devils. The former Exorcist is just too dangerous to be let running around. His stance on devils was clear. He disliked them greatly. The worst part about him is that it is hard to track him down and he is not bound by any organization. Even alone, there is no doubt he can stand against the underworld with the power he wields. Even if he will lose, a fight against him will be devastating. Anyone short of a Mao will just be going to their death. How can a human be so powerful? Surzeks asked himself. He then see Haruka coming towards him. Knowing his intention, Surzeks, for the first since the Civil War, drew his sword. It is an elegant crimson and black longsword with thick blade and crossguard shaped like a pair of devil wings. His personal weapon Veneficus coated in his power of destruction. Any run-of-the-mill sword will be cleaved in two when meeting his. Haruka's crimson blade meets his and golden aura clashes with his crimson. Surzeks is of course surprised when a sword he doesn't know could match his Veneficus. That's not an ordinary sword. You only figured that out now? As fast as lightning, Haruka had pulled back his sword and made a slash at the Mao's legs. Surzeks flew higher to evade while also countering him by slashing him from above. Haruka managed to position his sword over his head to block the Mao's sword from cleaving his head. The two fighters began to clash with their swords as they fly at near supersonic speed while trying to get past each other's defense. While Surzeks proves to be the superior in strength and skill, Haruka made up for it with speed and responsiveness. The movement of their blades looks like a mere blur even in the eye of a night-enhanced devil. But Haruka's talent in swordsmanship exceeds Surzeks' expectation even as they dodge each other's magical barrage that are still trying to gain supremacy around them. Surzeks made a quick move at Haruka's throat at his highest speed. Mumyu Sandanzuki. A quick triple move that happens at the same time, a demonic sword technique that cannot be blocked due to the breakdown in causality by creating the impossible situation of 3 moves made at the same time. A technique Surzeks learned from Okita Tsuji, his knight, when he had free time. But it is not enough to defeat Haruka. The former Exorcist senses had been trained to feel an attack of that kind being executed. Shidou Haruka did not become a master swordsman by following a human's training method. No, even if he cannot block it or actually see it, he had experienced such impossible strikes in his training with Eterna deep in his mind. So far, he never once managed to survive the attack delivered at light speed by the Infinity. But Surzeks' technique is not as perfect as Okita Tsuji, who in turn is still nowhere as fast Eterna, who could literally attack at light speed. So, in a burst of speed faster than even the sword technique itself, Haruka turned and spun in the air as he let Surzeks flew through his previous position. As he turned a full 180 foot, Haruka's sword moves. It was only Surzeks' excellent reflex that saved him from losing his neck, but he still cannot fully evade Haruka's sudden counterattack due to surprise, and Surzeks' Lucifer for the first time was cut right on his left eye. Ha! Surzeks' Lucifer's scream was heard. After being in a stalemate for too long, Haruka drew first blood. Surzeks attempts to heal his eye using magic, but he can feel the burning sensation of a very powerful holy element in his wound. As he doesn't have enough knowledge of healing magic to heal a damage dealt by such level of holy element, he decided to just isolate the damage to his eye, preventing the holy element from spreading further and burning him from the inside. No matter how powerful you are still a devil. Holy element will always be devastating to you. Eterna smirked. But Haruka also did not emerge unscathed. The maneuver he just did went beyond the limit of his body, even if it was reinforced using Eterna's magic to be far above even supernatural creatures. Haruka could feel all his muscles being strained to the limit and even suffer internal damages from torn nerves. Eterna is healing him, but it will take time. His right hand also feels a little numb. Cerzex, who lost his eye and still feeling the incredible pain from the holy element, began to fight defensively. Haruka pushed his advantage even with his overstrained body. Cerzex knew he is losing ground as Haruka's relentless attacks are getting harder to block or evade. He had lost his shoulder armor and his cape, and the Mao is sporting lots of cuts on his body. Haruka is indeed the superior swordsman, and Cerzex knew it. Huff huff to think that the first time I'm being pushed back in a battle is by a human. What's wrong, Mao-sama? Out of breath already? You're much too dangerous to be left alive. This is not just about Rias anymore. You're a danger to devils with your power and your view. It seems that it was a mistake to wait this long to go all out. Suddenly Haruka could not feel his right arm where he held his sacred gear. Instinctively, the former exorcist flew backward with the greatest speed he could muster, his sacred gear now materializing in his left hand. He looked to his right side to find where his arm once was to be empty and blood flowing out. Not even caring for more than a split second that he had lost his right arm, Haruka put on a spell to stop the bleeding and turn to what caused his injury in the first place. It is no longer the Mao he fought moments ago. The being in front of him looks humanoid, but it is not a living being. It is crimson and exuding a colossal amount of energy. The very earth itself shook and the air twisted around it. What was once Cerzex Lucifer is not just a thing that becomes the embodiment of the power of destruction. His true form, Eterna clicked her tongue in annoyance while Haruka have trails of sweat running down his face. Even he is overwhelmed by the being's presence. Cerzex Lucifer has truly seen Shidou Haruka as a powerful threat. Oh shit! Haruka screamed in his mind as the air became corrosive and his aura began to wane, devoured by the destructive being in front of him. Even his balance breakers had been destroyed completely. When Cerzex Lucifer unleashed his true form, everything was devoured. The mountains, the lake, the earth itself, everything. That includes the atmosphere and Haruka's blades. Now Haruka understands why the Lucifer is counted as one of the most powerful beings in existence. His current form is just too much. His previous form looks like nothing in comparison to the thing he is staring. Why the hell did we pick a fight with this thing? Honestly, it's just our luck. Blame it all on a certain whiny devil with red hair. Then again, some devil families are more messed up than the others. There's this devil clan once that practices NCST for generations, but they've been destroyed. That was during Satan's reign before Lucifer fell. Somehow I think the Crimson Satan would have married his sister if he knew it was possible. He certainly has the face of someone who would commit NCST if it wasn't such a high taboo. The original Lucifer made it so. That clan I mentioned was destroyed by Lucifer himself. Then suddenly the thing created a huge orb of destruction. The orb continues to grow larger and larger until it is the size of a town, covering the sky until the light of the sun no longer touches the whole region. Seeing this, even Eterna pales. Not much for her safety as it is for Haruka and the world. The hell is he thinking? Does he want to destroy the whole Europe? Eterna angrily yelled in her gear. You're very powerful, Exorcist. As a sign of respect, I will hold nothing back and destroy you thoroughly, Shidou Haruka. The being speaking in Cerzek's voice throws the massive orb of destruction down to earth. It seems hopeless. It looks as if there is no more hope. Anyone seeing this will say that and agree. That orb will not just obliterate the British Isle but also half of Europe and part of America if it is allowed to explode. Guess I have no choice. Oh, you can't mean. You will die. If I don't, then we will all die. If only we're not who we are. If we're not who we are, we would have run away right now and leave the whole continent to be destroyed. We can't let that. Besides, Zenovia is right here along with Dulio and Irina and my parents. Failure is not an option even if it costs me my life. Very well. Let US destroy the strongest The two as one chanted as the being drops the orb of mass destruction. I announce, I who bears the golden radiance. I'm the one who embodies the hope of mankind, holding the virtues of all heaven, and banishing all evils of all hell. I am the golden shield who protects the balance. In the name of this sword, I shall fulfill my vow, and cut through all the world's evil with its heavenly radiance. Eternal twilight, release. And Shidou Haruka was hit by the orb of destruction, disappearing into the vast collection of crimson demonic energy that embodies destruction itself. But nothing else occurred. The orb never landed. It failed to reach the ground even when the being itself can no longer control it. It shouldn't have happened. Even the being, the source of that cataclysmic attack, cannot comprehend why. Until the orb burst from inside out, destroyed and then engulfed by the radiant golden light that slowly suppressed the demonic power of the super devil. What? Impossible. This light it's even brighter than Michael's light. Is it God? It can't be. God is dead. True, God is dead, Sirs Lucifer. A voice, a young woman's voice that Sirs Lucifer didn't recognize, echoes throughout the region, but surprisingly, if he were to ask, nobody will say they hear a woman's voice even if they are directly below them. Emerging from the light is a young woman of peerless beauty, even more beautiful than Gabriel or Aphrodite or Amaterasu. Sirs had never seen her before. The aura she let out scares him as it devours his out-of-control power of destruction. She carries herself elegantly as she steps out of the light, walking in the air as if it were solid ground. She wore velvet blue and white combat robe like a magician, but her robe, Sirs can tell, was made with the same material as a goddess garment. Her black cape fluttering in the wind bearing her crest, 5 cherry blossom petals forming a star right in the center. She has long silky golden hair that reach down to her back, and her eyes also glows with the same color. She looks imposing despite not being very tall. With soft and regal voice, she spoke to the Mao. My name is Eterna, one of the 3 infinities. And this, Sirs Lucifer, is your execution. You've been found guilty of attempting to destroy Europe and pissing me off. The verdict is death. Eterna draws a sword, the very same sword that Haruka uses. Her vessel he's sacred gear, eternal twilight. Pointing the blade at Lucifer, she suddenly disappears. Exclamation point. Before Lucifer could even react, a large chunk of its body made out of destructive energy was obliterated. This is the power of an infinity. Sirs sends his power of destruction towards Eterna. But with just a wave of her hand she releases a huge wave of divine energy that destroy the very embodiment of destruction. She did not disperse it, nor block it, nor seal it, nor counter it. She completely obliterated the power of destruction, destroying what was supposed to be destruction itself permanently. Lucifer's power did not regenerate. It is something that should have been impossible. But she is the embodiment of infinite possibility itself. What can't she do? You? What are you? Me? I told you I am Eterna, one of the 3 infinities. Although I am weaker than Great Red, I am stronger than Ophis. You, Sirs Lucifer, had pushed my host to the point that he released me. Congratulations, you are the first devil I personally kill with my own hands after thousands of years. Eternal twilight began to glow as Sirs fear increased. The divine energy gathered is far beyond what gods could possibly muster in such a short time. Even Shiva is not this powerful. Wait, one of the 3 infinities? Burn it. The embodiment of infinite possibility. Just like Ophis, who embodies the infinity of void, and Great Red, who represents the infinity of dreams, Eterna represents the infinite possibilities. She's on the same level as the strongest beings. Now Sirs knew he is doomed. He finally remembered an old tale from his great-grandfather, a sacred gear of incredible power whose wielder had been the reason for a dozen pillars' destruction and the death of the original Belial, Leviathan, and Beelzebub. A sacred gear that housed one of the infinities. A sacred gear lost in time, forgotten due to the nightmare it inflicted on the devils. This woman is the very being sealed inside that dreaded gear. You are not the first Mao I have killed, Sirs Lucifer. Just pray that you are the last. With one wide swing, Eterna shot a powerful beam of golden divine energy. It was the last thing Cersei's Lucifer saw before his whole being was destroyed. Not like a devil could pray anyway. The Infinity let out a sigh of relief when she is sure that the super devil had been obliterated. But then she thought, won't killing him means more trouble for us in the future? It's just like declaring war with the underworld, right? And why did we kill him anyway? Crippling him should do. No, in the first place, do we really have to fight him to the death? Only now did Eterna realize that they've just made an epic screw-up. Cersei's Lucifer was defeated. The Crimson Satan is dead. Killed by an unknown woman. Dulio could only watch in awe at how easy it looks. One slash and the Lucifer was no more. That kind of power, to easily defeat the Crimson Satan, it can only be done by someone on the same level as Ophis. Dulio-sama, you report to the higher-ups about this. Wait, Zenovia-san, don't go alone. I don't know who that woman is, but if Haruka is there, I'm going to find him. Dulio clicked his tongue as Zenovia ran faster and disappear from his view. But he doesn't give chase. Dulio Gesualdo turned back and used his Zenith Tempest to fly. Since I'm sure it is Haruka, then she'll definitely be okay. That guy would sooner challenge the whole world than kill her. Dulio mused. Still, to think that the Crimson Satan would be defeated here, things will become complicated. Cersei's Lucifer is the undisputed strongest devil. To be able to defeat him, how will the devils respond to this? They might send a Juka Beelzebub, but they know they will also risk him being defeated. Send the whole Mao? They don't even know the full power of Shidou Haruka. I wonder which direction will the world take now? And Haruka-kun, what are you planning for the supernatural world? Along with the wind itself, Dulio disappeared to the skies of Scotland. Once Eterna landed on the ground, the takeover wore off and the Infinity changed back to Shidou Haruka. The former Exorcist panting as he tried to get up on his feet with his sole remaining arm using Eternal Twilight as a crutch. You are truly the strongest host I ever have, Shidou Haruka. I thought I was going to die. It appears that I'm alive. Good. Not so good when I tell you what happened. Look at your reflection now. Haruka wondered why Eterna told him to look at his reflection, so he created a mirror using magic. His arm felt like it was burning when he does so, even when he uses only a minuscule amount of magic. He looked at his reflection and gasped. Shidou Haruka's hair has turned completely white while his eyes have turned permanently gold. You have suffered a lot of damages. I'll need to do a full diagnose after this, but I won't be so positive. Releasing me is equal to the overdrive mode of Eternal Twilight. It is my own version of Juggernaut Drive and Break Down the Beast. True, since Eternal Twilight is a complete sacred gear, there are various precautions installed and shouldn't be as bad as Juggernaut Drive and definitely not malevolent like that half-done program, but it is still extremely dangerous. I am an Infinity, No matter what precautions I put, releasing my full power and making your body as my vessel will not end well. I suppose so. Haruka slowly walked through the forest, or whatever was left of it. He's not even sure he is in Katter Forest anymore. After walking for some time, Haruka decided to rest and recover his strength. He sat down under a tree and relaxed as he felt his body being slowly healed by Eterna. All his muscles are still sore, but a little rest will be enough for him to recover. Haruka tried making a fire and activating his Zenith Tempest to see if all is fine, but Eterna stopped him. Don't. Right now all your magic circulation system is fried. I'm taking care of that, but you won't be using any magic or sacred gears apart from Eternal Twilight for some time. Haruka nodded and let himself relax once again. He then looked at the stump that was once his right arm. Any hope of replacing that? From inside Eternal Twilight? Not a chance. I can show you how to create a mechanical arm though. In fact, Azazel could probably make you one. Haruka shrugged. Losing an arm is a cheap prize to pay for winning against one of the strongest being in the world. Then again, he knew the price must be much more than that. He just doesn't know it yet. Well, this is quite a victory, but the consequences will be far-reaching. The power balance will shift and possibly chaos will ensue. We didn't think things through. Eterna's host nods. Truthfully, he didn't expect things to escalate so far, let alone to the level of shifting the supernatural world's power balance. It was supposed to be simple. Destroy the fairy tale remnants, throw away the evil pieces, get out of there, lay low somewhere for a while. But then again, his luck won't allow it. The host of Eterna must always be involved with the world, in good or bad way, known or unknown. That's how they operate, each one of them. Fate guides them even as they move in the darkness in complete anonymity. Is that so? Well, it is a possibility. What we've done is a big thing after all, but the convergence is not fully complete yet. Not yet. No, not yet. There is one last thing that you need to face. Eterna gestured from inside her gear. Haruka took it as a sign for him to stand up and get ready for something, so he did. When he got up and steadied himself, his now golden eyes met a set of familiar yellow eyes. The two of them smiled despite both of them holding their swords in position, acknowledging the presence of each other. Zenovia. Haruka. If there is anything that could make Shidou Haruka's day both better and worse at the same time, it would be an encounter with Zenovia Corda. You've grown. So have you. The two of them stayed in awkward silence for a while, unable to say anything first as the words they wished to utter stuck at the tip of their tongue until Haruka managed to continue. I'm sorry you have to find me in such a sorry state. True, he looks horrible. Zenovia had never seen Haruka in such a bad state. But considering who he was fighting, it was to be expected. Still dressing as an exorcist? The Durandal wielder asked. I've been wearing church clothes for the majority of my life. It's my most comfortable piece of clothing. Haruka replied with a light chuckle. So Zenovia, what will you do now? Haruka, come be it. No, I can't. Why not? This time, there is no turning back, Zenovia. I have killed Surzek's Lucifer. That was you? But that was a girl. Haruka tapped the hilt of his sword, making Zenovia's attention turn to the katana. My true sacred gear, eternal twilight. I kept it a secret, but one of my sword's power is the ability to copy sacred gears. It also houses one of the three infinities. What I did was similar, although also very different at the same time, to the heavenly dragon's juggernaut drive. I released her to kill Surzek's Lucifer. But the blame will still lay on me. If I rejoin the church, the devils will blame heaven for the loss of their strongest Mao. This is different. This is not about me disagreeing with the church. I cannot return because I killed a Mao. I don't care. Devils are our enemy already, Haruka. You have just done a very great service not only for the church but for humanity. I'm sure Dulio-sama will put in words for you. You do not understand. There is more to this than just that. I don't care if you killed a Mao, I just want you to come back to us. Why? Then Zenovia paused. She was about to answer with, because we need your power, or, you can change the church with your power, but the words never got out from her mouth. Haruka made some logical points. He will be hunted and the devils will blame heaven for it if they found out that Haruka returned as an exorcist. So why? Like Haruka said, it is too dangerous for him to return even if he has no problem with the higher-ups, which he still does. It doesn't matter now, Zenovia. I need to go and you need to return. It is not safe for you if the devils know you are associated with me. I'm sorry, but it's time for you to leave. Haruka was about to walk away when Zenovia suddenly lunged at him with Durandal. Haruka gripped his sword tight and blocked the holy sword. I will not let you walk away from me this time, Haruka. After briefly locking blades, the two of them jumped back and held their respective blades in their most familiar stance. Zenovia brought Durandal to her front with both her hands. Haruka held Eternal Twilight in the same stance he used when he fought Surzek with the tip of his blade on the same level as his eye. A minute passed without either of them moving. Both of them are carefully observing any subtle movement made by their adversary. Yes, adversary. Even in this situation, neither of them will call each other outright as enemies. And then they disappear in a blur. I was thinking about what piece of music would be good for this battle, and I choose Shinkai no Kataku by Hoko Kawashima. Although much slower than the high-speed battle he did with Surzek, Haruka is mildly struggling to keep up with Zenovia's speed. He had not recovered yet and he cannot use magic to reinforce his body. With his current physical condition, He is about equal to Zenovia in speed and somewhat below her in power. That is why as they hack at each other, Haruka never once block but rather redirect all of Zenovia's attacks. It would have been another matter entirely if he were in his peak condition even as a human without magical enhancement. Their duel is more or less equal with Zenovia's power giving her an edge along with her surprisingly much sharper senses than when Haruka last fought her. But Haruka possesses much greater skill in handling his sword and is very agile. While Zenovia has to block his attacks since she cannot evade all of them due to how fast and accurate they are, utilizing her currently superior strength to weather down Haruka's attacks, her opposition could nimbly dodge her attacks skillfully. It is not surprising for Zenovia. After all, she knows that he will be superior in skill. Patience will be needed if she wants to stand up to him. If she lost her cool and mindlessly swinging her sword, relying solely on Durandal's destructive aura, she will be swiftly defeated. She has improved greatly. She used to rely on her holy sword's destructive power too much. Now she's using it as a proper sword. Haruka proudly compliments Zenovia's growth in his mind as he let out a small smile. As expected of Haruka. Even weakened as he is, his skill is still top-notch. Then it's time to go all out. Then again, it was my mistake to think I could already match him in just sword skill. Let's go Durandal. At Zenovia's mental command, Durandal's destructive aura began to rise. With each swing of her sword, Zenovia shot a blast of destructive holy energy. The same move won't work on me, Zenovia. I was the one who taught you how to condense and shoot you sword's destructive energy. I know, but I also took a page from your book and learned how to control them. Like Zenovia had said, the destructive blasts took on an aerodynamic shape like an arrowhead and began chasing after Haruka. Not Ino Dash. Crisis Edge. Haruka, who had been cutting down the destructive homing missiles, had to switch to defense immediately as he was assaulted by a wide-area blast of Durandal's destructive holy energy. Haruka had to grit his teeth as he blocks the blast with eternal twilight. In his current condition, it is a hard thing to do, especially with only his left hand gripping his sacred gear. She has some tricks, all right. Should I help you? No, this is between me and Zenovia. Fine. But at least let me restore Eternal Twilight's passive function. Please do. Eternal Twilight began to glow, although dimly, as Eterna reactivates its passive ability that had been forcefully shut down from the transformation. Pouring his own magical energy despite the burning feeling that he received for using magic, Haruka cut through Durandal's blast. If it is against Zenovia, I will rely only on my skill and personal power. Haruka once again brought his sword to the front and again the blue and crystal crimson blades clashes. Haruka diverted Zenovia's slash to the ground using his sword and kicked the blue-haired exorcist lightly to put some distance between them. Zenovia quickly regained her footing and moves her sword forward aiming at Haruka's side. The host of Eterna saw it coming and deflected it upward with sword. He was about to kick his adversary again when her right knee connected with his stomach and her left leg kicked him in the face. It doesn't end there as Zenovia grabbed him by the collar and slammed him to the ground on his back. She was about to finish the battle with Durandal, but Haruka proved to be tenacious as he bent his body and used his legs to grab Zenovia by the neck and lift her up before slamming her to the ground like she did to him. The two took out their hidden knives and as they got up, they slashed at each other. Both not expecting the other to have hidden weapons was cut across the chest by their respective adversary. To think that you would use a hidden weapon, that's not like you at all, Haruka. Speak for yourself. That girl who dreams to be an upstanding warrior wouldn't have kept something like that around her. Both of them fell side by side. People change. Haruka. True, you have improved. Zenovia. That last one was unexpected. Did I manage to reach you? Yes, you did. We underestimate each other. Finally, Zenovia coughed out blood as she felt her consciousness fading. Haruka looked at her worriedly, but he is also losing consciousness fast. Well, it's not like what I imagined, but I feel at peace. Haruka could faintly hear Eterna screaming his name through their link. But that doesn't matter. He looked to his side one last time to see that Zenovia had closed her eyes. He twisted his body and reached out to her face with his bloodied hand. As he gently caressed the blue-haired girl's cheek, he smiled and finally darkness took him. 2 days later, Takamagara? Setsuna is confused. Why his mother asked his family along with Issei to come while also bringing along the former devils. Amaterasu rarely summons him, and even then they will only talk in private unless it is something official. If it was, she would have notified him or at least give him a rough idea of what she wants. If it is about wanting to meet her son and his family, Issei and the former devils wouldn't be included. So why did you summon us in front of the whole Takamagara, mother? Setsuna asked, genuinely curious since this has never happened before. Setsuna note that there are lots of gods sharing his confusion. Recently, we have received news that Surzek's Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, was killed in battle. Setsuna only raised an eyebrow while the gods, Mizor, and the former devils let out audible gasps. Issei, who doesn't know how big this is, just looked confused. He knew what Lucifer's name means, but the real way of the situation is lost to him. Are you sure? For someone like Lucifer to get himself killed, only a large-scale war against a full mythological faction or Shiva could do that, and even then everyone would have known in an instant or at least heard some rumors, as it would be a very large event. I am not joking about this, Setsuna. Amaterasu's tone is definitely serious. But some are still skeptical, as Surzek's Lucifer is much too powerful to be taken out without anyone hearing about the battle. The news came from 2 sources, the Celts and Heaven. The battle happened in Scotland, specifically on the old Mkader land. Hearing that, Setsuna began to have a sinking feeling. Now it doesn't sound so far-fetched. Setsuna crossed his fingers in his mind, hoping that it is wrong. The witness to this battle was Giulio Gesualdo, the strongest exorcist. The Scottish Highland was leveled and he witnessed Surzek's Lucifer almost obliterating Great Britain. But he was then killed in an instant by an unknown woman who bears immense power. But before that he was fighting against a very well-known former exorcist, Shidou Haruka. Setsuna and Mizor internally groaned. They knew Haruka's secret, and yes, Surzek's demise doesn't sound so strange now. Issei and the former devils could only blink a few times before gaping. Essa Shidou Haruka. The former exorcist? There are murmurs among everyone present, and of course everyone knew who Shidou Haruka is. But only Mizor and Setsuna doesn't look so surprised. You've reached a new level of luck, Haruka. The 2 of them thought simultaneously. From God-slayer to demon-slayer, really he is something else. One of the gods, Takamikazuchi, spoke. Wasn't he the one who slay Balor almost 2 years ago? Correct, the very same Shidou Haruka. He had been staying in this land for the last 3 years while occasionally leaving for a number of weeks. Why are we not informed that such a dangerous individual is here in Japan? Because he is Japanese and never had he shown power outside of what we know about him. The gods began talking about the matter while Setsuna's group left. Amaterasu, who noticed this, approached her son. Why are you leaving? If it is about Haruka, then there is nothing new that you could tell me. I see you were there when he killed Balor. So you knew of his power? He is no threat to us, as in the sense, he is a friend of mine. His goal is only to protect humanity. Out of all the mythological factions, Shinto got along with our human population best. We have nothing to worry about from him. I see. Are you sure of this? As sure as I can be, which is very. He is a friend. Amaterasu watches her son leaves. If what he said is right, then the Shinto faction really has nothing to worry about concerning him. When they got back to the Saimai mansion, Chiron and Yudo fell to the couch looking mortified. Surzek's Lucifer was the strongest devil ever. To hear that the exorcist they fought could actually fight him and have someone strong enough to kill him, they really didn't know what they got themselves into back then. Don't be so down. It's not like it matters to you anymore. Both of you are no longer devils. Setsuna told them as he dropped wet towel on their head. Setsuna-sen, I might sound stupid since everybody back there seems to know, but who is Surzek's Lucifer? I know he is some big shot of the devils, but who exactly is he? Issei asked. Now that he think of it, Issei is still quite new to the supernatural world. It's understandable that he doesn't know. Take a seat, Issei-kun. I guess I have to enlighten you a little bit about the situation. As Issei took a seat beside Chiron, Setsuna sat on the couch opposite to the three and began explaining. First of all, you do know that the supernatural world is vast and very dangerous, right? Issei nodded. Also rank the power level of all supernatural beings in the world with dragons frequently appearing on top. Counting Drake and Albion in their prime, there are 5 dragons in total in the top 10 strongest in the world, but with the 2 heavenly dragons Sealed, Great Red, Ophis, and Krumkruch are the 3 dragons there, and they are very dangerous. Now, the more powerful you are, the more influence you have in the supernatural world simply because nobody wants to PSS you off. I myself am in the middle 3 digits while Mother is ranked 7. Surzek's Lucifer is the 5th strongest being in the whole world, just below Shiva and Indra. Rank 5? That's a super final boss level enemy. Right? So you see, this is why it is so shocking. The top 10 are absolute monsters. Now imagine what happens when there is an unranked famed exorcist who quit the church, killing someone like Surzek's Lucifer, king of the devils and the strongest devil in existence. What? Chaos. Especially since Haruka is an unaffiliated human. Humans are considered the weakest race. There are some who are powerful, but even Longinus wielders had never once defeated a god. Now Haruka is a pure human without supernatural blood like me. A pure human who not long ago killed the god Balor and now killed the 5th strongest being in the supernatural world. Everyone would either want to recruit him or kill him. Plus, with his status as a former exorcist, Heaven will be taking some heat from the devils. That one I need to confirm though. There's a possibility that they won't push Heaven to do something since Haruka is a stray, but that remains to be seen. So, Haruka is now the most wanted human in the whole supernatural world, and the devils will definitely want his head. A war is even possible. Politically, this is a huge clusterfuck. Haruka had just destroyed the power balance of the world, especially since he is human. Issei couldn't get everything that Setsuna said. To be honest, he doesn't quite get the significance of the situation. But if there is one thing he understands is that Haruka is in trouble, a very big trouble. 6th Heaven. The atmosphere in the meeting room had never been so tense ever since the demise of their father. Heaven had received the news faster than any other faction apart from Celts. The opinion between the 4 great seraphs about this matter differs. Uriel had never been so gleeful since the Great War. Raphael kept his judgment neutral, Gabriel is worried, and Michael is not at all happy. Uriel, the warrior that he is, still resents the devils for what happened in the Great War. Hearing one of Heaven's greatest threats demise in the hand of an exorcist, a former one maybe, made his day much brighter. Oh, he knew the name Shidou Haruka all right. He was a vicious one. Vicious and cold towards the devils, he like him. And although not much of a plus in his book, prioritized the safety of humanity. If Father were still alive, he would have made him an angel and assigned him as a protector of humanity. It was quite a powerful blow to the church for Uriel, even if the others don't know it when Shidou Haruka quit. Gabriel and Michael though are distraught, especially Michael. He, Surzek, and Azazel had been planning to make a chance to sign a peace treaty between the 3 factions. Now with Surzek gone, that plan will most likely fail. But what hurts most is the name Shidou Haruka. Michael knew that name very well. A very talented and powerful exorcist with strong faith. Michael always felt uneasy when he watches him. It's like his loyalty never lies with them even if he is devoted to God. It is as if he knew that they are not actually following God's order. Michael never did manage to confirm if he knew that secret, but he won't be surprised if he did. And then there was the incident he made when he quit. Assassinating corrupt church members and then disappearing completely from detection. Michael saw the last look he gave Vatican when he escaped. Total disappointment. That is why he who was there at that time did not give chase. It is because he allowed atrocities like the Holy Sword Project to continue. He knew if Father was still with them he would be disappointed. Is there anything from the devils? Raphael asked. The underworld demands information about Shidou Haruka. I told them that what we know is outdated information that they can find anywhere. Uriel replied. How did they react to that? Obviously they are outraged, but I don't care. They can rage all they want. We really don't know anything about him other than when he was an active exorcist anyway. You did not mention what Dulio saw? No. Is there any need? Michael groaned. Uriel knew that the devils will hunt Shidou Haruka, and he also knew that they will die, with or without proper information. Giving them nothing means Haruka will have an easier time to kill anyone getting near him. Uriel is indirectly helping Haruka, or the more appropriate words, using him. Chaos Brigade. Have you heard the latest news? Cao Cao began the hero faction's impromptu meeting after he got the news of Lucifer's demise. Surzek's Lucifer was killed. Yeah, I've heard. We've all heard the news, Cao Cao. But I assume that you have the details. Cao Cao nodded. He then throws a file onto the table where the core member of the hero faction gathers. Everyone look at the file with intrigue. How can they not? They have at least heard of the person in question at least once, although almost none of them have ever encountered him. Those who knew him personally gasped. Haruka-kun. Shidou. Jean and Siegfried. One is a former exorcist and the other a wandering swordsman. Shidou Haruka. As you know, the church declared him a stray 3 years ago when he assassinated several high-ranking members of the church. We found out that those he assassinated are corrupt members and some are involved with illegal experiments like the Holy Sword Project. Hearing the name of that project made Jean disgusted. Like Haruka, she lost all her faith in the church then. In fact, the very reason she joined Chaos Brigade's hero faction is Haruka himself. He opened her eyes, show her that the church is not all good. We have tried to locate him, to recruit him for a long time, but he remains elusive. Last we heard of him was during the fairy tale incident where our spy saw him kill Balor when he manifested. You're joking, right? One of the members asked in disbelief. Nowhere in history had a human managed to defeat a god, even Longinus. User. There is actually. But this made him the second human to do so. This time it was George, one of the hero faction's Longinus wielder, who answered. It is not a known fact, but Scathatch gained her immortality by killing some gods. The specifics are lost in time, but Scathatch was a normal, although a very powerful human before then. Shidou Haruka is now the second human to accomplish that feat. Cao Cao turned to Jean. You have worked with him before, right? Jean nodded. Siegfried had encountered him too, but I believe I know him best among everyone here. Then what can you tell us about him? Everyone around the meeting table fixed their gaze on the former exorcist. Outside of the battlefield, he looks normal as an exorcist can be. He always complains about being a trouble magnet since trouble seems to follow him. He is one of the friendliest exorcists you can find. Well, that's informative and all, but it's not really relevant. It just means that he is easily approachable. Easily approachable? I don't think so. Haruka is generally nice and patient. But if he disagrees with you, his blade will do the talking. He has this look in his eyes that sometimes makes you feel like he's looking into your soul. And for those he deems as enemies, none of them live if they are in his range. Haruka is messy when he kills with his sacred gear. He could control swords, 36 swords all at the same time to strike his enemies from multiple angles. Fighting him is like fighting multiple people at once. His swords are extremely fast and more durable than my balance breaker when he is still in basic form. That's frightening. So he had mastered his sacred gear to that degree. A powerful ranged fighter then. Siegfried shook his head at the conclusion one member made. Wrong. If you think he is a ranged fighter, then you are wrong. Jean nodded. His fighting style usually starts with his flying blades. But if an enemy managed to survive him, playing around, then he takes it up a notch. See the Japanese sword that he carries around. Everyone take a closer look at Haruka's photo, and indeed they see a Japanese sword attached to his hip. A holy sword? A random member guessed. Jean shook her head. It is not the sword as much as it is his skill. As you know, he has blade blacksmith like me and his swords are superior. But never once did he use it for close range. That is because he uses the Japanese sword when he personally fights, and he is a monster with it. How powerful is he? Swordsmanship alone, he is the undisputable best in the church. That is already counting the likes of Griselda Quarta and Vasco Strata. Then Chow Chow asked, "He is definitely powerful. So Jean, do you think we can recruit him?" Jean stayed silent for a while as she thinks. Possibly. If there is anything I can say with 100% assurance is that he values humanity greatly. The main problem is actually finding him. Shidou Haruka groaned as he opens his eyes. His body is hurting all over the place. Eterna, did you get the number of the truck that hits me? If you can make a joke like that, then you're fine. No, seriously, my body is hurting all over. Don't worry, it's just the aftereffect of healing you. Do you know how many muscles were torn? And don't make me mention organ failure and various internal bleeding. Like I said, no matter what precautions we take, nobody could become my vessel for an extended period of time. You're lucky you didn't implode. When Eterna mentioned the possibility of implosion, Haruka truly thanked God that he didn't die. It is truly a miracle that he hadn't died yet. Haruka got up. He blinked twice and then looked around. It is a room, a very large room that belongs to a Western mansion. It's Valerie. The mention of that familiar name made everything clicked. Oh, and we're in the land of shadow. You've been unconscious for 1.5 months. Land of Shadows, a month before Haruka wakes up. Zenovia Quarta's eyelids slowly opens only to close again as light assaulted her sensitive eyes from a long sleep. She blinked a few times as her eyes adjusted to the brightness of the place she's in until she can finally see clearly. An unfamiliar room. Soft four-posted bed. Rich decorations. Yes, she's not in Vatican. It was then that Zenovia remembers that she lost consciousness after losing a lot of blood from fighting Haruka. That last cut was deep but luckily not overly fatal. It's a draw, Zenovia said to herself, somewhat happy. True, she knew that Haruka held back by not using his sacred gear's power, but she managed to achieve a draw against him as fellow swordsman. Yes, he was greatly wounded and everything, but those are minor details. Okay, she managed to draw against him when he's weak. But at least she had improved. Come to think of it, where am I? You are in the land of shadows. More specifically, you're in my home. Zenovia jumped out of the bed and tried to reach for Durandal when she heard the voice answering her question from right beside her. Then she remembers that Durandal is not with her. Probably left in where she fought Haruka. Don't worry about your sword. It's currently being polished by my disciples. The voice answers her unasked question. Zenovia finally got a clear view of the source of that voice. She is a very beautiful woman with powerful presence and carries herself like that of a noble. She has long dark hair and red eyes, and she wore skin-tight outfit. Zenovia vaguely remembers someone who fits all those descriptions, but she can't remember who. Who are you? Me? You should know me the moment I said Land of Shadows. After all, I'm the only one who came to mind when you speak of it. Godslayer. 1 week after Zenovia woke up, Zenovia Quarta is now seen sparring against Scathach with her wielding Durandal and the Godslayer wielding a red spear. Scathach and her disciples found her and Haruka after following the trail of destruction caused by both of Haruka's battles, the first against Surzex and second against Zenovia herself. It turns out that Scathach already knew Haruka since they have met once when Haruka killed a reincarnated Baylor, becoming the second human to ever attain the title of Godslayer after Scathach. The original Godslayer was hunting Baylor when she saw Haruka finishing her target, and they chatted for a while. As for Scathach's disciples, they are also friends of Haruka. Zenovia wondered how Haruka could know some Dampiers, but that is something she could ask him herself. So Zenovia asked Scathach if she can also become her disciple. When asked why, Zenovia replied that she doesn't want to lose to Haruka anymore. Their last battle was a draw because Haruka was weakened. It is not a fair fight. Scathach easily agreed, but she said that the reason is different from what Zenovia is thinking. In just a single week, Zenovia improved greatly in her swordsmanship and her control of Durandal. Zenovia had to admit that Scathach is an extremely good teacher. Not surprising, as she trained heroes like Siyu Chulin in the past. Zenovia, for a normal human, you have a very strong and durable body. It is due to your so-called holy element that allows you to wield Durandal. Scat began lecturing as she sent a series of moves at Zenovia which the Exorcist parries. You have potential, little girl. Enough potential to reach the level of legends like myself and even Roland and Arthur. Do you know what is required to wield a holy sword of Durandal and Excalibur's class? I mean, the original Excalibur. No. Zenovia used the flat of her blade to block an incoming move and twisted her blade so the spear would slide on the smooth surface and misses her as the blue-haired girl pushed forward to punch Scat. The Godslayer managed to avoid Zenovia's punch to her face by inches and kicked the girl away to put some distance between them. I have met all of them and fought them. The holy element in your body could grow in time. As for the holy element itself, it came from your faith and soul. Faith and soul? Zenovia asked, clearly confused. That is not how the church explained it. The teacher and student continue clashing. This is how Roland describes it, although I have to warn you that he is not the best at explaining anything. Faith is the source of the holy alignment. By itself, it could not give you the ability to wield holy swords. It is your soul that comes to play. Roland suggested that it is your soul as a warrior coming into contact with your faith, making you a holy warrior that allows you to wield a holy sword. A holy sword has two components in general, the holy and the sword. If you are only compatible with the holy, then you forget the sword. Your holy alignment might allow you to come in contact with a holy sword, but only a true warrior could wield a sword. Like I said, Roland was not much of a speaker, so it might be hard to understand. It is. Here is the simple version by me. Your body possess holy and sword element. Wait, what? Have you ever wondered why legendary sword wielders all possess tough physique? They managed to reach great heights in their training because the sword element made their body more durable. You, for one, possess potential on the same level as the likes of Arthur and Roland. Tell me, do you sleep with your sword? With a small tinge of embarrassment, Zenovia nods. Funny enough, so did many of the legendary sword wielders. I know that Arthur slept with Excalibur when his wife wasn't around. It's the effect of your large amount of sword element. In addition to strengthening your body, it makes you instinctively feel comfortable with swords and it makes you able to learn sword techniques faster than normal. It is all at instinctual level. Of course, intelligence also comes to mind. Zenovia grumbles at the slight jab to her intelligence. Now, let's try to bring out your potential, shall we? Suddenly Scat-Hack's attacks increase in intensity. Zenovia got pushed back and can only stay on the defensive as powerful attacks came from Scat-Hack's spear. When I'm through with you, I'll make sure that you're someone worthy to stand as an equal to heroes of old. This will not end well for Zenovia. Moments after Haruka woke up, Zenovia sat alone in the clearing she and her master used to spar. She had become very powerful in the span of a month than she did in 3 years of training with the church. The credit, of course, goes to Scat-Hack, who trained her in the best possible method made specifically for her. No wonder Siyu Chulin was so powerful. Scat-Hack had sent a messenger to Vatican about her disappearance when Zenovia brought up the matter. The reply they got was positive. Who wouldn't want their warrior trained by the great teacher Scat-Hack? So even if she spent 2 more months to train, the church would be okay. Of course, neither she nor Scat-Hack mentions Haruka at all in their message to the church. That's just asking for trouble. Haruka is the most wanted man in the supernatural world after all. Devils have put an insane amount of bounty on his head. Scat-Hack said that it is useless though. Those powerful enough to challenge Haruka have too much pride to hunt him for bounty from devils. They are not actually a very popular race. Then again, the biblical faction as a whole is not really popular back in the past with the other mythologies since they took away their believers. And then there is Haruka himself. Over the month, Zenovia thought about him. It was the question Haruka asked when she asked him to return to Vatican with her. Knowing all the political ramification of him returning, why did she ask him to return with her? Then she remembers all the time they spent. How they fight together. How they laugh together. How they train together. Haruka had been patient with her during their training. It took her a year and Haruka suffering numerous bruises when they work on Zenovia's holy sword blast. Despite his like to complain, Haruka had never once said anything bad about her even with her numerous failures. He protects her when things become tough. Looking back on their days together, they are quite similar. Both of them are stubborn. Sometimes they are impulsive. They also didn't think things through, which in Haruka's case, tends to lead to even bigger trouble. What is Shidou Haruka to her? A partner? A teacher? A colleague? To her, Shidou Haruka's, "Ah, so you're here." Zenovia almost jumped when she hears Haruka's voice very close to her ear. She looked beside her to see Haruka already sitting on the grass without her noticing. "When did you get here?" "Just now. Eterna told me everything." "She's the being sealed inside your sacred gear?" "What? Yeah, something like that." "Are you all right? I heard that you suffered organ failure and various internal bleeding." Zenovia had been worried sick when she heard that from Skathak. The Godslayer assured her though that it is not her fault. It is due to the strain. "You know the juggernaut drive of the two heavenly dragons? To something like that? Minus the malice and everything. Why did you use something like that?" "The enemy was Surzek's Lucifer. Anything less would have ended up with us dead and Great Britain along with the majority of Europe disappearing from the map forever. Just don't use it again." Haruka chuckled and pat Zenovia's head. Zenovia likes being pat on the head by Haruka. It calms her down and make her feel at peace. Haruka then switched position from beside her to behind her. Zenovia felt his warmth as they sat back to back, just like how they used to. Haruka slowly placed his hand over hers and Zenovia felt complete. "It's been a long time since we last relaxed like this." "Yeah." Silence persists as the two of them enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing and the sound of rustling grass. Both of them would have fallen asleep if Haruka didn't remember that he has something to say. "So why were you in Scotland that day?" "We received news that some remnants of that fairy tale terrorist organization had been sighted in Scotland. I was in London then. Vatican sent Dulio-sama as backup and our job was to exterminate them. You and Surzek's Lucifer did it for us. I caught sight of you and follow you to Mkatter Forest." "So you saw all of the fight?" Zenovia nodded instead of voicing her answer despite knowing that Haruka cannot see her from his position. "You're so powerful. But it doesn't come without a price." "A price?" "My life." "Haru, there is something I have to tell you." "Shoot away." Haruka told Eterna, thinking it strange that she's beating around the bush. She's usually forward with everything. The damage to your body, it's much too extensive. Not only that but also to your life force. At this, Haruka paused a little before continuing putting on his clothes. "All right, how bad?" "Haru, your sync must be kept at 50%. "The sync rate dropped?" "If you sync with me above 50% from now on, your life force will be slowly taken. A week for every minute. That's really bad. No wonder you're hesitating. What else?" The same situation also applies if you use double balance breaker again. This time, Eterna is really hesitating on whether to tell him or not. "Why are you hesitating? There can't be anything worse than what you have said." After thinking for a while, Eterna decided to tell him the worst news. There is no use in keeping it from him. Mustering the courage she needed to tell him the worst thing, Eterna spoke clearly and in the most serious tone Haruka had ever heard her use. "Haru, you only have 7 more years left to live. The damage I suffered from the battle with Lucifer was just too extensive." By the time Haruka had finished recounting what Eterna told him, Zenovia looks mortified. She had tuned out everything else when Haruka told her that he has only 7 years left to live. "That can't be, right? Tell me you're just making a bad joke." "I'm not making a bad joke, Vaya. I really only have 7 years left to live and that is only in best case scenario if I don't use my full power. I'll try not to, but with my status as the most wanted person in the underworld and what I'll probably face, I'm not sure if I can be positive." Tears threatened to overflow from Zenovia's eyes. She can't believe what he said. She doesn't want to believe that Haruka only has a few years left to live. He is still young. He is only slightly older than her. She wants to shout that it is unfair. She doesn't want it to be true. But Zenovia knows that it is real. For the first time ever, Zenovia looked at Haruka to find a man who looks so weak and hopeless. She realized that it must be worse for Haruka. He is the one dying. Then do something about it. Reincarnation like with the devils or something. Anything. I'm sorry, even if given the chance, I won't take it. Not devils then. I know. There's rumor that the angels are making similar system to the devils called brave saints. I don't know why the Lord's angels need it, but you can ask the Lord. That earned a reaction from Haruka, but he shook his head. No, I still won't. Then Scat-Hack-Sure-Show. I heard that you're also a godslayer. Maybe Scat-Hack-Sure-Show can do something about it. Zenovia is frantic. She began thinking of every way possible to not let Haruka die. She cannot stand the thought of him dying. She can't stand seeing someone precious in her life dying like her father and mother. Zenovia! Haruka loudly barked and the blue-haired exorcist stopped in her track. Just don't. I can't, Zenovia. I just can't. It is a rule for all wielders of eternal twilight. We must remain human. Live as a human, fight for humanity, die as a human. All my predecessors without exception follow this rule. It is our pride. We will rather die than become something not human. It is our vow to Eterna and to God. We are the shield of humanity. How can we protect humanity if we abandon our own humanity? But I just don't want to see you die. I know. Haruka slowly put his sole arm around her frame, embracing the girl who is now crying. Haruka. Yes. Come back to Vatican with me. Why? Haruka asked the same question. This time, Zenovia knew how to answer. Giving him a light peck on his lips, Zenovia answered. Because I want you to be with me even if it is for 7 years. It's not about the church. I just want to be with you. With a sad expression, Haruka replied. I'm sorry, I can't return. Then take me with you. Now that I know that you only have a few years left, I will not let you go. I would have taken you with me, but I can't. It's too dangerous. A few devils will be no problem to me. I can handle them. It's more than just a few devils. Zenovia, I am most likely going to war after this. I cannot let you come with me. War? You plan to attack the underworld. No. I'm fulfilling a promise, a vow that has been delayed for thousands of years. I must fight for the sake of humanity. But why must it be you? Why do you have to do this alone? Because it is the fate of the wielder of eternal twilight. Then I will follow you even to death. No. Please don't. Zenovia, I'd rather destroy the world with my own hands than seeing you die. Haruka, I'm sorry, but it is something that I must do. Tell me then. Please tell me what it is that you must do. I can't. It's too dangerous, and as an exorcist it is a knowledge that will destroy you. I cannot tell you, Vaya. Why are you always like that? You're not alone, Haruka. Don't you trust me? I trust you, but I will not risk you. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. It's better that it stays that way. You want me to ignore you when you'll likely walk to your death. You know I can't do that. Damn it, Vaya. I'm trying to keep you safe. I don't need to be kept safe. I'm not weak, Haruka. It's not because I consider you weak. I'm trying to keep you safe because I'm selfish. I don't want to risk you because I love you. Ha, Haruka. Haruka began to cry as he tightly embraced Zenovia, gently bringing her head to his chest. I would have wanted to stay with you. Ever since that day, I dream about spending my days with you. I want to love you every day, spend my time with you, joke with you, and have children with you. I even plan to fake my death after I fulfill my vow and then live the rest of my life with you. But now my clock is ticking. I can't afford to worry about you. If I have to worry about you, I'm afraid all my resolve will crumble. I will abandon my vow and Eterna will have to wait, humanity will have to wait even longer. Why must it be me? Eterna had foreseen it. A storm is coming. Humanity needs to be ready. We are running out of time. That's why it must be me. I must complete it in this generation. That's why I'm sorry. Zenovia looked up to Haruka. Both of them are crying. She can see the deep sorrow in his eyes filled with regret. He cupped her cheek and brought his face closer to her. Slowly, their lips finally met as Haruka kissed her deeply. Zenovia owns as they let themselves loose in passion. A whole minute passed before they part with a trail of saliva became the proof that they have just kissed moments ago. You're horrible. Yeah, I know. But it is me. You kissed me after saying all those things. It is probably the worst first kiss ever. Again, I'm sorry. This will be the last time I'm letting you go. The next time we meet, I'll drag you back with me even if I have to cut your arms and legs. Giving Haruka one last kiss, Zenovia Corda walks away with tears still flowing down her face. When she's finally out of sight, Haruka asked, "Does it really have to be like this?" "It's not my place to answer. I'm grateful that you put our purpose first, but I know what love means. It is worth destroying the world for. You have experienced it? Thrice, a long time ago. That is why I am determined to keep my promise to God." He had fulfilled his end of the bargain. Now it is my turn. Bargain? I used to be like Ophis, apathetic and everything. I don't care about the world. I have seen a lot of things through the power of infinite possibility. But seeing is not the same as experiencing. So I asked him if I can experience love in return for helping him. He said yes. I experienced the joy and the sadness of love. He kept his end of the bargain and so will I. When Zenovia woke up the next day, Haruka had left. She trains again for another 16 days with Scathach before finally returning to Vatican. There was no sighting of Haruka during that time. The supernatural world had more or less calmed down from the fiasco caused by Surzek's Lucifer's death. The devils are still trying to find Haruka but to no avail. Heavens still have mixed opinion but the majority praise Haruka in secret. They do have to keep up appearance to uphold the peace. Until one day... What? Zenovia asked Griselda, who is currently briefing her and Irina about their next mission. The Excaliburs have been stolen by who we believe to be fallen angels. The Excaliburs are stolen? Irina repeated. Yes. Now we are in a precarious situation. They have all been stolen from all church around the world, all except Mimic, which was fortunately in the hand of Irina at that time. I see. Now here is where things gets complicated. We have tracked all fragments and it leads to Kuo town. Kuo? Now that's a name Irina and Zenovia had not heard in a while. Irina remembers it as her old hometown. Zenovia knew it as the starting point of the incident with Surzek's Lucifer according to her master, Scathach. As you know, it is considered as Gremory territory. Zenovia had to hold the urge to snicker. Scathach had told her about the misconception. Scathach is one of the few people outside the Shinto faction who knew that Kuo belongs only to the Belial clan should they decided to continue their agreement with the Shinto faction. Otherwise, it is Shinto territory and the Amatsukami only allows the Gremory and Citri heiress to stay there to save manpower needed to run it. They can claim Kuo back anytime. When Scathach told her that, Zenovia laughed. Due to the incident with one of our former exorcists and the devils, we want this matter to be handled carefully. Any small thing could trigger another war and we don't want that. Now, you two will be sent there to reclaim the stolen Excaliburs. Zenovia raised her hand. Yes, Zenovia? Do you know who stole the Excaliburs? The fallen angel cadre Ramiel and Kokabiel. Flight to Japan. Zenovia is deep in thought as she watched the clouds from her seat by the window inside the plane heading to Japan. She's not actually thinking about the mission though. Since the town they're heading to is Kuo, Zenovia can't help but think about Haruka. She had told no one, absolutely no one, about Haruka. Not even Vasco, Griselda, and even Irina. It is a good thing that everyone who knew that she went to meet Haruka had expected her to be defeated, so no one asked anything if she had seen him after. Zenovia touched her lips where Haruka kissed her 2 weeks ago. That was her first kiss, and if it weren't for the topic they're talking about, it would have been pure bliss. She loves him and he loves her. But they are apart and very likely cannot be together. It is very unfair to Zenovia. She hates it. But they are warriors tasked to protect humanity. Zenovia understands. As an exorcist, Zenovia fights to protect humanity. And so does Haruka. He only does it in his own way together with Eterna. She doesn't know what they're planning to do, but Haruka wishes to put humanity before his feelings. Putting aside her personal take on the matter, Zenovia cannot say that Haruka is wrong. Zenovia wishes that Haruka would rely on her, on them. But he has lost all faith on the church. He was the one who uncovered quite a number of illegal experiments and dealings. Zenovia cannot blame him for leaving as much as it hurts her. Putting aside his personal feeling to do what needs to be done, Zenovia could respect that. If only they aren't on the opposite end of the field. Beside the blue-haired exorcist, Shidou Irina looked at her friend worriedly. The little sister of Shidou, Haruka, had been observing her best friend and possible sister-in-law since her return. She refused to talk about anything related to her brother, and she acts differently now. Before, she had been focusing on getting stronger. Now she's just strange. She frequently spaces out when she's not training, and she has this odd look in her that Irina cannot put into words. The younger Shidou sibling hopes that this mission could take her friend's mind out of whatever it is she is always thinking. My estate. Alright. So I'm gathering all of you here today for an important mission. Setsuna addressed the elite team that had been assembled in his house. Well, it's just a better way to address his freeloaders. For almost 2 months he has to take care of all the trouble Haruka dumps him with. At least he came back 2 weeks ago and finally deal with the former devils before disappearing again, but Setsuna learned to ignore that part about him. Currently present in his house are the elite team, which other than describing his freeloaders also describe those who can be called as Haruka's friends. Shidou Issei, Saimai Mizor, Asia Argento, Kibayuto, Shuzan Acua, and Saimai Kurum. These are the people present in the Saimai estate. Saimai Kurumu, Setsuna's other wife, had just returned from her trip with Acua to Hong Kong, training under one of the Yukai lords, Toho Fuhai, to improve her combat capability. Now with everyone gathered, she began addressing everyone available. We have received words that the Excaliburs kept by the church had been stolen. Normally, this is of no concern to us, but the bad news is that the thieves are Ramiel and Kokabiel, and they are currently in Japan, more specifically in Kuo. So, why are they there? Issei asked, though those with sharper mind among them had already deduced what the Fallens want. War, Issei-kun. Kuo is still home to the Gremory and Citri heiress. The plan is simple and much more effective. Heaven's relation with the underworld is at an all-time bad since the Great War. The devils are on edge, and so does heaven. Now, with this kind of relationship, the devils will not be thinking rationally when it comes to matters related to heaven. If they found out that Excaliburs are in Kuo and most likely will be used to assassinate the 2 heiresses, the devils will be totally outraged, especially since Gremory is the little sister of the late Lucifer. The problem for us is that if war does happen, Japan could very well be the center of it since it happens here. We will not be taking any chances. The devils have grown past their usefulness in this land. Keep them safe until this matter is resolved, and then we'll kick them out. They have become more trouble than they're worth. Everyone, even Yuto, nodded. Very well. This mission will be protecting the devils and drive out the Fallens. The church will most likely send some exorcists to reclaim the stolen swords. Then Setsuna turned to Yuto. Good news for you, Yuto-kun. Balba Galilei was reported to be working together with Ramiel. Also about the Excaliburs. I don't care what you do to it, but make sure that whatever you do, don't let it bite you back in the end. Vengeance or whatever, it is your right and something you must settle by yourself, but please don't drag your friends into trouble. We already have Haruka for that. Everyone chuckled at the jab made at Haruka. Somewhere in the world, the one-armed former exorcist sneezed. Now, we can't send too many people, so for this job it will be Yuto-kun, Issei-kun, and Acua. You know, I can do this alone. Acua said with the arrogance of a vampire that Setsuna is used to. So he simply replied, not against a cadre. Ramiel and Kokabiel are far above the likes of Gyakuro and even your father. Ramiel is the fastest fallen wielding black lightning, and Kokabiel is second only to Azazel after his ascension. Don't be overconfident. As powerful as you are, a cadre is much more powerful. A 10-winged could level a town or 2 easily. The likes of Kokabiel with 12 wings could annihilate Alucard in an instant that it's not even funny. 12 wings are the strongest of heaven's army. Each of them could match the underworld's Mao without problem. I will need to activate the full power of my flames in conjunction with Innovate Clear's balance breaker if I want to match them. Yuto and Issei became visibly nervous, and although Akua didn't show it, she knows that Setsuna is not saying this to scare them. He is only stating a fact. Try to avoid them as much as you can, Kokabiel even more so. Ramiel is hot-headed and can be handled if you know how. But Kokabiel is a real monster. He can annihilate armies by himself. And most of all, if Kokabiel is not alone, if he bring his army, run. I don't care about the mission. Unless someone on my level like Scathach, Valerie, or Haruka arrives, run like hell. Needless to say, the three doesn't have as much enthusiasm as they first had after Setsuna briefed them. It is indeed a very tall order. Ramiel and Kokabiel, these are no longer just some new names. These are legends worthy to be mentioned in the Bible. Even Akua, who had faced the leader of Fairy Tail in single combat, knew that this is something far above anything she had ever faced before, especially now that she has to keep an eye on Issei and Yuto as well as the devils. This is not a job for an assassin. What? The Shidou family had moved 2 months ago. Irina's yell could be heard throughout the neighborhood when she found out why the Shidou house is empty. The first thing Irina did when they arrive in Kuo was to immediately run to her childhood friend's house for a quick visit. Imagine her disappointment when she asked one of her old neighbor why the house is empty only to find out that they have moved. It was then that the name finally clicked to Zenovia as she remembers a passing word from her master. The older exorcist pulled Irina to the side to have a little talk with her. "Ah, Irina, I should have mentioned this, but my master was quite close to some people in the Shinto faction. Is your friend by any chance named Hayuda Issei?" You know him? Irina is honestly surprised when Zenovia knew her childhood friend's name. Irina is one of the few people who knew about her apprenticeship to Scathach, so mentioning her master is no problem. Hayuda Issei is the name of the current Sekyudai, and he was taken in by one of the strongest Shinto demigod. I heard from my master that Sekyudai got involved with whatever Haruka did, and he seeks asylum with the son of Amaterasu. Most likely your friend and his family moved to Kyoto or Misaki City. I see it can't be helped. I'll visit Issei-kun when we're done. You said Misaki City? I can understand Kyoto, but why Misaki? The Shinto demigod who took in the Sekyudai lives there. Anyway, we have to get going. All right. Irina says thank you to her former neighbor before she follows Zenovia, who is slowly getting further. It was when they're halfway to Kuo Academy when Irina finally realized that Zenovia had said something very important during her explanation. Issei-kun is the current Sekyudai? Zenovia can't say that she will enjoy the meeting with Gremory, Phoenix, and Citri. Well, from her lessons with Scathach and what Haruka mentioned, Citri is quite pleasant to talk to as long as you are intelligent enough. Gremory are unpleasant with their more subtle arrogance when you manage to read between the lines when they speak, Eterna's opinion through Haruka, and Phoenix are outright arrogant for the brats, businesslike for the men, and Sundara for the females, Scathach's description. It would have been 2 bearable conversations if the Phoenix in question is an adult, but Riser Phoenix, the fiancé to Rias Gremory, is the brat Phoenix. That means 2 annoying conversations, which is one more than what Zenovia care to handle. And then there is one very large problem. Irina. Rias Gremory must not know that Irina is a Shidou or things will get ugly very quickly. Due to Haruka, the Shidou name became infamous throughout the underworld. The Shidou family has permanently been assigned to Vatican by Vasco Strata for their protection just in case. Unknown to her, this is also a favor to Shidou Haruka, and also leverage, from Uriel. If the devils in Kuo knew that Irina is a Shidou then. As the 2 of them walks into a room known as the ORC clubroom, Zenovia had prepared Durandal to be quickly drawn if needed. She just hopes as she crosses her finger that she doesn't have Haruka's luck. God knows if she has even half of Haruka's luck, then they would be running for their very life in a couple of minutes. She's confident with her strength that she can exploit all her advantages and defeat all the devils, but Zenovia doesn't want to be the reason Great War restarted. If Haruka with his luck hadn't managed that, she'll be dead if she succeed. That's why Zenovia had forbid Irina to say her family name. The only other problem is that Irina and Haruka look so similar that given a few makeup and they can actually pass for each other. In fact, cut Irina's hair and style it like Haruka's and wrap her chest and borrow her father's clothes and you get a 90% accurate copy of Haruka. Just give her a slightly more serious look, very slightly, and the similarity goes up to 99%. Hope the devils won't notice. The apprentice of Scathack knocked on the clubroom door. When a reply came telling her to come in, Zenovia and Irina entered the room. In Zenovia's opinion, the room too extravagantly decorated for a school club, especially one called Occult Research Club in an old building behind the main campus. The building itself is not even in a condition to be called old though. Comfortable sofas, a large high-quality desk, lots of expensive-looking decorations. Yeah, totally not an occult research club in an old school building. Then again, it is the base of operation of a pillar devil heiress. This much is a given. Behind the large desk sat a douchebag. Really, Zenovia doesn't know how to describe the man. Whatever word she wants to use to describe the blonde turns to douchebag the moment it pops to her head. He must be Riser Phoenix, and he's already staring at her and Irina. Zenovia held back her urge to cut the phoenix. Standing beside the man looking very gloom is definitely Rias Gremory with red hair and large bust as the file said about her. With them are their respective queens, Himejima Aquino and Yubaluna. What are two exorcists doing here in my territory? Riser spoke arrogantly. I'm so tempted to cut his D and blame it on Haruka. I'm sure he won't mind. 2 weeks ago. So you're finally back, Mr. Troublemaker? Setsuna greeted his friend as he leaned on the front door of his mansion, already waiting for him for the last few minutes. Setsuna won't ask about his diminished power, missing arm, and white hair. It is obvious that those are the more obvious price he has to pay to release enough power to defeat the number 5. In reality, Surzex should be 6th strongest since Eterna is rank 2 but she's not counted. Still, it is already a miracle that Haruka is still alive after fighting an enemy far above him in power. Setsuna knows how he managed to defeat the Mao, but it is still incredible that he's alive. I sometimes wonder if you're even human, Haruka. You're tougher than a cockroach. Quit it, Setsuna. I'm still tired and my body hurts all over. Can I please come in? Help yourself. Setsuna got out of Haruka's way and allow him to walk in. Ojama Shimizu. There's no need for you to be polite, you're like a new Rarihion in how you come and go. Haruka ignore the light jab at how he comes and goes as he please like a new Rarihion and proceed to head to the living room. Setsuna took note of something though. Haruka had exchanged his old gray trench coat with a jet black one with golden lining, the most notable feature being the crest of Eterna emblazoned on its back. So you're back here to stay or what? I'm here just to deal with the trouble I brought you. After this, I'm starting. You're serious about this, right? Haruka silently nodded. It's faster than you planned, but you're running out of time, huh? Your life force, it's weakened. Judging by the amount of life force you possess, you won't even have a decade. Not many hosts of Eterna lived past their 40s. Our average life expectancy had always been in the 30s to 40s. What about your girl? I wonder how it will end. Setsuna then lead Haruka to the back garden, which has become a training field with how often it is used to train. There Haruka finally met the group that he dumped with Setsuna along with the familiar face of a Yuki Anna. Yo! In an instant, Kiba Yudo appeared in front of him and tried to cut him down with his holy eraser, the strongest sword he could create. Of course, it is futile even if Haruka is not at 100% strength since despite his still considerable speed that Issei still cannot follow, it is extremely slow in Haruka's eyes who had faced Eterna in light speed. Using just his fingers, Haruka stopped the sword easily. Geez, calm down will ya? Well, can't really blame you since I did kidnap you. Haruka then yanked the sword from Yudo's grip and examined the blade. It's a good sword. Better than most sword birth user I've met but nothing compared to Jean's. Haruka tossed the sword back to Yudo. A white blur speed towards him but again Haruka is too good to be taken down by a mere kick. Haruka lazily sidestepped the attack and chopped the top of the head of his offender with his hand. A Nico relying on brute strength? You've been a rook for too long that you forgot who you are. The two former devils, Yuto and Kaneko, glare at the strongest exorcist known to mankind. Let's settle down and talk this out. Second. Don't call me second. Setsuna angrily shouted from inside the house. I'll be borrowing the garden. Do whatever you wish. Just don't make a mess. Haruka could hear the cry of a baby from inside, so that means Setsuna is tending to his kid. To be honest, it makes him envious of his friend. If he doesn't have a work to do, he would have already been dating Zenovia and maybe he will propose to her soon. But as it stands, that cannot happen. Not without abandoning what they are working for, which Haruka swears he will never do. So what trouble did you bring today, Haruka? And what's with your hair? Mizore asked Haruka, who is still looking at the two former devils with amusement. They look like they want to attack him, but they know they can't win, so they both settle with glaring at the former exorcist. Just settling some matters. And I used too much power that my hair turned white. Well, nothing too much for beating Lucifer. I honestly believed that I was dead when he went all out, but I managed. Haruka-san, what happened to your arm? Haruka winced when he heard the cry from his healer friend. Asia, who noticed his missing right arm, immediately rushed to his side and examined what's left of his arm, which is only a stump. Another result of my fight with Lucifer. Don't worry about it, Asia. I'm planning on replacing it, maybe. Haruka muttered the last part to himself. He then noticed Issei gawking at him. He approached his childhood friend and waved his remaining hand in front of him, but Issei remains unresponsive. I see you there? Haruka asked. You really fought Lucifer? Issei's shout would have disturbed the neighbors if it weren't for the barriers around the mansion. Old news, and I really don't want to fight anyone like that again. Awesome. Isn't he like a last boss Chara? You're really strong. Haruka chuckled as he lightly punched Issei on the elbow. You're the security Issei. If you train hard, then you can become just as powerful. Haruka then turned to look at the former devils and went back to Issei. Issei, can you please run along? I need to talk with the two of them. Haruka gestures at Yuto and Chiron. Haru and I will be staying, right? Haruka shook his head and immediately looked down. I need to replace my arm, so I'm dropping by an acquaintance's place. I get it. Issei then went back to the mansion, followed by Asia, but Mizore stayed. Mizore? I think as mistress of the house I have the right to stay and listen. I also know your goal, Haruka. It's okay if I hear what you have to say, right? Haruka just shook his head in defeat and allowed Mizore to stay and listen. He owes her that much at least. The Mao killer then turned to the former devils and start talking. To think that I would find the two of you with Gremory of all people, Issei, Chiron. The two former devils widened their eyes in surprise when Haruka called them by the name they no longer use. Howdy yo. Did you not know Issei? I was the one who discovered the research facility. It was around the same time they're disposing you guys. Still, I was too late. By the time I got there, most of your friends had died and you have escaped. I killed all the researcher and assassinated those involved in the project, although some escaped me. You were there? Wait, you said, most of my friends. You're not saying that. When I got there, I forcibly activate the sacred gears of those whose power was still dormant. 3 others survived. A girl named Tosca, the eldest of the subject named Maria, and the eldest male named Joseph. Sadly, I can't do anything for the others. I was too late. Haruka then took out from his pocket a photo and gave it to Yuto. The former Devil Knight's eyes began to tear up as he looked at the faces of his 3 friends together with Haruka. He touched Tosca, Maria, and Joseph in the picture as his memories of them began to appear. The 2 eldest male and female had always been there for everyone. They were the first to stand at the front to let everyone escape, which ironically ended up with them surviving. And then there is Tosca. She is a quiet little girl whom Yuto doesn't really interact with, but he knew her at least. That photo was taken 2 days after I rescued them. They are now in Vatican working under Vasco, so they are at least safe. Last I heard of Tosca, she was working as Griselda's assistant while both Maria and Joseph are exorcists. They each go by the name Tosca Corda, Maria Evelyn, and Joseph Strata. They've been adopted. They told me to search for you that day, but I was never able to find you. So imagine my surprise when you were Gremory's servant. Bucho saved me that day. Yes, that she did. I will at least thank her for that. But listen, Isaiah. Of all devils, the Gremory are the one you should be wary of. Are you going to insult Bucho? Both Yuto and Chiron glares at Haruka, who is now frowning. Like I said, I will thank Gremory for saving you, but you must know that you were in church territory at that time, a hidden one but church territory nonetheless. I did not pass by due to chance alone. I was there in town resting after a mission, and I was walking near the mountain when my sacred gear detected something strange. Italy is heaven's territory, the whole Italy. Isaiah, what is the Gremory heiress doing in church territory and deep in the mountain at that? Nobody could reply to that. When Haruka put it that way, it seems to be too convenient. The former exorcist addressed Chiron next. And then there is the matter with Chiron. Actually, it is more of a favor for Kuroka than anything. Hearing her sister's name mentioned, Chiron gasped. Really, someone as skilled as Kuroka falling to the madness of senjutsu? No way. Her skill and control is much too good. When we battled for someone claimed as mad. I fought her and beat her once, and she told me her story. I did an investigation and found out some facts. Kuroka's master was a sick BSRD and he was about to go for Chiron, so Kuroka killed him. Though now that I think about it, there's no real need for me to take Chiron with me. Ah well, what's done is done. Yuto and Chiron sweat dropped when hearing Haruka's casual admittance and dismissal of kidnapping. Mizore just face-bombed as she is used to Haruka doing things like this. He is intelligent and devious when he needs to, but sometimes he just didn't think things through and made small mistakes, which usually comes back to bite him. This time, the price for his action was a confrontation with Surzek's Lucifer. The Queen of Gremory. She's Barakiel's daughter. The old man had expressed his regret in the matter with his daughter. Should have took her with me too, and we got the full set. I also forgot about that. Yuto and Chiron turned to Mizore for an explanation to Haruka's madness, while the Yuki Anna just shrugged. It's a normal thing when it concerns Haruka. He could be serious in 1 second and then do idiot things the next second. Haruka-san, what happened to our evil pieces? Yuto asked. Probably annihilated or lost somewhere in Scotland. I gave them to Surzek's, which probably what incited the fight. There's so much earth and rubbles flying around and an obscene amount of power thrown that I don't think even evil pieces could survive that. Surzek's true form was so powerful and scary that I was forced to unleash my own forbidden move. I thought I was gonna die, aha. Haruka laughed, and even Mizore is sweating now at how casual he made his fight with the fifth strongest being sounds. Then again, Mizore knew how powerful the being sealed in Haruka's sacred gear is. For Eterna, a fight with Surzek's Lucifer is not really a big matter. Her power is on the same level as Ophis and Great Red after all. But then Haruka smiled at the two former devils. Well, that doesn't matter now. Isaiah, you're a human again. Chiron, you're a pure Nikomata again. If you want to return to Gremory, I won't stop you. But just be careful of Gremory. The Gremory are shrewd and manipulative. Rias is much too inferior, Eterna's opinion, for some actual shrewd planning, but I put my money on the dead Siscon Lucifer. Rias is inferior to Surzek's in every aspect, so all those coincidences like Yuto and how Chiron came to Rias' service are all Surzek's. He is a true Gremory and Lucifer. After that, Haruka left them to their device and head back into the mansion to let them think of what he had just said. Mizore narrowed her eyes as she stared at Haruka's back. Shidou, Haruka is truly dangerous. Present, Yuto cannot help but think about what Haruka had said. Because of what he implies and since it all fits, Yuto and Chiron decided to stay with Setsuna. 3 days after their talk and Haruka's disappearance, again, Setsuna called their contact in the church and Yuto talked with his 3 surviving friends. Their nostalgic voice made his tear flows and he promises to meet them when he can. They also confirmed that it was Haruka that rescued them. As much as Yuto can be loyal to Gremory, his true loyalty lies with his friends and he owes Haruka who saved them. It helps that Haruka is not affiliated with the church. He still hates priests, but Setsuna is not a priest, so he is staying with him. As for Chiron, the Nikomata is still a little conflicted, but after a while Setsuna offered to send her to Yukai Academy where she can study with fellow Yukai, especially his old teacher, Shizuka-sensei. She doesn't want to be separated from Yudo since he is now her only friend, but with the complicated state of affair, she can't really return to Rias Gremory so easily. So Mizore decided that it would be good to have her spend time with her own kind in Kyoto. Mizore grew to like Chiron and see her as a sort of surrogate sister or daughter. She had already left for Kyoto and will be under Yasaka's care on Setsuna's request. As Shinto's strongest demigod and child of Amaterasu, Setsuna has a lot of political power in supernatural Japan. In the end, Yudo had decided to join the Shinto faction under Setsuna, although he still has some reservation. The reason why he didn't return to Rias is Haruka's words about how convenient his rescue was. Haruka was right. It was strange how Rias Gremory found him. Yudo never did consider about those matters, but now that it has been pointed out, everything seems convenient for Rias. It is either luck or someone else at work. Once or twice then it could be considered luck, but thrice. Yes, it is indeed a deliberate work of someone. And that someone was Surzek's Lucifer. Haruka was right in saying that Rias is nothing compared to her brother. The Lucifer was powerful and cunning. He was the one who led Rias to them, not out of pure kindness, but since they are talented, all of them. Rias Gremory, even at this age, cannot properly recruit someone in a normal way like Sona Citri. The proof was when she decided to let Issei die and summon her, which when Yudo noticed, made a situation similar to all of their own. Setsuna said that it is to leave them with no other choice. It is a standard devil recruitment method, Haruka frequently said. That is what made him hesitant to rejoin Rias Gremory. In the end, Yudo decided to be in a side that won't oppose his remaining comrades and the devils at the same time, Setsuna's side. Although he owed Haruka, Yudo still doesn't like him much. But Setsuna has been kind to him and Chiron and even said that having him switch allegiance is possibly Haruka's aim. He had been honest with them and had helped train them instead of locking them up until Haruka's return. Another reason would be Asia. The kind girl, he found out, was also betrayed by the church, but she still possessed so much faith in God and humanity. Yudo had grown to like the girl as a friend. And then there is Issei. He felt guilty for leaving him to die when they clearly knew the fallen angel's intention. They have developed a strange dynamic. Yudo feels that he can find a lifelong friend in Issei. All these reasons are what made him decide to stay with Setsuna. We've arrived in Kuo. Shuzan Akua, the leader of this task force, informed them. Yudo looked out from the window of the car Setsuna provided them. Akua was the one driving as she is the only one with a license. He didn't realize how much he misses Kuo, a feeling shared by Issei, who is sitting in the front seat beside Akua. Speaking of Issei, the boy had changed ever since his resurrection as a half-dragon. Though traces of the old Issei can still be clearly seen by how he would keep staring at girls and still frequently made that lecherous face he was known for, the boy had become more serious and protective. It is because of his draconic instinct. How much Issei had changed is still unknown since there hadn't been anything worthy of note. Oh, and now Issei has a very strict rule of not staring at married women no matter how beautiful they are. He did that with Mizore, and Setsuna had a talk with him. He refused to come out of his room for a whole week, which forced Asia to bring him food during that PRD. Of course, single women are free game for him. Although his dragon's pride had made him less vocal about his fascination of the female body, Issei wouldn't be himself if he isn't at least somewhat perverted, which is probably why he currently has black eyes courtesy of Akua's punch. Still, that didn't stop him at all, which earns him a punch every 10 minutes. At least his attention is now occupied by his return to his hometown. Wow, it feels like I haven't seen Kuo for years. Haha, that just shows how much you misses Kuo, that in. Shut up, pretty boy. The rest of the drive continued quietly until Akua parked the car in Issei's old house, which will become their base of operation. The property now belongs to the Shinto faction after the Hayata family moved out under the pretense of a generous job offer, which is actually just a reason to have Issei's parents to move out from devil territory, so they can't be used against him. Alright, let's start by meeting the devils. The two boys nodded as they follow Akua's lead and start walking to Kuo Academy. Not far from their position, on the roof of a nearby house stood a figure clad in black coat with white hair with a missing right arm. Shidou Haruka watches as his friends headed towards Kuo Academy, the place where the devils gather. Vaya. You already miss her, Eterna stated rather than questioned. She understands his feeling quite well and some more. She misses all her other hosts, particularly Valen Argento, who is her favorite and one-time lover. I do. But let's not talk about that now. So Kokabiel had reached the end of his patience. No, this is probably Ramiel's idea and Kokabiel finds it convenient. Can they beat them? Ramiel? If I am correct on my assumption of Zenovia's power, she can solo Ramiel. The Black Lightning is not the strongest of the cadre. But Kokabiel? No, Vasco never truly won against Kokabiel. If Kokabiel is actually serious, Vasco would have been dead many times over. Nobody in this town could defeat him. Nobody but you. But that is not our goal, right? Let's just hope that everything goes well. And then both Haruka and Eterna noticed a familiar energy signature and saw a pillar of flame rise up to the sky. Haruka could hear Eterna chuckling from inside eternal twilight. Zenovia certainly has a penchant for causing trouble, just like you. I got the feeling that it is actually me who caused that. How is that possible? Bar C clubroom. The order from the higher-ups said that they should demand the devils to stay away from their hunt or they would be treated as conspirators. If it were in any other time, Zenovia would have indulged that order. But with the unstable relation between heaven and underworld caused by Haruka, she'd rather not say anything that could be taken as provocation to the devils. Like what she said before. If Haruka had not managed to restart the Great War, she certainly won't. But it is getting harder to not cut Riser Phoenix. They have been warned that Riser Phoenix is an unrepentant womanizer. It certainly shows in how he keeps ogling her and Irina. But that is not what Zenovia is worried about. Rias Gremory is staring at Irina. That is not good. So, Phoenix-san, like I have said, we would like for you to grant us permission to look for the missing Excalibur fragments. And why should I let you? Because you will die if you don't. The silence that follows allows them to hear even if a pin was dropped from 100 meters away. Riser had an expression of pure rage after he heard Zenovia's threat, which is actually not a threat actually. She had not informed them of what she expects will happen. Are you threatening me? Riser asked as his body began to radiate a great amount of heat. Irina began to sweat as the room's temperature rises, but Zenovia is fine. It is a trick used by many powerful people like Haruka and Skathak. She had wrapped an invisible veil of Durandal's holy energy around her body. It requires great control over Durandal, but she managed to obtain the necessary level. The holy element weakens the effect of Riser's demonic flame. It is not a threat from us, I assure you. The Fallens in question are Ramiel and Kokabiel. Again silence prevails until Zenovia continue talking. We don't know why Ramiel and Kokabiel stole the Excaliburs and came here, but their threat is real. Kokabiel? Then there's nothing to worry. I won't lose to a crow that can be defeated by a human. Ah, the Phoenix arrogance. This is exactly what Haruka talked about. Zenovia can see why he doesn't like the Phoenix much. Well, he is an exorcist, so hating devils is not really surprising. Zenovia then noticed that Rias Gremory is now narrowing her eyes at Irina. This is really bad. No wonder she has been silent all along. She must have noticed their similarities. Zenovia decided to wrap up their meeting here and get out before Gremory put things together. Nevertheless, we will still conduct our search. It's orders, you understand. Besides, this territory is not really yours. Again there was silence. Zenovia face-bombed at her own slip-up. What did you say? Wait, Riser. Rias stopped Riser from blowing up and looked at Irina. Zenovia knew that Gremory had put things together. Things are not looking good. Your companion, she is related to Shidou Haruka, right? Now both Zenovia and Irina began to worry. Zenovia prepares to draw Durandal at a moment's notice as she noticed the rising tension, especially when Haruka's name was mentioned. Irina is fidgeting behind her, but she will be ready to draw her Excalibur mimic anytime. She'll try to get out of this situation in peace. And you? That fact, only the Gremory, Belial, the Shinto faction and Shidou Haruka knew it. Are you perhaps also involved with Shidou Haruka? Shidou Haruka, that BSTRD human who killed Mao-sama? Zenovia and Irina began to step back as Riser got up from his seat and summoned his peerage. Now Zenovia began to think that sending them both is not a good idea with how closely they are related to Haruka, the source of the tension between heaven and underworld, which she realizes is most likely the work of the extremists who are both cursing and praising Haruka's name, cursing him for assassinating their members 3 years ago and praising him for killing Lucifer. They knew that it is easy to incite war with the devils just by having them defend themselves in devil territory if they were attacked by those who want revenge on Haruka. Well, it seems that situation had taken a turn for the worst. Devils are irrational when they find things concerning Shidou Haruka these days. So Zenovia does what she thought best at that time. With speed surpassing that of a devil knight, Zenovia draws Durandal and sends a wide blast of powerful holy energy, enough to knock the devils out of the way but not hurt them much. Zenovia grabs Irina and carry her on her shoulder as she broke through the devil ranks and blast a hole on the wall of the ORC clubroom before jumping down. With her increased physical prowess, Zenovia safely landed and began sprinting towards the exit. The devils who have recovered began pursuing her. In the end they found out. I was hoping they won't find out. Zenovia pulled 3 daggers she hid under her robe and infused them with Durandal's holy element. With accuracy trained by Haruka and Scathach, she threw the daggers that each hit 1 devils. Zenovia kept throwing her daggers until all the devils are incapacitated. It is common knowledge that devils are weak against holy and light element. Exorcists use light weapons to fight against devils, but it was not as devastating as holy element. Since Zenovia has access to pure holy element from her sword, she now began abusing that fact just like Haruka, who mercilessly exploit his holy sword's sacred gear to kill even ultimate-class devils easily. This venue of attack was not available to Zenovia before, though, since to manipulate her sword's holy element in such a way requires a very high level of control, a very difficult feat to accomplish with Durandal, which took years for her to improve under both Haruka and Scathach's tutelage. Now with her control up to par, Zenovia finds it very useful and convenient, as proven by the devils writhing in pain from the daggers infused with Durandal's holy element. Then Zenovia stopped when she's faced by both Riser and his queen, Ubeluna. Behind her are Rias and her own queen. The 2 kings and queens. They will be tough. The blue-haired exorcist put Irina down and prepares to fight. Irina, you must run after I open you a path. I won't leave you behind, Zenovia. Just go. Zenovia suddenly grabs Irina by her collar and then throw her over the school gate. The devils who are about to attack Irina was stopped by Zenovia firing a low-powered blast from Durandal. Rias and her queen tried to defend, and finally they managed to deflect the attack. But when they have deflected the attack, Zenovia had rushed to their position and fired another blast at point-blank range. Rias was the first to go down, and Zenovia made sure she stays down by pinning her to the ground by stabbing her hands together with a dagger infused with holy power. As extra measures, she also stabbed Rias' legs with another dagger. After dispatching Rias, Zenovia was about to take care of her queen when the ground explodes. The bomb queen Ubeluna and Riser had recovered. The Phoenix is the more powerful of the 2, but the queen would prove to be troublesome. Zenovia did a backflip as she avoids a torrent of fire and then used the flat of her blade to block a thunder shot by Rias' queen. When Ubeluna was also about to attack, Zenovia proves to be faster as she pulled out the last of her throwing knives and pierces the bomb queen's abdomen and both arms. 2 down. Without Irina, Zenovia could fight them more freely. These 4 devils are by no means weak. Rias Gremory is still a high-class devil with the fabled power of destruction that made Cerzek's Lucifer so feared. Riser Phoenix is a young prodigy of the Phoenix family that was said to be immortal. Their queens, the Bomb Queen and Priestess of Thunder, are also exceptional devils from how they already earn a title at their age. But Zenovia is not just any exorcist. Any ordinary exorcist would have fared badly against them, but not Zenovia. Her goal is Shidou Haruka, the strongest human who had killed the strongest devil. As someone who wants to stand with him, these devils shouldn't trouble her. Even now Zenovia is holding back by trying not to kill them, regulating her power so that the holy element would hurt but not outright kill them. She didn't aim for vital organs, and she barely used her sword and the tricks Scathach taught her. As a finisher, Zenovia blasted Yubaluna with an orb of destructive holy energy with only enough power to knock her out. Seeing his queen fall made Riser angry. "Teach, just stay still and I'll make it fast." Riser raged. He unleashes his power, creating a large pillar of flame. Even Zenovia began to feel the heat and increase the potency of her holy veil, or she would be burned by the heat alone. As expected from a phoenix. But it is still nothing compared to the flame the Godslayer could conjure. "It is time for your punishment," the Thunder Priestess said as she shot bolts of thunder at Zenovia after taking her blind spot. She would have hit Zenovia if the blue-haired girl were any other exorcist. The attack was delivered at close range and Zenovia wouldn't have been able to evade or block. But Zenovia is used to high-speed combat with Haruka and then Scathach. Compared to them who could cut her in a split second and shoot spells a near instant, Zenovia's senses perceives the Thunder Priestess attack as very slow. Zenovia got out of the spell's trajectory by bending her body 90 degrees, making her thunder miss and hit Riser, who's right on the other side. Seeing an opportunity as Riser was stunned temporarily from the unexpected attack, the exorcist throws Durandal at Riser, which stabs him on the side and pins him to the ground with its weight while also causing an immense amount of pain from its holy power. With only the Thunder Priestess left, Zenovia finishes her by rushing her and delivering a series of punches and kicks infused with holy energy. A finisher, the blue-haired exorcist kicks the devil right on the face. When it was all over, the exorcist blinked and looked around at all the down devils. "That was easier than I thought." Zenovia mused. The exorcist casually walks away, punching Riser and slashing open his side as she retrieves Durandal. Kicking Riser at the back of his head and then stabbing a dagger she retrieved from Yubaluna right on his back, Zenovia Quarta left Kuo Academy. As Irina ran after being thrown by Zenovia, she bumped into another group that were heading towards the old school building. The younger Shidou fell on her but, feeling like she had just ran into a lamppost. Irina looked up to see the face of Shuzan Aqua raising an eyebrow. The vampire who had known Haruka immediately finds her familiar. An exorcist. That hair and those eyes. Irina? Wait, Irina? A head popped out from behind Aqua. A brown-haired youth Irina immediately recognized as her childhood friend, Issei. Issei-kun? What are you doing here? Irina, you're a girl? At that comment, everything became silent as Yudo smiles at his friend while also silently leaving what he knew would become a battlefield soon. Aqua looked at Issei incredulously while Irina just stared at her childhood friend. What do you mean by that? I always knew that I could be slow, but that's just. Irina does look boyish back then. Well, it's her fault then. But still, it's funny. You could also pass as her if you want to. Just grow your hair and wear girly clothing and look more cheerful, and we got a Shidou Irina from Shidou Haruka. Shut up. After yelling at Issei for 5 minutes, Irina finally remembers about Zenovia fighting the devils. Wait, I forgot about Zenovia. Irina then looked pleadingly at Issei as she moves closer. Issei-kun, please help Zenovia. She's alone fighty dash. What about me? Zenovia chose that moment to appear, already storing her sword. The exorcist looks just fine. Not a single strand of hair out of place and not a single wound suffered. Zenovia. You're underestimating me, Irina. A full peerage of high-class devil is not a problem for me, especially with their horrible quality. Must be a newbie. A full peerage? You fought Shitori-sama too? No, it's the Phoenix. I didn't kill them though, which is why it took longer than it should be. Haruka would have finished them in a few seconds though. I still have a long way to go before I can face him. The unsaid thought of everyone is, I doubt you can even scratch that monster, but nobody dare voice it. Oh, and Irina, Who are they? Family dinner. I see, so you were sent here to stop the thief from causing problem in Shinto territory. Shinto territory? But isn't Kuo Gremory territory? Irina asked, confused since the information she knew doesn't fit what the others had just told her. Zenovia realized that she hadn't told Irina about the territory matter yet, so she explains it to her. And that's the truth about the matter. Setsuna is currently trying to officially take Kuo back from the devils. We could just come in and retake Kuo, but the situation in the underworld is very volatile right now. It could be done if it were before, but now the devils would more likely go to war than anything. That's why Setsuna need to handle this carefully before personally coming. Akua supplied and Zenovia agreed with her. Who is Setsuna? Setsuna is Shinto's strongest demigod and a friend of Haruka, though you must not mention that in front of any devils. Anyway, does anyone know the situation in Underworld? It is bad from what I hear. Our friends visited Underworld recently and it was bad. Surzek's Lucifer's peerage demands vengeance. The Underworld is barely held together by Seraphal Leviathan. It says something when it is the most certifiably insane Mao keeping things together. The only reason nobody attacked Underworld right now is because they still have Ajuka Beelzebub and Haruka himself. What does Oni-sama have to do with why Underworld haven't been attacked? Shidou Irina, right? The other factions are probably meeting to discuss your brother. It is not the fact that Surzek's Lucifer died that shocked everyone. No, if he fell to those like Zeus, Odin, Thor, Amaterasu, or Michael himself, then it won't be as surprising. No, he fell to Shidou Haruka, who is now dubbed the strongest human in existence. Even being felled by a demigod won't be as shocking. But Shidou Haruka is a pure human with no supernatural lineage. You should know that yourself, as you are his sister. But he had accomplished what no human could. He, a human, defeated a super devil who was ranked as the 5th strongest being. He also killed a god 3 years ago. All factions are too wary about him to exploit the devil's weakness. The only reason Shinto is not as worried is because of Setsuna. Haruka and Setsuna are friends, good friends. Setsuna's words alone calmed down the Shinto faction, although many are still wary since he's frequently seen in Japan, and before you ask, we don't know where he is right now. Irina immediately deflated at Akua's answer to the unasked question. She's having complicated feeling about his brother. She wants to talk to him, that's for sure, but his position in the world just makes it more complicated. That and Irina cannot understand anything that he did. We suspect the situation to stabilize though, unless Haruka makes a move. Right now all the supernatural world's eyes are focused on the strongest human. Strongest human. Indeed, even without his sacred gear, he is already extremely powerful. Magical knowledge, inhuman reflex, mastery of sword to the level of legendary, all these without relying on his sacred gear's active power. He is nothing short of a monster in human skin. But that is enough about Haruka. The matter they should concern themselves with is the theft and the cadres. Not much use in gossiping about the most wanted human in history. Now, let's get back to topic. What should we do about the cadres? Our assignment is the retrieval of the Excalibur fragments. Once that is completed, we will leave. Our mission is to prevent conflict from happening in Japan. Lady Amaterasu fears that Japan could become a battlefield should conflict happens due to the assassination of the sisters of Amao, even if one of them is a dead one. We should work together. That's the idea. All right, we shall work together. Zenovia and Akua reached the same conclusion in their discussion. Then Zenovia remembers. Shuzan Akua, I do have a favor I need to ask you. A favor? The devils. Well, mostly Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix don't seem to welcome us, especially after I beat them all. Haruka's reputation precedes him and Gremory recognize Irina as someone related to him. I see. So you want me to handle this? Zenovia nodded. They're more inclined to listen to you whose relation to Haruka is unknown. Them recognizing Irina has been a problem I've been worried about, and I was right. I'll make sure to put some words to the other devil then. A Citri, was it? Yes. We should have talked to the Citri first. She would have been more reasonable. Very well, I shall talk to them to smooth things out. The Durandal wielder and vampire assassin shook hands and smile in a manner that makes them look like they've just made a business deal. It's a pleasure meeting you, Zenovia Quarta. Likewise, Shizunakua. I've heard about you from my master. I look forward to fight together with you. 20 minutes later, after paying for their food, Acua excused herself and headed towards Kuo Academy to speak with Sona Citri. At first everyone is worried about her going alone, but Acua dismissed those worries as unnecessary. She's someone on the same level as a Yukai lord. She can take care of herself. That leaves her 2 male companions together with the Exorcists. Shortly after, Zenovia also went off on her own, saying she's better off working alone and they could cover more grounds that way, and told Irina to stay together with Issei and Yudo. Irina would like to protest, but Zenovia argued that she's the apprentice of Skathak and Haruka, somewhat, and she's around the same level as an ultimate class. She can handle Ramiel and adequately fight Kokabiel by herself if she fights carefully. This leaves Irina with Issei and Yuto. Irina doesn't have much complaint though, since she wants to spend time together with Issei, even with a third wheel around, but she still worries about Zenovia. So let's go searching? Yuto asked. The sword birth wielder walks in front while Irina and Issei walks behind him. Yuto can hear the 2 of them start chatting behind him. It's understandable since they are childhood friends and have been separated for a long time. Speaking of childhood friends, Shidou-san, do you know Tosca Quarta, Maria Evelyn and Joseph Strata? Irina's attention shifted at the mention of the familiar names. Tosca-chan, Maria-ne, and Joseph-san? I met with Tosca-chan before I came here. Poor Tosca-chan has to help Griselda sort out papers every day. As for Maria-ne, she's about to get married to Joseph-san. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. Wait, what? Maria and Joseph are getting married? Yes. They've been together for so long and they're named after the Messiah's parents. I find them very cute. Wait, are you a survivor of the Holy Sword Project? Yes. I see. They're getting married. I'm happy for them. Yudo felt genuinely happy hearing that 2 of his comrades finally managed to obtain happiness. Although he does feel a little lonely. Out of the 4 of them, only he is alone. Tosca has been adopted and his eldest brother and sister are getting married. Only he is left all alone in Japan. He would like to visit Vatican after this. As he is no longer a devil, it shouldn't be a problem. Then you must be Isaiah they talk so much about. Tosca-chan will be happy to meet you again. You hear that, Kiba? Maybe if you behave, Irina will take you to Vatican to visit your comrades. The 3 of them continue to chat as they walk around Kuo in search of an Excalibur fragment or any of the cadre. With Zenovia, contrary to what the others might believe, Zenovia is not actively searching for the Excaliburs. Without any lead, Zenovia resorted to what Haruka usually do. Make a bait. Well, rather than making a bait for his targets, Haruka as a magnet for trouble is bait enough for bad luck to do his work just by him walking. Her experience with the trouble magnet had convinced her that the best way to draw out your intended target is to cause trouble, or make yourself an enticing target. Now, what is enticing enough for the thieves to take notice? Of course it is the presence of an exorcist, especially one wielding Durandal. And so she lightly flares her aura laced with Durandal's power to attract the thieves' attention. It is a reckless act and might even attract an unwanted party, but it is the easiest method she knew of and it should work. In fact, she's sure that if she has a hero's luck then she would be meeting one of them soon. As she waits, Zenovia continues thinking about the man she loves. The kiss they share and their parting. Somehow she felt that they will meet again soon and they will fight each other again. Another fight with the strongest human. Anything less than her best will result in her complete defeat. Is this seat open? Zenovia almost jumped due to being broken from her deep thought by a man. She was startled but immediately recovered and said yes. The man sat and took a sip from his cup of hot coffee that he bought from a nearby cafe. From how you look, you seem to be a person of the cloth, miss. I am. Fascinating. We do not get those often here. I imagine because the Shinto religion is still going strong here. That is one of the reasons, but that is when we're talking about the whole of Japan. But what I am talking about is this specific town. After all, this is devil territory even if it is in name only. Zenovia immediately became alert and jumped from her seat. She prepares to draw Durandal but didn't when the man raise a finger to stop her from doing so. I can understand your wariness, but I come in peace. You're Kokabiel, right? Who? You recognize me? From what we know, Ramiel is the more aggressive one of you two. He would have attacked first. A good reasoning, but I could have been a human assassin involved with either or a specially trained fallen that can suppress their presence. No assassin would have alerted their target to their presence. True. In this case, you're correct. I am indeed Kokabiel, the Angel of Stars. Do not worry. I have no intention of fighting here, not right now. You don't have to worry. Zenovia still warily eyed the fallen angel cadre but sat down once again. Kokabiel is the less violent of the two, and despite everything, Zenovia is not inclined to cause a scene when the sun is still high, and it seems neither does Kokabiel. The Angel of Stars has always been a peculiar one. She once asked Vasco Strata about Kokabiel. It is not every day that you find a human able to fight against a cadre. Vasco described Kokabiel as a true warrior, powerful and graceful. His fight against Kokabiel had been the greatest battle he experienced in his lifetime, and even then, he suspects that the Angel of Stars had been holding back. Most notable of all his trait, though, is his love of humanity. That had been a shocker to the old Zenovia, back when she still followed the church with unquestionable loyalty, before Haruka reveals the truth, or before she fell in love with him. To her then, a fallen angel admiring humanity is something ridiculous and impossible to believe. But Kokabiel was also once an angel of the Lord. Vasco said that perhaps it is a lingering trace of the angel Kokabiel. She wants to see for herself if what Vasco Strata said was true. Why are you here? Oh, nothing in particular really. I went to get a cup of coffee. Believe me when I say that Ramiel and anyone under him cannot even make a decent coffee. Plus, seeing humans and what they could come up with fascinates me. Imagine my surprise when I felt the presence of Durandal when the barrister was making my coffee. It is a good thing that I cast a barrier to prevent the aura from spreading, or Ramiel would have come charging with black lightning. Ah, Zenovia forgot about that very possible scenario. Then Haruka is rubbing off on her. I didn't think things through. Zenovia felt embarrassed for not thinking about that particular outcome. Don't worry. Couples frequently do similar things. They rub off on each other. Wait, what? I know of you, Zenovia Corda, the current wielder of Durandal, and was a constant companion to the strongest human. Of course it all leads back to him. Why did she associate herself with that trouble magnet? Oh, right, they bumped into each other and somehow ended up being friends after a midnight spar. I won't even ask how you know about that personal information. I keep tabs on interesting humans. I have to admit that it is very hard to find Shidou Haruka, but you serve as a beacon to him. I am familiar enough with Durandal to recognize it from miles away. After all, I helped father in the forging of Durandal. Me, Azazel, Uriel, and Sandalphon. All four of us helped forge the holy swords you know now. That is a trivia. Zenovia wondered how the church would react if they knew that the governor of Grigori once helped in the creation of their prized weapons. I suppose it's not surprising if you helped in the forging. So you are interested in Haruka? Yes. At first I only consider him as a powerful exorcist, and his use of blade blacksmith fascinates me. Even though I am not as interested in sacred gears as Azazel is, his use of his gear went beyond any known wielder of blade blacksmith. I observed him from time to time, usually by following the aura of Durandal you could barely control in your younger years. I will not ask how you managed that without being found. It is trade secrets, you understand? But the real interesting thing about Shidou Haruka happened when he assassinated those involved in the Holy Sword project who failed to make themselves scarce before he quits. I first thought that he is mad, but what I saw in him was pure determination. It is interesting. So I decided to watch him and how he will develop. Imagine my surprise when I watch him fight together with a demigod, yokai, and vampires during the fairy tale incident and slew a revived Baylor. A human slaying a god. That has never been done by anyone apart from Scat Hack. No one, not even a Longinus wielder, had ever been able to a god. How Scathach did it is still a mystery until now. Zenovia watches Kokabiel talk about Haruka with fascination as if he is a rare species. Zenovia could agree though. He's like a rare species of something. But what really, how do you say it, took the icing on the cake, was when he killed Cersei's Lucifer in single combat. I will admit, I could match Cersei's Lucifer for a time, but to outright defeat him? No, I cannot. But a human managed to kill a super devil. Then Kokabiel became silent for a while. He took another sip of his coffee before continuing. I hate devils the most, Miss Corda. For millennia they manipulate humans to their liking, tempting them, making them fall into sin and devour them whole. You might not see it any longer, but devils of old did consume souls, and it is not a pretty sight. Human sins, yes, but they are also capable of great compassion and love. Humans are filled with potential and they can realize it in their short lifespan. Do you know how long it took me to reach my full potential of a 12 wings? 2,000 years. To learn how to command my army as a commander? 500 years. It took Alexander just a few years to become a great conqueror and tactician. All my experience, and I was amazed when I looked at the strategies Zhuge Liang employs. All my skill, and I still doubt I could match Lancelot in a sword fight. All my wisdom, and Gautama can still be far wiser than me. Humans are amazing. Zenovia can see how much Kokabiel loves humans from how he describes them as more than himself. That is why the Exorcist was surprised when his face suddenly contorted in anger. And then came the devils, liars, cheaters, whisperers of sin. And Father waged war. After the end of the war, we thought that there will be a semblance of peace. As much as we do not want to admit it, we were crippled by the Great War. Grigori suffered the least since we withdrew before the final battle, but we were still crippled. Our numbers dwindled. We no longer wished to fight. But then I heard something outrageous. The evil peace system. An abomination of nature of the highest kind. But there is nothing I can do. Grigori will not fight and neither will heaven. We are too tired to fight, especially with the birth of the super devils. Kokabiel's anger suddenly disappeared as quick as it had appeared. His expression relaxed and he smiled. But then hope appeared in the form of a human. Not only did Shidou Haruka killed Cersei's Lucifer, the strongest of the super devils, but also reversed the effect of the evil pieces. It must not be easy, but he did what should have been impossible. Now Zenovia is surprised. She did not hear about that one. Issei, or Kiba Yuto as he is known now. He used to be a devil. Imagine my surprise when I read the report that a survivor of the abominable Holy Sword project became a devil, and now I saw him turned back into a pure human after being kidnapped by Shidou Haruka. What miracle is this? So it all led to this. Kokabiel ended his somewhat passionate speech. Truly, Kokabiel is not a normal fallen angel. His passion and love for humanity went against all that were taught to them about fallens. The world is truly large. So after hearing all the Angel of Stars has to say, Zenovia asked the important question. Why did you steal the Excaliburs? It was not my idea. It was Ramiel's. But I find this a good chance. A good chance. To restart the Great War. The silence that follows Kokabiel's revelation of his goal was so deafening that Zenovia could hear a pin drop from miles away. Are you serious? As serious as I can be. Now, Miss Corda, what will you do? Kokabiel, many will die if you restart the Great War. My ultimate plan is that indeed, the destruction of the three factions. You wish to destroy the three factions? You wish to kill God. Zenovia felt outraged at Kokabiel's plan. The audacity of the cadre. She had drawn her sword and pressed her blade against Kokabiel's neck. As expected of a cadre though. The sword did not cut him at all unless Zenovia applies the appropriate force. If he were any weaker, a gentle motion is all it takes to draw blood. But Kokabiel is a very powerful fallen angel whose skill and capability had won him enough renown to be mentioned in the Bible. He did not even bat an eyelid despite having a legendary weapon on his neck. You will fight me here? You have to be stopped. I thought that you were better than your brother. But I see that you desire war just as much. No, I do not desire it. It is more of a mean to an end rather than a desire. A mean to an end? Humanity continued to progress. They no longer need the intervention of the supernaturals. Is this for humanity? Of course. To release them from the influence of the supernatural, that is my wish. Humans will die if you restart the Great War. Even so, humanity will prevail. I believe in the potential Father believes. Then why are you doing this? No, in the first place, why did you fell? You seem to value the Lord so much, so why did you turn your back on him despite believing in him? He did not move to restart the war, so why are you? I see, so you remain unaware. Zenovia Corda, do you know what happened in the Great War? No, but why should it matter now? It ties in with your question. Do you know why I fell? I do not fell during the course of the war, I fell after the final battle. The reason is simple. It was not just the 4 demon kings who fell in battle. God was slain by Lucifer, a mutual defeat. While the devils lost their Satans, heaven lost their father. You have been lied to, Zenovia Corda. I suspect Shidou Haruka knew this fact. In an instant, Zenovia froze. God is dead? She cannot believe it. And Haruka might knew about this? Suddenly it all fits. She doesn't want to believe it, but it all fits. Haruka's actions, if it were driven by the knowledge of God's demise, then everything makes sense. Haruka's faith might be lesser than hers, but he always admires God in his own way. He will never turn his back on God, he said so himself. In the end he turned his back on them. But hearing what Kokabiel said made it unsurprising. No, you're lying. I do not lie. I never lie, especially concerning Father. Then for how long, the church had been lying to us? But where did his miracles come from? The protection we receive even now. Michael had done a good job managing heaven for so long, but in the end he is nothing compared to Father. He barely kept the system running. I am afraid that you've been fighting for a lie all along, Miss Corda. So all along we fought for a lie? I have to say not always though, but yes. Zenovia fell on her knees as Durandal clattered on the ground as her grip on the sword loosened. Zenovia started laughing a hollow laugh. All her life, everything was a lie. They told her to fight and kill for God, but God is dead. Then what had she been dedicating herself to? I have watched the race I love, Father's legacy enslaved for too long. I will not be dissuaded. Now it is my turn to ask you, Zenovia Corda. What is your choice? My choice. I will not ask you to join me, only that you please do not stop me. What will you do? Now that you know the truth, what will you do? Kokabiel. Zenovia has no answer, nothing. For all her life, she had dedicated everything to the church. She believes in the love of the Lord, and that everything she did was for the sake of justice. But now the wielder of Durandal can feel nothing but despair and betrayal. Now Zenovia understands why Haruka felt that there is no other way than to quit and went on his own. He knew and put up with the church. But the Holy Sword Project was the last straw. He put his trust on the higher-ups, and that trust was betrayed. At least that is what Zenovia believes. Perhaps you should follow in the footsteps of your lover. But either way, I hope that you do not stand in my way. With those words and the sound of fluttering wings, Kokabiel left. Shidou Haruka was torn between rushing to Zenovia's side and keeping his cover. He knew sooner or later that she would learn the truth with how she's beginning to rise in the power rank among the exorcists. As someone now likely part of the top 10 strongest exorcist, Zenovia's importance had risen even if she doesn't realize it yet. With her rise, she will inevitably become more involved in certain things which will lead her closer to sensitive informations. One such information would be God's demise. It's also a shock when Haruka learned about it from Eterna. But at least he has the infinity to talk with. She has reached a crossroad, Haru. I know. It's just. You don't like that you cannot be by her side? Yes. Then go. No, I can't. Stubborn BSTRD. But I guess we're already at the point where it's do or die. Just don't regret anything. I hope so. Haruka is not in a good mood as he watched his beloved sitting on the bench where she talked with Kokabiel and kept staring on the ground with eyes devoid of life. It pains him to see her like that. But he cannot blame Kokabiel for his early revelation of a truth his love will eventually reach. Speaking of which, when will you of her? What? Oh come on. You love her and she loves you. I was half expecting both of you to take each other's clothes off and get it done back in the land of shadows with how passionate the two of you were when you kissed. Plus it would be pathetic if something were to happen to you and you die. Version. The hell are you talking about, you crazy woman? Haruka internally shouted while sporting a blush. See, you didn't take the vow of celibacy since you want to do her, right? You don't have to be so vocal about it. Come on, I know you want it. She's the first one you think about when you were given the talk, by me. How old were you? I think you're around 11 or so. Your mother gave you the talk when you were 14. I still remember your blush when I use a grown-up Zenovia and you as the model. Right? And I lose all respect to you for the rest of the month. Well, your SEC life, which is non-existent, aside, what will you do now? Knowing what her partner is thinking, Eterna sighed. Seriously, he should just be honest with his desire. Aqua is grateful that the Citri heiress is reasonable and much more pleasant than the thankfully hurt phoenix who Aqua recognizes as a real prick. It appears that Zenovia ripped one side of his torso and left him in a very painful state due to holy power contamination. Aqua note to be careful of Zenovia. It took a great amount of skill to incapacitate opponents in the same way she does. It speaks of the control she has over Durandal and how good she can channel her power. As expected of a student of Scathach. Now everyone in the Phoenix and Gremory peerage are under treatment. Oh, and Aqua took the knives Zenovia used. She would appreciate not having to procure more. We appreciate the help from the Shinto faction. And tell the Exorcists we are sorry. You have to understand. Shidou Haruka is currently the most wanted man in the underworld, and anyone related to him will be treated with suspicion and even with extreme prejudice. I understand completely, Citri-san. But can I ask one thing from you? Yes, Shuzan-san? We would like to use Kuo Academy as our base of operation. If Ramiel attempts to attack, it would be better if we are ready. Are you sure about this? That is the most likely scenario according to Setsuna, Shinto's strongest demigod. The Longinus innovate clear, who is also the son of Amaterasu. So you work for him directly? I prefer to call us allies. I am a vampire and therefore under the leadership of the new vampire queen. I'm here as a sign of goodwill and alliance with the Shinto faction. The elusive new leader of the vampires who killed the Teeps and Carmilla faction leaders. Yes. Our leader is busy rebuilding the vampires as a whole, and currently she has the support of the Shuzan family and the Dampiers. She wishes not to reveal herself as leader before everything is settled. But we're not here to talk about that. Setsuna believes that Ramiel and Kokabiel will be attempting to assassinate you and the Gremory heiress and make use of the current unstable situation to restart the Great War. Lady Amaterasu is worried that if this happens in Kuo, Japan will become the battlefield. For that reason we are sent to Kuo. You say, but why are you alone? Where are your companions? We split up after meeting the Exorcists. There's no need for them to come here when they can be useful somewhere else. I see. Then I suppose you will join them after we're done. No. I intend to wait here and protect all of you. There's always a chance that the Fallens will attack. I will stay. I appreciate the thought, but we can. Setsuna said not to underestimate them, especially Kokabiel. Citri-san, Riser Phoenix and Rias Gremory was defeated by Zenovia Quarta without them able to land a hit on her, and that is when she's trying not to kill them. I doubt you could survive long enough against both Ramiel and Kokabiel, or even one of them without a decisive trump card. Although Sono wishes to refute her, she refrains because she knew that Aqua is speaking the truth. If both Riser and Rias along with their peerage cannot even hurt an exorcist who was holding back, she will not say that her peerage can hold back a cadre hell-bent on killing them. So Sona graciously accept the offer. Thank you for your help, Shuzan-san. There's no need if o-dash. Shuzan Aqua never finished her word when she felt a barrier covering the whole Kuo Academy and the student council room exploded. With Kokabiel. When Kokabiel noticed the explosion and Ramiel's power covering the whole Kuo Academy, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. He should have known that the cadre who controls Black Lightning is as volatile as his power and lacks patience or subtlety. Thieves should have kept an eye on him. Now the plan must be changed. Originally the plan was to assassinate the devils silently and leave the holy swords on their corpses, but with Ramiel openly attacking like this, the blame could fall solely to the fallen angels and even just Ramiel himself, and the Great War won't restart once Ramiel was hunted and killed. Though with the situation there are chances that heaven will also be blamed, but he doesn't want to leave things to chances. Good thing he has a backup plan. Making a communication circle, Kokabiel called his lieutenant. We're going with plan B. Prepare my legion. Ramiel did not follow the plan. And don't forget to call him. Near Kuo Academy. What's that burst of power? Issei, who had felt Ramiel's power flaring having been trained as a censor, whipped his head at the direction of the school. The school? Black Lightning. That's Ramiel, one of our targets. Irina identified the cadre attacking from the cracking Black Lightning that even she could see from the distance. They did not expect to find Ramiel so easily. They have expected a long search and maybe setting up a trap or two, but it seems that Ramiel is not very patient. The three of them exchanged looks and nodded as they ran towards the school at full speed. When they got to the school, they are stuck since they cannot pass through the barrier. As expected of a barrier made by a cadre. It is very powerful. Shidou created a demonic sword that eats through holy power and tried to hack and slash through the barrier, but it is to no avail as the barrier recovers quicker than he can destroy them. Let me try. Issei summoned his boosted gear. He was about to punch through the barrier when Draig's voice stopped him. I won't recommend that, partner. The barrier is too strong for you to power through. You could do it if you achieve Balance Breaker, but at the moment you don't have enough power. Issei grit his teeth and was about to complain to Draig when 5 powerful holy swords shot through the barrier. All 3 of them widened their eyes when they saw the 5 western blades breaking through the barrier. They of course recognized those swords. They are the projectile swords of Shidou Haruka. The potent holy aura that surpasses Mimic is all that it takes for Irina to recognize her brother's blades. Nodding to each other, the trio passes through the whole Haruka tour for them. But not before Irina took one of the swords with her for precautions. The quality of Haruka's sword is so good that anything less than a full holy sword cannot match them. Having one with her is more reassuring than Mimic. Partner, you're about to face Ramiel, one of the Grigori's cadre. He might be one of the weaker cadre, but he's still dangerous. Draig warned. You know about him? A little. Just pray that Kokabiel is not here. Ramiel is a baby compared to him. Is Kokabiel even more dangerous? Kokabiel is the only other 12 wings beside Azazel. He is second only to the governor himself. If Kokabiel is serious, this town would have been wiped out from the map easily. Issei gulped when he heard Draig's warning. At least they will be fighting Ramiel first. When they arrived to the battlefield, they saw the wounded devils and Aqua fighting against a man and a pack of Cerberus. Shidou scanned the area to find his old master and found her and Himejima Akino unconscious, being protected by the members of the Citri peerage. Sona Citri herself along with her queen is fighting together with Aqua, but the situation doesn't look very good. The Cerberus noticed the trio arriving and let out a predatory growl as 2 of them went to make them as dinner. Issei, Shidou, and Irina obviously doesn't want to be dog food, so they all prepare to fight. Ise-kun, you're not strong enough to face them head-on yet. Act as our support and use transfer on us. Yuto instructed. Issei understood that he's not skilled enough to fight the 3-headed dogs head-on, so he complied with Yuto's order. Shidou made a pair of swords and together with Irina, who has Mimic turned into a katana, faced the 2 Cerberus. While the Exorcist and former devil fought the guard dog of hell, Aqua is having a hard time against the man. She recognized him. Fried Selzine, a stray exorcist with a twisted lust for blood. He is nowhere compared to the enemies she had faced before, but since he is wielding 4 Excalibur fragments and she was wounded from Ramiel's preemptive attack, Aqua is not doing so well. She can't use Jigen 2 against a legendary weapon, especially something of Excalibur's caliber. There is a reason why they achieve legendary status after all. Their aura prevents the activation of her technique. In this situation, Aqua can only fall back to her martial art training, her vampire abilities, and her sword gifted by Setsuna. It is not an overly powerful or special sword. It is a black katana forged by Haruka himself for Setsuna using his blade blacksmith. It is very durable and could match even legendary weapons, but it has no power. But that is enough. That's one durable son of a bitch. A user of Jigen 2 and the liaison between the vampires and Shinto faction. If I recall, your name is Shuzen Aqua. We have a big shot here, Freed. She's one of the Shuzen sisters. We can get the vampires into this fight if we kill her. The Shinto probably also send someone. I hope it is their strongest demigod. It would be great if we can kill their ace. Ramiel has a look of absolute delight as he watch Freed pushes back the weakened Aqua. The preemptive strike is a lightning bomb infused with light. It caught Aqua off guard, but incredibly she managed to defend the devils from taking the dangerous attack. But this resulted in her current weakened condition. Got it, big boss? I'm gonna enjoy carving her body with Excalibur-chan. Jayaha. Tisich, fighting them in this condition will only result in defeat. Ramiel got me good. But as Freed was about to cut Aqua, who was on her knees, she stood up and moved so fast that Freed didn't know what happened. You left yourself open. Never let your guard down when facing an assassin. Who, as expected of the Shuzen's strongest assassin and one of the strongest vampires. Truly you are a descendant of Alucard. This will make fighting you worth it. Like a finely sliced meat, Freed fell to the ground in pieces. This exorcist was once considered a prodigy? I've met stronger ones and they could last longer when I'm at full power. True. But now it's time for you to face me. Can you hope to defeat me, Shuzen? With the speed of lightning, Ramiel charged at Aqua with a pair of light swords imbued with black lightning. Aqua prepared herself to fight and brought her sword up to block the fast strike. When Ramiel's lightning swords met Aqua's katana, the force of Ramiel's attack managed to push Aqua back 8 meters. I guess that is the difference in power between a human and a fallen cadre. Strengthening herself with Yujitsu, Aqua pushed Ramiel back and slashed at him. The cadre jumped backward and shot black lightning at her. The vampire assassin did a backflip as she parried any lightning close to hitting her, and this put even more distance between her and Kokabiel. Using her Yujitsu, Aqua infused her sword with her Yuki and sent slashes at the black lightning, shooting out blades of Yuki to counter Ramiel's black lightning. The cadre again closes in and fought her using his swords. Aqua curses the fact that lately all powerful enemies she fought seems to be able to nullify her Jigen 2. Apart from legendary weapons, she also cannot cut light swords like the ones used by Ramiel. In hindsight, Toho Fuhai would have been numbered as one of the top strongest beings if his Jigen 2 could really cut through anything. It seems that she's starting to find out why he's only around the 800s. Jigen 2 cannot cut through highly condensed energy or overly powerful attack along with powerful aura that can even slightly distort dimension like the aura of high-ranking beings and weapons. Aqua is starting to feel fatigue. She's not in top condition and Ramiel is someone she cannot fight in anything less than her prime. This is the weaker of the two cadre? She's starting to understand why Setsuna told her to run if they fight Kokabiel. Ugh. Aqua slipped due to a surge of electricity coming from a shot near her feet. Ramiel took this chance to finish her off. Aqua curses her carelessness and less than prime condition. She failed to take in her surroundings and noticed the haphazard release of lightning from Ramiel's body. It is a cunning tactic Ramiel used. She sends out surges of electricity around him, although haphazardly, when fighting at close range. It will disrupt enemy movements if the electric surge hits a nerve and paralyze his enemy. Aqua looked her death straight in the eye as she saw the lightning sword came down on her. But it never made contact. Like I'll let you be. A red gauntlet connects with Ramiel's face and the cadre was sent flying with a force Aqua cannot believe coming from Hyde Issei. So this is the power of the Longinus boosted gear. Sorry we're late. The doggy was harder than we thought, but we managed to do something about them. Issei pointed at the corpses of the Cerberus now having swords sticking out of their body and one of the corpses have 3 vaporized heads. Courtesy of Issei's dragon shot. Issei helped Aqua up while Yuto and Irina helped the Citri peerage. For once, Aqua thought that Issei is not really weak like her initial impression. Heh, the security, this will be even better. Looks like things is about to get interesting. Then allow me to go all out. Ramiel, who had recovered, spread all his 10 wings as black lightning manifests all around him. Seeing Ramiel getting serious, Aqua and Issei prepares to fight. Aqua holding her sword with both hands and Issei entering a fighting stance. The second round of the fight with Ramiel began. If there is a time Zenovia felt she needs Haruka the most, then it is now. Although the clueless girl was gone when she learned some of the truth about the church, Zenovia Corda still believes that as long as those who truly believes in God continue to fight and follow his will, then the church as a whole could one day change. It will be a long and tiring process, but God will surely show them the way if they pray and work hard enough. But now that she knows that God is dead, what is there to live for? She was raised by the church to serve God, and she knows no other way of life than that of an exorcist. Go stray? Hand in her resignation? Those are some good ideas. She could go to her master or maybe work for Haruka's friend. Or go after Haruka himself. He knew. Zenovia realized. Haruka must have known about God's absence. More things began to fit into the puzzle. Haruka shows admiration to God, so he would never have betrayed the church. If God is still with them, he must have known for a long time. He did not hesitate, nor did he look back. He just walks away with determination because he knew. He knew that neither heaven nor the church follow the will of God anymore. That's why he could walk away easily. He knew everything was a lie and he had only been tolerating it so that he could protect humanity as an exorcist. But when his trust was betrayed, he left. It's as simple as that. Zenovia could understand that. She truly could. Even now she's contemplating whether she should go to her master, Saimai Setsuna, who is Haruka's friend, or look for Haruka himself. She has no intention to return to the church. There is nothing left for her there. Even the option of joining Kokabiel is something she is considering. His goal is for the good of humanity, and Zenovia could follow that. Flashes of Irina and Griselda's face appear in her mind. Perhaps she still have something there after all. What she needs to do now is to make her choice. Zenovia clasp her hand together and look up to the sky. Oh Lord, I need your guidance now more than any other. What should I do? She asked, knowing that there will be no reply. She closed her eyes and remember her younger days in the church. Perhaps her past can give her the answer. Kuo Academy. Irina and Yuto was about to support Issei and Aqua when they suddenly felt something holding them in place. It is a magic that targets the mind, so they exert their will and broke its control. As I thought, ruler is not suited for me. Fing useless sword. A young teen cussed as he walks into the battlefield wielding a golden longsword. He has shoulder-length wild blonde hair and red eyes. He wore a simple business suit, though his shirt is not tucked in. Sorry about that, but I can't let you guys get the jump on Ramiel until Kokabiel-sama finished his preparations. In turn, allow me to take that last fragment from you. Without warning, the teen ran straight towards Irina. Yuto tried to block his path, but he is ferocious and strong. He pushed away Yuto and kicked him hard without stopping even 1 second in his advance. Irina turned Mimic into a katana and slashed down at the teen. But he used his long sword to block it. Halt, give me the sword. The teen exert his will through the sword. It is easier to break free this time, but the split second it took effect is all that it takes for Irina to let go of her sword. Excalibur ruler. Yeah, but I'm horrible with it. Dimon, it won't work anymore. But that's enough. This is all I need. Goodbye, girl. The teen proceeds to finish off the disarmed Irina, but she pulled out another sword, a long sword that radiates even greater holy power than the Excalibur fragment. Ruler met the sword head-on, but instead of being equal, a crack formed on Ruler's blade. That is, Oni-Isama's sword is as powerful as a top-tier holy sword. Anything less than a true Excalibur won't be enough. Not wanting to break his sword, the teen jumped back to avoid confrontation. He didn't forget to also retrieve the combined Excalibur that from Fried's corpse. After acquiring the fused Excalibur, he proceeds to fight both Irina and Yuto. He proves to be a powerful opponent, not even using any of Excalibur's powers but still managing to fend off both Yudo and Irina. He could easily shatter Yudo's sword, but sword birth can endlessly produce weapons for Yudo to use. In Irina's case though, the durability of her weapon is superior. The second time he blocked one of her attack with ruler, the sword's crack became bigger. Its holy aura also surpasses the fused Excalibur. Thankfully though, the fused Excalibur is strong enough to fend off Irina's sword. Kokabiel's subordinate fought Shidou Irina first. She's not as fast as Kiba Yudo, but she is certainly quick on her feet and she uses her more elastic body to keep herself from being killed by doing acrobatic movements to evade. She certainly has more attack power though due to the weight and quality of her sword along with the arm strength she built from her more rigorous Exorcist training, Haruka style. But the blonde Excalibur wielder noticed that her movement is not as refined. The moment he saw an opening, he took it and almost killed Irina through a stab if not for Yudo getting in the way and deflecting his sword. Now his opponent changed to Kiba Yudo. He is fast, very fast. Even without the night boost, Yudo is still very fast. And what little training he had with Setsuna saw leaps and bounds to his skill and response time. If Yudo has to admit, Setsuna is a crazy teacher. He improved more in the span of 2 weeks than in a year with Rias Gremry. But despite his great improvement, Yudo still cannot match the Excalibur wielder's skill. Yudo can take his back many times and attack from multiple angles using his speed to move to many different positions, but the Excalibur wielder's instinct and response time is supernatural. He could be blocking Irina's attack a quarter second ago and is already blocking Yudo's attack too in the next quarter second. But at least he is on the defensive if anything else. Yudo kept slashing with 2 swords, trying to push the blonde teen using 2-sword style. But he could block all of Yudo's attacks with pure skill. He had sheathed ruler in the scabbard on his back, not wanting to risk the precious sword breaking. The ease in which the blonde teen blocked all of Yudo's strikes all the while evading Irina's own slashes made Yudo become impatient. Issei places his hand on the ground and calls forth numerous sword from the earth in a single line to skewer the teen. But of course it won't be that easy. Using destruction's power amplified by blessing's property, he sent a blast of destructive holy power to counter the swords. The destructive blast proves superior to Yudo's swords and would have hit him if not for Irina blocking using her sword. Just like she expected out of her brother's sword, it stayed strong and even managed to destroy the attack although it left Irina kneeling on the ground. Irina has never been one with a lot of stamina, and coupled with the quality of the sword and the amount of power she needs to utilize its holy element, she's starting to show fatigue. Plus it is a Western longsword. She's capable in using it, but the sword doesn't suit her fighting style. She still has strength though, so she got up again, holding the sword her brother made with both her hands. That sword, you're not kidding when you say it is equal to a true high-tier holy sword. What's your name, girl? Shidou Irina. The teen blinked twice with his eyes wide. He began trembling before finally blow up laughing. Issei Shidou. So that's the level of power of Shidou Haruka's blade blacksmith. It's frightening if he could mass-produce swords of that quality. Shidou Haruka, what a loathsome name. I was forced to go into hiding once I found out that he's out and about. A new voice joined into the gathering. This time, Yuto recognized the voice. It is the voice of his most hated enemy. Anger began to build up inside him as an old priest enters the fray. Valper Galilei. Zenovia has reached a decision. With a resolute look, she walked towards Kuo Academy. Durandal is shining brightly, approving its wielder's decision and showing its support. The Blue Sword Princess enters the fray. Valper Galilei. I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. I am the one who was killed by you, to be more precise. I have continued living by being reincarnated into a devil. But now I have been given the chance again to live as a human by that person you hate the most. Yudo said calmly to Valper. But his eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Depending on Valper's answer, it might become an explosive situation. Oh, the survivor of that project. This is such a misfortune. To meet you in a Far East country like this. I feel fate. Fufufu. His way of laughing is so disgusting that it sends shiver down Irina's spine. You see, I like holy swords. I like them so much that they come out in my dreams. Possibly because my heart was fascinated by the legend of Excalibur since I was a child. That's why when I found out that I can't use Excalibur, I went into despair. Valper suddenly started talking about his life. Even Haruka, who will listen to his enemy's motives, doesn't feel like listening in on this. Even so, he kept listening through the spell he put on the sword from afar. It's fortunate that he can cast spells from such distance as long as it is on something carrying his power. I held admiration for those who can wield it because I couldn't. That feeling became so powerful that I started an experiment to create those who can use them. Then it was complete. It's thanks to you and the others. What? Complete? You disposed of us after finding us to be a failure. Yuto lifted his eyebrows, seemingly in doubt. It seems like there is more to this than what he heard. I realized that there was an essential factor needed to wield holy swords. So I used the numerical value of the factors to investigate its capability. Most of the test subjects had the elements, but they didn't have the numerical value needed to wield the Excalibur. Then I reached a conclusion. Is there a way to take out the elements and gather them? No way, you didn't. Irina seemed like she learned the truth and grit her teeth hatefully. That's right, holy sword wielder girl. We take out the holy elements from those who have them and crystallize them. Just like this. Valper took out an orb that was giving out light. It was a shiny orb. It has the so-called holy aura in it. With this, the research on holy sword wielders improved. Even so, those fools from the church banished me for heresy and took away my reports on the research. By looking at you, I see that the project was succeeded by someone. That Michael. He made me look like a criminal, and this is the result? Well, it's that angel we are talking about. Even if he takes the elements out from the test subjects, he wouldn't go as far as to kill them. That part only would make him more human than me. Kukukuku. Valper laughed pleasantly. You killed my comrades and took out the elements needed to wield the holy swords? Yuto asked Valper with his voice filled with killing intent. That's right. This orb is from back then. I have used 3 of them on Freed though. This is the last one. Teeth, how disgusting. If it weren't for you being Ramiel's subordinate and Kokabiel-sama's order, I would have choked you with your own intestine. Even the teen who should be an ally of Valper looked disgusted and directed his killing intent on him. I don't want to hear that from a natural holy sword wielder. You wouldn't understand. Valper Galilei, how many lives have you sacrificed for your greed? And experiments? Yuto's hands were shaking and there was an aura of anger coming out of his body. HM. If you say that, then I will give this orb to you. My research has reached the stage where it is possible to mass-produce them in the right environment. First of all, I will destroy this town with Ramiel. Next I will gather the legendary holy swords stored around the world. Then I will mass-produce holy sword wielders and start a war against Michael and the Vatican with the combined Excaliburs. I'm going to show the result of my research to those foolish angels and their followers who have convicted me. Valper threw away the orb as if he had lost interest in it. It rolled on the ground and went to Yuto's foot. Yuto leaned down silently and picked it up. He patted the orb sadly, lovingly, and dearly. Everyone. So that's what you did. I guess now I really cannot blame him for leaving. Suddenly a new voice joins in on their conversation. I never did read the specific, but to think you extracted their elements. Livid and filled with disgust, that is the tone she used to speak with Valper Galilei. Her blue hair swaying in the wind as she tossed away her cloak, wearing only the battle uniform Scathach gave her. Durandal carried with one hand and resting on her shoulder. Zenovia. A Durandal? How can that be? My research has not reached the level where Durandal could be wielded. Shitty research like that, only 1 minute and Master Scathach could find 30 things wrong in your research. Besides, I'm a natural wielder. What did you say? You focus only on the base value, stupid researcher. Did you not consider that the value could rise in the right condition? The value of the so-called element consists of sword and holy. Both of them can be increased gradually through increasing the affinity with either fool. Impossible. A natural way to increase your element. There is no such thing. Increase in the holy element could be done through increase in piety and continuous devotion or holy ritual. As for the sword element, it is by reaching an understanding with your sword and dedication to the art of swordsmanship. Nonsense. The holy part one can believe, but the sword. Master Scathach herself have confirmed it through the words of the paladin Roland, the legendary wielder of Durandal. Sword affinity is what made up the strength of a sword wielder. Irina and the other survivors of your crazy experiment are proof of this. Using notes left by Haruka and working out the mistakes in your theories, the survivors completed your research in a whole different way. If only this was discovered faster, the tragedy could have been avoided. Zenovia Quarta raised Durandal and pointed at Valper Galilei. It is because of you that Haruka lose faith in us. It is because of your research that he left me. If it weren't for Kiba Yuto and his right to exact justice, I would have killed you myself. The rage in Zenovia's voice is clear. Irina had never seen her so angry and imposing before. Everyone. Yuto held the crystal close to his heart. He felt like he could faintly hear their voice. Then it happened. The orb that Yuto held started giving out shallow lights. The light started to spread and it eventually covered the whole school field. From the ground there were lights coming out and it started to form a shape. Then it formed into a proper shape. It took the shape of people. There were boys and girls who were giving out blue-white lights and they were surrounding Yuto. The various powers that are present on this battlefield made the spirits within the orbs appear. Kokabiel's subordinate looked at the scene with awe. They looked at Yuto with a dear and sad expression. Everyone. I have always thought about it. Was it all right that I was the only one that survived? There were those who had more dreams than me. There were those who wanted to live more than me. Is it all right that I am the only one to have a peaceful life? Don't worry about us anymore. You are alive at least. There were tears coming out from both of his eyes because it seemed like their thoughts reached him. Then the spirits of boys and girls started to move their lips in a rhythm. Were they singing? The sacred song. Irina mumbled. They were singing the sacred song. Yuto started to sing while shedding tears. When they were going through the painful experiment, this was the only thing they obtained to keep their hopes and dreams. This was the only support they had to continue living during their harsh life. Yuto and his comrades had the smiles of innocent children. From afar, even Shidou Haruka can't help but be touched by this scene. The former exorcist also shed a tear. Then he noticed that some of the spirits are looking at him straight in the eyes and he returned their smile. We were no good alone. We didn't have enough elements to wield the holy swords. It will be okay if we are together. It's not scary. Even if God is watching. Our hearts are always one. Their spirits went up into the heaven and they turned into a big light that fell down onto the battlefield. The light of the human soul. Ephemeral yet so beautiful in the short time you existed. What God saw in your race and what I deem worth fighting for. Eterna began as she watched the light of the spirits climb higher to heaven. It is a place fitting for them after what they've been through. One spirit though remains on the battlefield behind Zenovia. Casting a glance towards Haruka, the former exorcist nodded. It is the spirit of the boy he failed to save despite possessing a sacred gear because his body was already too weak. I'm sorry. He had reached it. Haruka's observing eyes returned to Yuto. Yes, he can see it. The survivor had found his strength. He had found his closure and resolve. At that moment he reached it. Balance breaker. A holy and demonic sword. Sword birth balance breaker. Sword of betrayer. A holy demonic sword. At this point, Zenovia is not surprised. With the absence of God, something such as this is possible. But Eterna has a different opinion concerning this. To achieve balance between two conflicting power. Indeed, this generation is more than they seem to be. God had preached about harmony and balance. To achieve perfect harmony between two opposing elements truly show the height of the power of human heart. Then I guess we'll be stepping in soon. With his new weapon and resolve in hand, Kiba Yuto knew there is one thing left to do. That is to kill Valper Galilei. But Kokabiel's subordinate now stands between him and the priest. Move. Sorry, orders from my superior. Using Excalibur Destruction's power, the swordsmen send a surge of destructive holy power at Shidou. The former devil blocked it with his new sword and it held strong. He deflected the blast aside but is already assaulted by Excalibur mimic in the swordsman's other hand transformed into a whip. Irina intercepted the whip with her sword which allows Shidou to proceed forward. Shidou slashed at the swordsman who suddenly turned invisible. Transparency. Shidou felt himself kneed and punched and it was only Zenovia's intervention by pushing him away and blocking the invisible sword with a combat dagger that saved him. You could see me? The now visible teen asked in surprise. Try training with Scat-Hack in the Land of Shadows. If you can't fight an invisible enemy, you'll die in your first day. Durandal and that blue hair. Zenovia Kordaha. Kokabiel-sama warned me about you. You are the only one in this city that can possibly stop us. Thank you for that compliment. Excalibur cut through Zenovia's dagger but by then she had already moved as she spun and raised her leg for a kick which connected to the teen's head. The kick sent the swordsman flying but he managed to regain his balance midair and stab his sword to the ground to prevent him from flying further. When he raised his head from his landing position though, he barely managed to dodge a broken dagger to the face courtesy of the blue-haired sword princess. Irina, Yuto, kill Valper and go help Aqua and Issei. But what about you? Irina asked worried. He is good, but nothing compared to Master or Haruka. If I can survive both, I can fight him alone. Yuto nodded and took Irina's hand to pull her away from this fight. The first order of business is Valper Galilei. Yuto sped towards him with his holy demonic sword at the ready. Wait, have mercy. You didn't show my comrades mercy. I'm returning the favor. Yuto slit Valper's throat, killing him. The moment he does so, rain of sword fell down on Galilei, obliterating him. Yuto and Irina became nervous at this scene. He must hate Valper Galilei very much. Oni-sama waited for you to make the first strike. Knowing him, he thinks that the first blood rightfully belongs to you. After that he is free to do anything to him. Yuto and Irina decided not to dwell too much on the matter and continue to help Aqua and Issei against Ramiel. Back with Zenovia, she is already pushing the fused Excalibur to the limit without using Durandal's destructive aura. Ruler is heavily damaged and Mimic was already destroyed and the remaining 5 fused Excalibur will follow soon after. Kokabiel's subordinate knew that Excalibur won't be able to match against Durandal if Zenovia does go all out. But even now, the fused Holy Sword cannot stand against the true Holy Sword's weight and sharpness any longer as cracks began appearing on the blade's surface. Illusion won't work against Zenovia as her stay in the Land of Shadow had made her very sensitive towards illusions and thus Nightmare is useless in his hand. Transparency too is not much use with how Zenovia could sense his presence. Even without being able to sense him, the girl's instinct is like that of a wild animal. That is why he is counting on the use of the 3 other Excaliburs. Using Blessing's power to amplify Destruction's power and then to move fast around her by using Rapidly. But of course it is not much use when Destruction's amplified firepower is still inferior to Durandal's own power. Zenovia finally decided to activate Durandal's holy aura and the result is terrifying. A single casual swing with one hand from her did not just dispel his Excalibur Destruction's attack but outright destroy it along with the ground it coursed through. He doesn't even dare to engage in close combat with the girl. Her strength is monstrous. The crack on his fused Excalibur was caused by just a single exchange of sword and that is without Durandal's destructive aura. Her physical strength is abnormal. His only saving grace is that she is slower than Shidou Irina but he's still cautious. Maybe her current speed is also her holding back. If Kokabiel said Zenovia is dangerous, then he will treat her like he's fighting an ultimate-class devil. If so, Excalibur really won't cut it anymore. I guess facing someone of your caliber warrants me going serious. Zenovia's expression betrays no emotion as she focuses on her enemy and what he's about to do. The swordsman dropped Excalibur, all of them. This surprised Zenovia but she figures that someone who works with Kokabiel is definitely not someone ordinary. Durandal flares at aura, signaling that the sword and its wielder is ready to go all out. A burst of holy and demonic aura responded in kind as the swordsman pulled out a new sword covered in golden and red light. Along with me unleashing my sword, I shall introduce myself. The name is Mordred Pendragon, descendant of Mordred and wielder of the holy demonic sword Clarent. I was surprised when I saw the blonde guy's balance breaker, but if Clarent could become a holy demonic sword after its fall, then I guess such a thing is also possible. A holy demonic legendary sword. It was said that Clarent was lost after breaking Excalibur. Some said that to surpass Excalibur's power, Mordred overcharged his weapon, and due to managing the feat of destroying true Excalibur, Clarent was completely destroyed. It seems that the true story is different. You mustn't always believe the official stories. People in high places always try to hide things. Few are ever honest. And Kokabiel is one of them? Kokabiel-sama cares for us. He is the best leader we could ever ask. His goal is our goal. We, both humans and angels, are proud to serve under Kokabiel-sama. I see. Zenovia will refrain from opening her mouth. She will not say anything. Mordred Pendragon spoke with resolution devoid of any doubt. She will not tarnish it with improper response. It is because she does believe that Kokabiel deserves such respect. That's why whatever they will talk about next, it will be done with their sword. Zenovia Quarta is a very strong opponent, Mordred will admit that. And what makes her troublesome is not just her immense strength, but when she actually pulled out a trick from her sleeves, sometimes literally. Mordred almost had his neck cut when Zenovia slashed him with a previously empty hand now holding a dagger. She's also fast for someone holding a large sword easily. As large as she is tall. When she failed, Zenovia used her immense strength to blow Mordred away. Although their weapon and skill seems to be equal, Mordred is not as physically strong as Zenovia, and his build is suited more for speed and technique. This means his overall weight is lighter. Mordred planted his feet firmly on the ground but still skidded for almost 6 meters from blocking Zenovia's slash. Her strength is unreal. It is like fighting against a devil rook, and she's even stronger than most of them that he fought. Mordred quickly moved to avoid another slash from Zenovia when she leapt and slammed Durandal onto the ground, creating a sizable crater where Mordred once stood. He managed to roll to avoid becoming a smear on the ground and immediately switched to offense. The descendant of the Knight of Treachery attacked Zenovia with his speed, making a quick slash to her back. But Zenovia blocked Clarent with a dagger charged with Durandal's aura. The inferior weapon was of course destroyed, but it held out long enough for Zenovia to move and counterattack, slashing Durandal horizontally and sending a blade of destructive holy energy. Mordred sweat at the power displayed by the blue-haired exorcist. He brought Clarent to the front between his face and the stream of energy that he barely dodged by bending backward. After the attack passed, he flipped backward to create some distance between them. Holy Lancer! Zenovia swiped her sword in front of her and 9 arrows made of energy appear and speed towards Mordred. He tried to evade, but no matter where he jumped or run, the arrows will always come. Combined with trying to avoid being pulverized by Zenovia, he's gradually being pushed back. The descendant knew that if he doesn't take the offensive, he won't be able to defeat Zenovia. The girl is far above the previous 2 he faced. She has advanced skill, very sharp senses, and hidden weapons she won't hesitate to use. It's not like fighting any ordinary exorcist. Hell, Mordred is confident that Zenovia is most likely the strongest sword user in the church with her overwhelming strength and magnificent skill. Suddenly Zenovia's arm shot forward and grabbed him by his collar and slammed him to the ground. She jumped back and let her energy arrows to hit Mordred. The arrows struck and exploded upon contact, but Zenovia did not let her guard down. Emerging from the smoke is Mordred, his clothes sporting some cuts and dirts, but he's otherwise fine. Durandal and Clarent clashes again, their respective aura trying to assert dominance. It is Zenovia's turn to go on the defensive as Mordred's superior speed allows him to deliver more attacks, and Clarent's aura that has started to produce lightning increase his attack power dangerously high. With grace and speed, it is Mordred's turn to push Zenovia back. She also noticed that Mordred's body is giving out even stronger magical signature. Zenovia eventually recognized the technique Mordred utilized. Her teacher, Scat Hack, also utilize it to increase her already considerable strength and speed. It is a trick she cannot use due to her low magical capacity. Prana Burst. To think that you can use that trick. So you know what I'm doing. I never expected you to push me to the point of using this. I don't like using this since I will get tired more easily, but you're equal to me in technique and my speed got cancelled by your superiority in strength and instinct. You are truly a strong opponent. Zenovia felt a small satisfaction being praised by an enemy as good as Mordred, but there will be nothing to be glad about if she falls here, so she focuses her attention on defending. Still not enough. Then, suddenly, Mordred moves so fast that Zenovia can't keep up, leaving a trail of lightning. It was Zenovia's instinct that saved her as she brought the flat of her huge blade to the front and moved it to block the series of stabs that suddenly appear out of nowhere. Scratches began to appear all over her body from her face to her legs. In the end, she persevered and the barrage of attacks stopped, now showing a tired Mordred a few meters away from her. Super acceleration through the use of Prana Burst infused with the lightning element. If flame grants an explosive increase in power, lightning grants Godspeed. Oi, I knew you managed to defend against the more fatal attacks, but what kind of ridiculous endurance is that? Mordred almost cannot believe that Zenovia is still standing and even still capable of lifting the heavy Durandal with one hand despite the numerous cuts she suffered. Minor cuts as they may be, it should have weakened her enough to at least make her use both hands to move the heaviest of the holy swords. She doesn't even seem fazed. These are minor nuisance compared to training with Master Scathach and Haruka. To stop me, you will need to score a fatal hit. Monstrous endurance and strength, that is what Zenovia possess. The amount of steel in her is astonishing that even Scathach is speechless. Her dedication to her training and sword had increased the steel in her to a height comparable to legends such as Arthur, maybe even Beowulf and Heracles in physical toughness alone. She hasn't reached that level, but Zenovia is definitely very tough. This made Scathach even more excited to train her. Unlike hero descendants who only a few of them are actually worthy to live up to their name, Zenovia is worthy to become hero of her own. Someone worthy to stand proudly among the true heroes like the original Arthur, Roland, Siegfried, and their peers. This is what Haruka saw in her, Scathach once thought. And this shows in this battle where the descendant found himself outclassed. Mordred knew he is not yet as capable as his cousin, Arthur, in skill or mastery of his weapon, but to find himself outclassed by Zenovia, who is not even a descendant, is obviously surprising. It's not even about experience, as Zenovia is of similar age as him. Suddenly Zenovia held her sword with both hands and lifted above her head. Durandal began to glow with even greater power than what Mordred had seen before and knew that this will be the final attack. Their battle will be decided now. Mordred too follows suit, compressing Clarent's energy right in the blade and also adding his own magical power. Clarent glows red in response to Durandal glowing light blue. Mordred needs to focus. Clarent has not fully accepted him yet, so his control over the holy demonic sword is not perfect. On the other hand, Durandal, that is famed as a sword that's hard to control, had accepted Zenovia. She hasn't fully mastered Durandal yet, but her relationship with Durandal is definitely above Mordred's, with Clarent proven by how smooth she could control its power. The two release their respective attack. Zenovia slashed downward and a powerful blast of blue destructive holy energy shot out. Mordred moved his sword forward and a powerful beam of red energy surrounded by lightning shot out like a cannon. The two energies collides, neither backing down in their attempt to push the other back. Mordred grit his teeth as he maintains a firm grip of his shaking weapon, while Zenovia is struggling to overpower Clarent's attack by increasing the output of Durandal. Eventually, it is the mastery of their weapon that decides the contest. Mordred loses focus when a spark of electricity shot out from Clarent due to him losing control for a single moment. This allows Durandal to push back Clarent's attack, and the world in front of Mordred exploded in blue light. Clarent's attack thankfully managed to weaken Durandal's blast, which is the only reason Mordred is still alive and staring at the stars above with his back on the ground. Zenovia moved in and was about to finish Mordred when Durandal was blocked by a new sword. This time it is a sword Zenovia is more familiar with. A crystal crimson katana on the back of a male wearing a black coat. Mordred recognized the face, but he doesn't look like the photos of him everyone was given, but Zenovia definitely recognized the white hair and golden eyes. She of all people will not mistake him for anyone else. Haruka. The strongest human smirked and delivered a kick to Zenovia's stomach, which she blocked with her free hand. But this is the first time Zenovia ever experienced Haruka's full-powered kick and didn't expect it to be so bone-breaking. If it weren't for her durability, she would have suffered a broken arm. Still, it left her sore and once again confirms how strong Haruka is. Without any words, Zenovia brandished Durandal and performed a horizontal slash from the right. In response, the former Exorcist draw his own weapon. Once again the crystal crimson sword and blue sword clashes, releasing a shockwave upon contact. Pull back, Mordred Pendragon. You're no match for Zenovia at your current level. Why are you helping me, Shidou Haruka? Not really helping you. There are some players that cannot die today and you are one of them. Mordred would like to stay, but he's not in any condition to fight. He could feel some internal bleeding and both his left arm was broken. His body is in pain. He knew he would have died if Haruka didn't save him. But he won't be leaving anytime soon. He need to watch this to the end, for Kokabiel. So he took out a small crystal vial and gulped down the content. He could feel his wounds slowly healing, though it seems that the broken arm will take a while to heal. He can't fight even if he wanted to anyway. He's spent and he won't recover the lost energy anytime soon. Phoenix Tear? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You can find many things in the black market after all. Sorry, but I'm staying. Won't be able to fight though. That girl is a monster. You can say that again. Haruka casually blocked Zenovia's slash with his sword. But he can definitely feel Zenovia's strength. If he didn't apply reinforcement, it would have been much harder to block. I never thought that we will fight again so soon. And you've gotten even better under Scathach. She's a great teacher. Haruka casually dodged an overhead kick and was about to counterattack when Zenovia flipped backward, and he was forced to dodge once again when he noticed Zenovia's combat boots has hidden blades infused with Durandal's aura. When Zenovia got back to standing position, she flicks Durandal, sending a compressed ball of destructive energy at Haruka. The former Exorcist deflects Zenovia's attack and went on the offensive. He slashed high with his sword and Zenovia blocks. Then Haruka became a blur and Zenovia placed her blade sideways. Sound of clashing steel was heard, two at the same time, and Zenovia was pushed back. Haruka is faster than Mordred and stronger than her. Zenovia already knew this. His skill is also above her own. Right now the wielder of Durandal is on the defensive. He has to focus to be able to block all his attacks. Let's take this up a notch, shall we? Zenovia widened her eyes and ran away. She ran when she saw flying swords coming at her. Finally found me good enough to use those, Haruka? I guess so. Come on, Zenovia, show me what you can do. With a wave of his sword, the barrage started. Zenovia was trapped. She had never faced Haruka's multi-direction attack. This is the first time Haruka actually unleashed his blade blacksmith on her. This made her both happy and concerned. Happy that she knew she had reached a level of power where Haruka would unleash one of his signature attack, and concerned that she will lose. But Zenovia remembers her training with Scathach. Like Haruka, her teacher has a similar move utilizing copies of her spear. Now it's time to put Scathach's advice to the test. Infusing her body with more holy power and raising Durandal's output, Zenovia smashed down one sword through sheer destructive power and sharpness. As long as the swords aren't in balance breaker, she could break them. Zenovia charged forward, slashing every swords that came close to her. Haruka increases the number, but Zenovia did not slow down. She increases the intensity of her attack and finally reached Haruka. Their swords met and they dueled again. Zenovia brought out another hidden dagger and threw it at Haruka at supersonic speed using an application of Prana Burst. Haruka blocked it with his sword and Zenovia responded with 3 more daggers. As Haruka took his time blocking them, which needs only a split second, The blue-haired exorcist lunged at him with explosive speed, spending her own reserve in doing so. Haruka grit his teeth as he felt the pain of using only one hand to hold Zenovia back. He has healed much, but he's not at peak condition yet. He cannot strain his arm too much, but against Zenovia that is not a choice. Keish, you've grown very strong. Ha-ah-iya. Durandal shines bright as Zenovia releases a blast of holy energy from her sword at point-blank range. As expected though, the blast was split as it met Haruka's sword. The strongest human swing his sword upward and her attack was split and cancelled. In response, Haruka activated his own Zenith Tempest and blasted her with flame. Zenovia, who is starting to feel tired, was not quick enough to defend and was sent flying in an explosion of holy flame. The Sword Princess crashed right into the school, grabbing the attention of everyone fighting Ramiel, including Ramiel himself.